Good morning, Chitty House.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, we got you, Joe. What's up, dog?
We got you, Joe.
Where's me? Gotta let everybody see my beam. Shout out to my guy, Andrew, for making that, by the way.
That's really cool.
He texted me about it a while back, and I never got back to him. I'm going to text Andrew right now. In my Fire Him on era, gets the belt again. We're going to talk about it. You might have to change that name, dog. Who's
The day is young. What's going on, everybody? Hi, Cool Cat. Hi, Primo. John, Lance, Marcus, David, Brian, the Garden Guy 420. I wonder what you're
nice.
growing there, bro.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Brian.
Miguel, hello. Jay Harderway. King Voss, yo. Zabo. Johnny G.
Hi, David.
Oh, I got it. David, good morning.
Nice, dude.
Here we go.
Come on.
It's starting to happen, huh?
Come on.
Wow.
Gilbert.
Denton.
I have a buddy named Denton.
Good name. Strong name.
There's not a lot of them out there.
Is that Brooklyn? Hi, Delivery Joe.
Hi, Tyler Jennings.
Oh, Tyler Jennings. Hello. Good morning. Loki Trickster's here. Yeah, dog.
Good morning, Marcus.
Hi, Spencer. Oh, Jay. Our guy, Jay. What's up, Jay? Jay, are you guys coming up for a game again this year? Hey, Marcus. Hi, Jason. Hi, Jared. Bro, we're going to talk about this, too. This is tough. Like, Mavs fans, for the most part, like, over their history, have had it pretty good. But this season, it's just brutal.
It is.
What up, Russ Dog?
Morning, Spencer and Russ Dog.
Hey, Kif. My man. Hey, what up, bro? Yeah, Spencer, you got to do that. Yes, probably.
I was not at the mix. They were at the mix. Damien was at the mix. And there was a fake James Ham. That's what the story was.
Was it the Kevin Huerter guy?
It might have been the Kevin Huerter guy.
Does he still go to games?
He does, but sadly, he doesn't wear Kevin Huerter gear anymore.
RIP Flipside.
I just feel bad for him.
Yeah, same.
I mean, he could clearly just dye his hair dark and try to be a Jake LaRavia guy. Let's do this.
Here we go. Oh, man, the vibes are up. The vibes are so up. The Kings beat the hell out of the Mavs last night, 122-98, and we're going to talk about it.
That's right.
That's the half game back of the number 6 seed Kings. We're so back. They've never been more back.
They're climbing, Kyle.
They're just, you know what? We're going to get this out of the way right now.
Right now.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon. Radio people, 1320 a.m. Appreciate you. People on the free Odyssey app, definitely appreciate you. If you don't have the free Odyssey app, fix your life. Download that, search ESPN 1320, favorite it. And that way you can listen to us anywhere in the world. I shouldn't say anywhere in the world. I don't know if there's like geo-blocking from some places, but for anywhere in the United States, surely. If you're listening on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast feed, appreciate you. Hope the future's going okay. And everybody, of course, in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello, good morning. Thank you for joining us on Tuesday, March 4th. speaking of marching forth, that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna give you some. Gonna give you stuff.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you stuff.
Good
from
segue.
Jiffy Lube. Thank you. I wanted to make that joke, and I just shoehorned it in. It's
Okay.
fine. Jiffy Lube is giving stuff away for the entire King season. A $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie. It's not the one James is wearing today, but in that vein, same kind of idea. Really high quality hoodie you can only get through this giveaway. You're gonna go to ESPN1320.com. Find the contest page. Super easy. The code word today is climbing.
Climbing.
CLIMBING. Climbing, because that's what the Sacramento Kings are doing in the standings after last night's win. They are now only a half game out of the number 6 seed. Look, man, here's where I'm at. Yes, they're beating the hell out of bad teams.
Mhm.
And in their 4-game win streak, 2 of the teams are actively hoping to draft Cooper Flagg. And one of them is the Mavs, whose injury report was already damn near an all-star team. And then Kyrie got hurt in the first quarter last night, only adding to that list. But I can't play that game.
Mhm.
I can't sit here on the radio every day and go, well, you got to beat the heck out of this team. And then when they run them out of the freaking gym, I can't get on here and be like, yeah, but who did they play? Like, this is encouraging what we're seeing right now, because look, what did we talk about right before the break? They were just barely beating Dallas in overtime.
Barely.
They were hanging on to beat the Pelicans a couple times and losing to the Pelicans.
Mhm.
This is legitimate progress. And if you're not sold on this team yet, I get it. That's fine. But for me, where I stand, man, it's really hard to not be encouraged by their blowout wins over Charlotte and Utah. A really, really nice win over Houston in Houston to sweep that season series. And then you go in last night against a Mavericks team that you're playing better than right now. They lose their best player in the first quarter, and you ran them out of the gym. That's a 24-point victory that was not even close to 24 points.
No.
That could have been 50 if the Kings wanted it to be.
I mean, it was such a huge blowout that Scalabiciere, who just signed a 10-day contract, our guy Scal, got into a regular season game for the first time.
Man.
The first time since December 28th, 2019.
That's so crazy. That's 5.5 years?
Yeah, somehow he played like 3 playoff games that year as well. So like his last official game in the NBA was May 14th, 2020. But we're talking about like 5+ years of not being in the NBA and then getting on the floor. And the reason you get on the floor in a game like that is because your team came out and thumped somebody.
Mhm.
So like big shout out to our guy Scal, but also to his teammates who created a way in which he could play.
Yeah, man. And the thing that I go back to from last night, again, this is not the Kings didn't beat the Oklahoma City Thunder by 30, right? Like, it's not. I'm trying to like, this is I am more optimistic about the Kings now than I have been at any point this year, even during their 7-game win streak.
Okay.
Because we have seen this roster get kind of upended. This is a very different team than the one that went on that 7-game winning streak when Doug first took over as the head coach. Doug, like we're homies. When Doug Christie took over as the head coach, then you go look at last night. It's 7 turnovers. Nobody had more than 1.
That's amazing.
It's incredible for a team that couldn't hang on to the freaking ball to only turn it over 7 times. That's a big deal. They held Dallas to 77 field goal attempts, which just really jumped off the page to me.
Wait, no one other than Markelle Fultz had more than 1. Markelle Fultz had 3 turnovers.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Markelle Fultz had 3 turnovers. You're
3
right.
of the 7.
I was looking at the starters. No starter had more than 1. Markelle Fultz had more than half, right about half the turnovers, just under half the turnovers. Joe Brazil pointed this out today that, what was it, Joe? All the starters were plus 20 or better?
Yeah. It was the first time since, I believe it was 2018 or 2019 that all starters were in plus 20 or over.
Man.
That's wild.
It's incredible. Like, I have had nitpicks about almost every game over this stretch where I've kind of been like, yeah, but I have no nitpicks. You can go, well, Keon went 0 for 7 from the field and 0 for 6 from 3. Yeah, it's fine. He's been scorching hot all year. He's going to have a tough game.
Yeah,
At some point, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But from just a basketball standpoint, like the offense was flowing. They were playing really good defense. I thought for the second night in a row, and just with their personnel, they're never going to be the Thunder on defense, right? I saw the Thunder's half court offensive rating defensive rating is like 88.5.
Oh,
it's just insane, right? So they're never going to be that. But with them, it's just like effort. Can you play with a high intensity on the defensive end? And they're doing that right now. Their offense is starting to click into place a little bit. I've got no nitpicks. I can't do it.
I really like what's happening right now because some of the games, like the Kings needed time to figure out roles. They needed time to like integrate all these new pieces. And to be honest, all the pieces that had left to like move on from those pieces. And I think to have a light schedule, a schedule that is against, we can talk about the fact that, like you've played Dallas twice, you played Dallas twice after the Luka trade. You played the Pelicans 3 times. You played the Jazz once. You played a bunch of just really Charlotte, really a bunch of 14-win teams, a bunch of bad teams. It doesn't matter. You still have to win those games because we can rewind to last
100%.
year where they lost to the Washington Wizards. They lost to the Charlotte Hornets. They lost to the Portland Trailblazers. They lost to every bad team in the league one time. Well, they just went through a stretch where, sure, you let slip one game at the end of the first half of the season before the All-Star break to the Utah Jazz. I mean, to the New Orleans Pelicans, right? But outside of that, I think you have handled your business, and you basically have been able to use each of these games as a practice, as a way to get better, as a way to like fix some of the issues that you have. And, if we would have looked at this same stretch of games, but you throw in like 3 games against the Thunder instead of 3 games against the Pelicans, like their record's not going to be the same in those games. But I think because you're getting this opportunity to grow while playing NBA games, when the schedule does start to turn, you are going to be better suited for it. And, again, we don't know how long Sabonis will be out, but that's going to be like a major question. How long until you have Sabonis back? And can you survive against, a team like the Denver Nuggets, who they play tomorrow night, without Sabonis? And the answer might be no. But hey, if somehow they do, then that's great. You're starting to build up, sort of this above 500 mark, and you're starting to, you've been able to hold your loss total at 28, while every other team around you keeps losing and picking up their 29th and 30th loss. And that's really, really substantial. And you don't get to dictate who you play. You play the schedule in front of you. And after this, like we keep talking about, like how the strength of schedule keeps changing and getting worse and worse. It's bad. But that doesn't mean that you're going to lose all those games. It just means that you're going to play tough competition every night.
It's starting to matter less.
Yeah.
That's what jumps out to me is they're just playing better basketball right now. And this is kind of what we talked about. I saw somebody, Eric B, said all those doom and gloom shows were maybe an overreaction. Like, no, it was just a reaction that you didn't like.
Yeah.
That was what was going on at that time. Like, that loss to Golden State was bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that wasn't good. That was 4 games ago. But man, you just lost to the Pelicans, and then you come out and you get blown out by Golden State. Like, yeah, it was not easy to be like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. Actually, that would have been disingenuous. And now, if they lose their next 5 games, this show then becomes an overreaction, right?
Of course.
So no, it's just reacting. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to. But anyways,
yeah,
they are doing the things that, at least right now, again, over the last few games, they're doing the things that I wanted to see before I was going to go, oh yeah, this is going to work. And again, I still have no idea if it's going to work long term, but that doesn't matter. They've won 4 in a row right now. And now they go in and we circled these games after the break, and you went, okay, Golden State, that's a toss-up game, but then you got to get Charlotte. You got to get Utah. Houston, okay, you can lose that one, but you got to get the one against the Mavericks. And they just keep winning them all, save for the Golden State game. Where now they are playing a brand of basketball where it's not, oh man, DeMar DeRozan had 42 and oh, the other team had 27 turnovers and we're missing a bunch of guys. And like, no, they're just
Keon Ellis busts out for 27 and
right.
That's how you won a game.
Right.
Yeah.
It looks as though there's a cohesive style and brand of basketball that's starting to come together where all of a sudden they're going into Denver and you go, oh, okay. Like,
Yeah.
Maybe you go win that one.
Yeah, we're not basing all of our, like, whether they're going to win or lose specifically off an outlier performance by one individual player.
That's it.
And that's where you were for a little while. But hey, like, you needed DeMar DeRozan to carry you through those games.
Sure.
And that happens. Like, there's going to be times in a season where you do need somebody to backpack you.
But we have a really big sample size of DeMar DeRozan backpacking a team having a very, very
mediocre ceiling.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's what it was kind of waiting on. Like, hey, how does Zach LaVine integrate? Looks like he's integrating really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, hey, get the ball to Zach LaVine and let him go score 30 and then everybody else stand around and watch. Like, no, there's like an offense coming together. And they're playing really hard defensively.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is good. This is all good.
It is all good. And I think we can still have like discussions as we get closer to the end of the season or after the season about the long-term ramifications about some of the decisions that were made at the trade deadline.
Sure.
Because it is like going to be an issue long-term. Like, there are long-term issues here that you're going to have to fix. But the short term, I think the biggest thing for me, and like we keep saying this, but man, Doug Christie is 19-10 as a head coach. This team
a hell of a job.
They were 5 games under 500, man.
I think the Kings could do themselves a huge favor if they just remove the interim title from Doug right now.
Well, they can, but you always have like that thing hanging over your head that if you do decide to make changes with your front office, what does that look like? And will the next general manager, whatever front office that you're going to build, are they okay inheriting Doug? And are you creating the same situation that you did? It
seems, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what they did with Michael Malone. They hired Michael Malone first and then Pete D'Alessandro. This is what they did when they hired Monty McNair and told Monty McNair, hey, we're hiring you, but you have to keep Luke Walton for at least the first year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not the proper way to build what you're trying to build. And I agree with you that pulling the interim tag would probably be the best thing right now.
Yeah.
And just give Doug a 4-year deal that starts next year. You
have a coach who's cooking right now. If you can't find a general manager that's like, yeah, I see the vision, then they don't get to play. They don't get to be part of the team.
That can be your approach. I totally get that, but I mean, we all know that works for the first year. It works for the first year and a half, 2 years, and then GM often goes, okay, like I like what he's doing, or I don't like what he's doing, but I want my own guy.
Have Doug involved in the meetings then.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I get that it's way easier to sit here and say just do this, but I think just from a vibe standpoint, man, 4-game win streak. You've climbed up the standings. You're a half game out of the number 6 seed. You just went, hey, Doug's cooking. He's 19-10. He's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move forward with this era of Sacramento Kings basketball. It just might come back to bite him, but if seems like a
it's not our money, right,
win,
Kyle?
Man. That's it, dude. Like, I don't care.
It's not our money.
They have the Kings have more money than I can even fathom. Like, yeah, just go do it. What the hell?
Yeah.
We have 30 seconds here, so I'm going to be a downer for a second. My concern is that that's what it is. It's not a strategic, like, oh, well, the front office has to be aligned with the head coach. My fear is that it's not a strategic basketball move and it's a money move. And it's don't want to pay this guy because it might not work out. And then we've got 2 coaches on the books and we might have to hire a third one. That's, I think, the strategy here.
Okay.
I don't think it's a matter of our GM and head coach might not be aligned.
Yeah, and we're still a long ways away from the end of the season.
Yeah.
Like, we have to see how this thing plays out.
That's true. All right. Couple big picture things from the game last night. I thought Keegan was awesome. We'll talk about that. And another reason that I'm starting to trend toward optimism about the Kings. That's coming up next on The Insiders. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s, and he's going to send us to break. Better watch out, Jim.
Hello.
Oh, Devontae Adams got released. Not a surprise.
Okay.
So I did purple hair for the playoffs 2 seasons ago.
Yes, to answer your question.
Okay. Well, I didn't even think it was in the books, but now I'm starting to feel like
Purple Hair Joe back.
it might be coming back.
I love this.
Absolutely. I thought it looked great.
Wait, you do purple hair?
I did for the playoffs. Yeah. 2 years ago.
Although, hang on. Now let's really talk about this.
Yeah.
You did that for the playoffs. Didn't go well.
It didn't. And this is something I have been considering 100%. Yeah.
Maybe we go like purple, maybe like a purple streak.
Yeah. Yeah. And then last year with the
hair.
plans, they said, oh, maybe do a streak, maybe do I said, no, I don't like that.
Okay.
So I didn't do it last year,
Okay.
and I've been holding out for the actual thing, but I like maybe like a silver. A silver.
We'll call you Old Joe.
Yeah.
Old Joe behind the glass.
Hey, to hell with you, Scooter. All right.
But yeah, that's just I'm starting to think about it again.
I love this.
I'm getting excited.
Yeah, no, you should.
Absolutely.
You should.
I was at game 1. It was awesome. I met a dude that looked just like Sabonis. I hope he's out there and doing well. I'm sure he's still going to the games.
I'm sure his hamstring is feeling fine too.
We got another Sabonis walking around Sacramento. He's tall too.
Wow.
He's
tall.
What park is Starbucks? Sac State, baby. Let's go. My stinger is so high right now. That stinger's up.
That's not weird.
So. My buddy reached out to me during that playoff series in his game 7, and he's like, "Hey, standing room only tickets just went on sale. Do you want to go?" It's like, no. This is the last place I want to be.
For the playoffs?
Yeah. I'm going to talk about this on the radio already. I don't want to be in the building too.
Oh. I love playoffs. It's like that's it. I feel like we were so close to having a long run here in Sacramento where we get to cover playoffs for, a good 5 to 6 years, maybe 7, 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then it feels like the rug was pulled out, and then you're just waiting for that rug to get the little non-stick stuff on the bottom so it doesn't slide anymore.
We'll talk about it. Somebody asked me a really interesting question yesterday. Last game of the year, Warriors win, they're the 6th seed. Warriors lose, Kings are the 6th seed. Was what the question was posed to me. And I haven't stopped thinking about it.
Oh, what you would want?
Yeah. I had 20 seconds.
I threw the picture in the chat of in our messages.
Oh, I'm gonna show everyone.
Please do, and I would like to see what they think.
Oh, the purple hair is remarkable, and that's fake Sabonis. Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. The Kings beat the hell out of the Mavs last night, 122-98. And something that has kind of been apparent for a while to me really solidified itself last night when I watched the Kings play as well as they did. I think the Kings ceiling, at least this year, I don't want to do a big picture thing right now. But to me, the Kings ceiling this year rises and falls with Keegan.
It's funny because it always has.
And it just like when he's aggressive offensively, and he only took 10 shots last night. It's not like, oh my God, he had 40 and but when he is assertive and making shots and confidently taking threes the way he was last night, they're harder to beat. They are just and it's tough to quantify or to articulate if you don't. To anybody listening to this probably watches a lot of Kings, but if you don't, when this guy makes threes, when your other starter makes threes, your team is better. It's like, yeah, duh. But for the Kings, with the amount of scoring they have and with the type of scoring they have, when Keegan is that tertiary option or that fourth option on offense, it's just like, oh, like there's a pop. It's just a little bit different. There's a little more force that they play with. When Keegan's getting downhill, when he's knocking down threes, they're just a little bit better basketball team. They're a tier better to me. I think this is about like playing maybe fringe playoff team normally.
Okay.
When Keegan's cooking, they're a bona fide playoff team to me.
Yeah, I totally feel that. And my 6 quick thoughts I wrote, I can't quit on Keegan's potential.
Don't spoil the bit. 11 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
Well, yeah, but
no, I know. Go ahead.
But that's the deal though. Like, I know, like you talked about it the other day. You're like, I think this is just who he is. And then he has a streak of games, and you're like, I don't want that to be who he is. Like you see the potential, and like we talked about, like the gardening metaphor and all that stuff. Like I don't think the Kings have done right by him. I don't think that they put him in the best position to succeed.
I'd agree.
And I think that right now, Doug Christie is looking at Keegan Murray as his way out, as his way to make this team much better. There's only really one way. DeMar DeRozan is who he is. He's going to have really, really good nights. He's going to have somewhat good nights that are, close to really good nights. He's not going to have horrible nights. Like the 1 0 for 7, like fourth quarter and overtime was an aberration. That's not who he is, right? You look at Zach LaVine, once he's solidified in what he does, you're like, okay, there are going to be nights where he goes for 40 and there are going to be nights where he goes for 18, but realistically, you're going to get 22 to 24 a night. You look at Domantas Sabonis and you can just write in and pen, 20, 14, and 6. The one variable that you have with this team, and like that's outside of Keon Ellis, and like we can talk about like the blow up games that Keon has, but realistically, Keon Ellis is a player who averages, if you get 8 points out of him, that's kind of standard. If you get 12 points out of him, okay. But every once in a while, he has these flyer games that are just outlandish, right?
Yeah, it's the night in, night out production that matters.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not to take away from what he does on the defensive end or anything else. The only way out of this mess for the Kings, to me, has always been Keegan Murray. He's the guy who's averaging 12 points a game, but could easily, in the right situation, average 20. Like that's the guy that if you're going to find a way to take a step from being what you talked about, a fringe playoff team or a play-in team, a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 team, if you're going to take some leap, it's because he does what, I don't know, like look around the league, what Trey Murphy's done to take the big leap, or what Jalen Williams did to take the big leap. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. But while one team has a young player that's ready to ascend and his front office goes out and gets a defensive-minded center and Alex Caruso to play in the backcourt, another defensive-minded guy to allow a player like Jalen Williams to excel, the other team goes out and gets a guy who averaged over 20 shots a game last season. And so you're not like feeding him the right way. You're not nurturing a young player the right way. And we're starting to see that maybe the coach is saying, hey, look, this is our guy. You guys need to back up. You guys need to give a little of yourself to let this guy be good. Or maybe Keegan's just like, wait a sec, I'm eligible for an extension this summer? What am I doing? Like, give me the ball. Yeah. Like, you're hoping that that's what's happening, right? That he's demanding something, but I don't know. Like overall, Keegan is your pathway to success, future success. And the Kings need to embrace that as a franchise and do everything in their power to raise him up. And sometimes that means clearing out some of the other players so this guy can become what he's going to become.
26-9 all time when Keegan scores 20 or more, not including the playoffs.
Yeah.
26-9.
Yeah.
Like that's it, man. He offers something a little bit different. And last night, again, I think he only took 10 shots, but it's all right. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah. 10 shots, 4 of 8 from 3, but it's the assertiveness that he plays with that was different. I remembered Keegan Murray playing last night, and there are too many nights where you look at the box score after the game and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. Keegan played 36 minutes. I remember nothing that he did.
Mm-hmm.
Or Keegan played 36 minutes. He had 8 points in the first quarter and finished with 12. Like that's where I would love to see more of what we saw last night. He only played 24 and a half minutes and had 18 points, 5 boards, 3 assists.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. He played 25 minutes and was phenomenal. He ran a plus 29. He started the game defending Kyrie, like what we thought he would.
Yep.
I mean, talk about your power forward started the game defending a player who was having an all NBA season at point guard, the best ball handler in the NBA at 6'1" or whatever Kyrie is. Your 6'8" power forward defended him. And that tells you everything you need to know about Keegan Murray as a player, but also the construction of your team.
No doubt.
Like, that's a problem. It's a good problem that he's able to go out there and defend him. It's a bad problem because that's not the way. You shouldn't just say, hey, power forward, I need you to go get their point guard. It's like, well, what about all these other dudes?
Crazy.
Like, we don't care. You go get him. That's just wild.
Completely unrelated. You mentioned he started out guarding Kyrie Irving, and yesterday before the game we talked about going at Klay Thompson defensively.
Yeah.
I didn't even look at this last night. Klay Thompson played 25 minutes. He went 1 of 4 from the field and ran a minus 30. Oh,
man.
Yikes.
He looked cooked.
He did.
I feel bad for him too because it just gets worse after this.
Yeah, man. I officially we talked about this the other day. Like where do you land? Just zooming out, not like trying to separate the Kings from the Mavericks for a moment, because right now they're tied together because of the standings. But separate yourself from that. Just in a vacuum, this season has just been a disaster for the Mavs. And I wondered, do you find yourself rooting against the Mavericks because of Nico Harrison, who just kind of fumbled this whole thing? Or do you find yourself rooting for them because you feel bad for their fans? I was stuck in the middle. I officially feel bad for Mavs fans.
Oh, man, it's a disaster.
This is an important thing. The Mavericks organization has not had nearly the tumult that like the Sacramento Kings organization has had. I don't feel bad for Mavs fan over the span of their fandom. I'm just talking about this season. It's really hard to have a worse year than this. They've had Luka traded, their star 26-year-old
that led them to the finals last year.
Led them to the finals last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part. You were so close. I mean, we talk about like the Kings were so close they made the playoffs one time as a and then it all fell apart. Like, you made it to the finals with a 26-year-old superstar.
Yeah.
And now nothing. Now it's all over.
And you
that's tough.
And now Anthony Davis is out, Derek Lively's out, Daniel Gafford's out, Caleb Martin is out, Jaden Hardy's out, Kyrie Irving's out. Did I miss anyone? PJ Washington's out.
Yep.
That's like 7 of their best 9 players.
What's crazy too is when they've played the Kings have been the ones that have, like, last year we had this situation where Luka falls on Malik Monk. Like, whether we say that that's intentional, and flopped and falls on and injures Malik Monk's knee. This year it's crazy because we have the Gafford injury, and then you have last night you have the Kyrie injury followed by the Jaden Hardy injury. Jaden Hardy looks like he's going to be out for a while. Like, they're talking like maybe like grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 sprain, but it's probably more like a grade 2. He's probably out at least like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. It's not he's going to miss a game and be back.
No, and Daniel Gafford's out 6 weeks after the Malik Monk play. And again, Monk didn't do that intentionally, hurt him, but it's just weird that 3 of the Mavs have gone down in like bad fashion against the Kings.
And then to make matters worse for the Mavs, somebody pointed this out today, and I wish I had saved the tweet because they pointed this out. I did not research this myself. Because of the Caleb Martin trade, Caleb Martin, who's hurt and not playing, the Mavs hard cap themselves.
Oh, yeah. That's a weird one.
And that was why. So somebody in the chatty house yesterday said they can't re-sign Moses Brown. And I had not realized that was because they were at the hard cap and could not fit a 10-day contract for Moses Brown on their roster.
Which is wild because we're talking about like $140,000.
Right.
That's how crazy. Not only did they hard cap themselves, but they're up against the hard cap.
Right.
So it's like a double whammy, right?
Brutal, dude.
I know. I read this saying, and like somebody was like just flaming their general manager
Mhm.
for whatever happened here with the hard cap situation.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, you had a center that was on the rise. It's like, okay, slow your roll. It's Moses Brown.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna slow our roll here. That's crazy. That's unfortunate.
Mhm.
But the fact that you don't have the opportunity to bring in somebody else, and then they were able to get Kai Jones.
Who was their best player last night?
He was by far their best player on a 2-way contract. And it's funny because yesterday we talked about this weird thing. The question was like, how are you gonna miss Sabonis? Like,
Mhm.
what is it that Sabonis does that Valanciunas doesn't do? And I like right away I said, hey, like when you go to double team or shock or trap Kyrie Irving,
Mhm.
you can't do that with Valanciunas. He's not quick enough like Sabonis is.
Mhm.
Sabonis is very light on his feet for a big guy.
Mhm.
And you're going to struggle with guys on the perimeter. I didn't think that Sabonis would struggle with the rim run guys. And that's what happened last night.
Mhm.
Because that's what Kai Jones is. He's a rim runner guy
Mhm.
and just destroyed the Kings.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like against big guys, again, tomorrow night against Jokic, I think Valanciunas is going to hold up just
That'll
fine.
be fine,
Yeah, but you're going to have trouble with perimeter guys, and you're going to have trouble with the fast rim running guys, where you're going to have to go more to guys like Trey Lyles.
You say Valanciunas will be fine against Jokic. It's like relatively.
I mean, the guy's averaging a triple double and 30 points a game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, man, that's just I've reached the point where I'm like, man, tough season for the Mavs.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah.
Jason Gallagher, who's a podcast producer, he's done a ton of video work. He worked with Mind the Game with LeBron James and JJ Redick. He did stuff with The Ringer, Dan Le Batard show. He worked for Crooked Media. Old Man in the Three, JJ Redick's podcast. I also did that. He tweeted this morning, Nico Harrison, man, I can't believe one person was able to undo 25 years of basketball culture in Dallas. Everyone from diehard Mavs fans to players to execs are still stunned by the stupidity of this man's decision-making. I really hope he loses his job soon. It's the only way this fan base truly turns the page on this abysmal chapter. Oh, damn. That's tough. That's where the Mavs are at.
That's tough. You got led astray.
Yep.
By one person.
Yep. Shifting gears back to the Kings. Here on the Insiders, James Ham, Kyle Mads, and Joe Brazil, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I'm not here yet, but is there a point where we give the Kings front office some flowers for doing this rebuild on the fly?
I mean,
or are we giving Doug Christie more of the credit for being able to, I don't want to say make chicken salad, but
capture the imagination.
Yeah, just to figure it out on the fly.
First and foremost, I think we have to see what they look like at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't, and the reason I'm stuck is that the Kings roster is deeper than it was at any point earlier this season, to be totally sure. But at the same time, I think I've used this phrase before. Like, you don't get credit for putting out a fire you started.
No, that's very true.
So that's where I'm a little bit stuck.
I also look, we have to see, do they make the playoffs? Do they make the play-in? I mean, clearly at this point, they're going to make the play-in. Like the Mavs just imploded in front of our eyes. We watched it happen last night. They're done.
Yeah.
They're absolutely cooked. There's no way for them to recover.
Mm-hmm.
The Suns look like they're cooked. The Kings are now, what are they, 5 games up on the Suns? Yeah. Something like that. So it's going to be very difficult. But the season was always about getting back to the playoffs. And I think that that's still the standard that you have to set. And then you have to reassess this summer, like how much damage was done. Are you okay with, the fact that they were able to restock future draft picks and, sort of get you back in line with where you should be as far as draft pick wise with the trades? But yeah, I don't know that I'm ready to say, yeah, they've done a great job here. But at the same time, I think the Valanciunas pickup was huge.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jake LaRavia is playing out of his mind, even though he's not scoring. He had 8 points last night, and that's why blowouts are good, because sometimes a player like Jake LaRavia starts to get his legs underneath him, his sea legs, and kind of
Mhm.
figure things out. He had 8 points. So I think that that's good. I think that signing Markelle Fultz has been like an interesting move that's helped,
Mhm.
right? So all of these pieces, the Zach LaVine trade, there's bigger ramifications about Zach LaVine than just right now.
Mhm.
And it's good that he's fitting in. He's become your leading scorer.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like there are some long-term ramifications of that move, and you've got to see how that all plays out. But overall, like, look, if you're going to have to rebuild on the fly, I guess for right now, it looks like that they've steadied the ship.
Mhm.
But I'm not willing to, like, again, what you said, they created a lot of the mess they're in.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt.
And there was a way in which you could have avoided everything.
Yeah, totally. And that's what we've been pretty critical of the front office.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be fair.
Uh-huh.
And I'm trying to see if there's a point where we go, wow, you know what? Hey, they did a heck of a job with a tough situation where their franchise point guard asks out in midseason. They're making trades and they're using those assets and they're kind of rebuilding a roster on the fly with a new head coach who's then got to work this in. Again, like I said, I'm not there quite yet, but I do wonder if at some point, we look back at this and go, man, that was Jake LaRavia, heck of a pickup. Jonas Valanciunas, heck of a pickup. Zach LaVine, they got the best player they could possibly get for De'Aaron Fox. I do wonder if at some point we, if that's how this goes down in history, instead of what a mess.
Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting. We have to see how it all plays out in the end. And I'm more than willing to say, hey, look, Zach LaVine plays 80 something or 75 games a year for the next 2 years
Mhm.
and averages 24, 25 a game and improves defensively, and you can mask some of the other issues. That's fine. Like, if we get to that point, like, I have no problems admitting I was wrong if this works out to be just a brilliant move.
Totally.
At
Would
all.
I honestly would prefer it.
Yeah.
I don't
like,
want to go into another offseason where like, oh God, this sucks.
I don't want to cover horrible basketball my entire
This is so much more fun being like, hey, they won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Look, everything's starting to fall into place.
Yep.
It's way more fun. Hope it keeps up. All right. A little bit of NFL news to get to. Another
Okay.
big name wide receiver on the market. Should the 49ers pursue him? I'm going to leave the Raiders out of it because of it's Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
I don't think the Raiders are in a hurry to go get Devontae Adams. And then did the Kings get any help last night? We'll talk about that as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Leader. Now, Joe, make the voice guy repeat me. Nice. Hey. To get back to the thing I got asked yesterday, just real quick, because I've landed on my answer. Somebody said the last game of the year, Warriors win, they're the 6th seed, Warriors lose, Kings are the 6th seed, which wouldn't have, because I think they play at the same time, so it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Anyways, fandom is weird when you work in this industry. I would root for Golden State because that is what my that's like in my blood.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, what happens is I care. I used to be, and this is true with the 49ers, is true with the A's, where like my entire day lived and died on wins and losses. And if my favorite team lost, it's like, this sucks. I don't even want to go outside today. Right? Like that was, but what you start doing when you have to talk about this for a couple hours every day or podcast about it or write about it or whatever is like you start looking for the story immediately.
Oh, totally.
So it's less about like, oh my God, I'm devastated, and more like, okay, what now? So in that vein, and this is a little bit different because I love Sacramento and I love Kings fans so much, and I have a soft spot for the Kings. That if it went the other way, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, my life is over. Like I'd be thrilled that Sacramento was in the playoffs and we get to talk about a playoff series, and we're going to have at least three playoff games at Golden One Center, or at least 2, I guess, at least 2 playoff games at Golden One Center, and we'd have a great time with it. So that's where it's just like, the floor raises a lot.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Does
yeah,
that make sense?
I also think that like our job is just more interesting when the team is good.
Yeah, that's it. Like I would so much rather talk about a good Kings team, because like Golden State's had the, like, if this was 2014, I might feel a lot different.
Yep.
But like I've seen it. Like it's not
for years. I said I cover the most interesting bad basketball team in the NBA.
sure.
And maybe in professional sports, whether it was relocation twice, whether it was the DeMarcus Cousins era, then you get to a phase where it's like, okay, this isn't good because not only are they bad, but they're boring.
Yeah.
And so when you get to a point, though, I would like to have a phase in my career where they were good.
Yeah, but like for an extended stretch.
Sustainably good.
Yeah.
Not like one season of good and the next season of like, oh, this doesn't feel like it's tenable. And why didn't you just make the moves then? Like we talk about, like, why did you wait until the trade deadline to do a Valanciunas trade or a Arabia trade, all that stuff? But realistically, is why did you wait a year and a half? It wasn't just like inactivity and then all of a sudden, and that's where I think, again, we should have discussed this on the air, but for me, it's one of those things where I'm not going to give them credit. Like when you talk about, like, you started the fire and then you put out the fire or whatever. Like they just let it burn to nothing.
That's a good point.
Over a year and a half.
Yeah.
And like got to a point where it was like, there's nothing left. Like, what did you do?
Yeah.
So you want to give them credit for turning things around, but it's like, man, this didn't have to get this way at all.
Yeah.
It's tough.
That the 22-23 season, because I wasn't here yet. I was still working in the Bay Area. And but I was on with D'Lo and Casey every Friday. And it was so much more fun jumping on and talking about a fun basketball team than like, because I was on to talk Niners, but we talked so much Kings because they were just more fun that way. So yeah. Shout out to you guys. What is this? So I don't know how I got on this mailing list, this email list from some like movie studio PR firm.
Oh.
But I get screener links every once in a while.
What?
But never for anything good.
Oh.
Never for like, hey, here's we're doing best picture what's that, campaigning. This is apparently like a third Meet the Parents movie.
Oh no.
I kind of want to watch it.
Is it with the real cast?
No.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm sorry, it's not a third Meet the Parents movie, which might have already come out.
Yeah, that did. It number 3 did.
Did it?
Yeah.
So the person in this movie is from the Meet the Parents trilogy.
Okay.
I believe it's Ben Stiller's girlfriend / fiance / wife in the movies. Is in this movie.
Okay, but that's it?
That's it. That's all I've got. Screener links and interview opportunities available. You want to interview Ben Stiller's wife / fiance / girlfriend from
the original?
From the OG.
I'll bite the bullet. I'll do it for you guys.
You got it?
I got
all
it. Yeah.
Joe's
Yeah, sign
on
me
it.
up. I
Very
got it.
good. Anyways, he's James. I'm Kyle. Did the Kings get any help last night? Kinda is the answer. Would have preferred to see Golden State lose to the Hornets, and boy, did they try. Buddy Hield wasn't going to let them. Nothing? Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
The Warriors won 119-101. It was close in the third quarter. Buddy Hield hit a bunch of threes in the fourth. I think he hit 3 threes in the fourth and pulled away. And turns out Charlotte's not very good.
It does
a
feel
summer.
like every single night someone the Kings are competing for a playoff spot plays the Charlotte
It's
Hornets.
uncanny.
Like every night.
It is
like,
outrageous.
oh, well, who are the Clippers playing tonight? You're like, oh,
I
man.
got the Hornets.
It's the Hornets. Who are the Warriors playing? Oh, come on.
How are
The
they playing?
Mavs? Yeah,
How are they playing the Clippers again?
I know. It's like, what is happening? How come you keep playing this bad team?
Yeah, so Golden State beat the Hornets last night, 119-101. Golden State moves into the number 6 seed for now. They're a half game up on the Clippers and the Kings. Yes. Right? Yeah, Clippers and Kings. On the other hand, you mentioned the Rockets yesterday. And I said, well, hang on. Let's get the Kings to the 6th seed first, and then we can start talking 5.
Okay.
But you see the Rockets lose 137-128 to the Thunder. Houston not playing particularly well right now. They're still 37-24. They're not bad by any stretch.
They've got a buffer.
Yeah, but at one point they were 32-14, and they've gone 5-10 over their last 15.
Oh. So
I'm gonna start tying the Rockets in here.
I think they have to be.
If for no other reason, like forgetting for a moment, like, oh man, the Kings might win 12 in a row. Putting that aside, it could be a situation where the Kings win like 8 out of 10, have a really nice run, and catch Houston because Houston loses 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like that seems to be on the table in a way that I did not think it would be. So we're going to start looping the Rockets in. We're done looking behind us. We're done looking at the Suns and the Blazers and the Spurs and all that. They're done. And I'm going to start mixing in the Rockets because the Kings just 4.5 back of the Rockets for the number 5 seed.
Yeah, I mean the Suns are 4.5 games behind the Kings.
Right.
For they're currently the 11, and 5 games back is Portland, and like I don't know 6.5 games back is San Antonio. It's really tough to close that gap with this many games left.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a possibility. Again, 4.5 games is a lot to make up. But when a young team gets to this point in the season, and this is their first time being way up high in the standings, a lot of times we see this like epic fail in the final 25 games of the season. And again, that's because the basketball just gets more physical. And what happens in the second half is very specific. The bad teams are horrible. And so when you got a bunch of those, you're fine, right? But the good teams are just much better than they were a month or two earlier. They really start cranking things up. Yeah. And you want to be one of the good teams that's cranking it up. And with the young team, a lot of times you just don't know how to do that.
Yeah, that's another thing that, we start talking about optimism for the Kings and stuff. Sometimes it's just about playing good basketball at the right time. And I think if you're Sacramento, you feel great about the play-in. Like if that's the bar, you are in a calamity would have to happen for you to fall out of the top 10. So I don't believe that's going to happen. It's never say never, but I'm not inclined to believe that's going to happen. The key for me is top 8, where maybe you're in the play-in, but you cannot be in the 9-10 play-in, because if you're in that 9-10 play-in, even if you're hosting it, even if you're the 9, that was the case last year when they hosted Golden State. You can win that, but then you still have to win another one,
and you have to go on the road.
And if you're in the 9-10 game, the best you can do is 8th, and I don't think you want smoke with OKC in a playoff series.
Nobody does.
So if you can avoid that, and you can, even if you're 7, obviously you prefer to be 6, maybe even 5. But if you can get to 7, where you're getting Denver, maybe you're getting LA, because I think LA is currently in the number 2.
Yeah, they're number 2 last time I looked.
They're
number 2.
They have the tiebreaker over the Nuggets. Like, I don't know that the King. In fact, I know the Kings wouldn't be favored in either of those series. But man, you had 7 against the Lakers. You had 7 against the Nuggets. I'd feel a lot better about that than having Sacramento have to go play Oklahoma City. So that said, I'm looping the Rockets in, and then we're going to continue. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we're going to continue to keep track of that 2-3 as well. You just can't fall to 9. That's the biggest thing. Just don't.
You don't want a road play-in game. I mean, if you're the 8th, you still have a road play-in game, but you have a home play-in game to get in, right? And the key, I mean, you want to be 7, so you're at home for the play-in game, and if you win, you play the 2 seed.
Yeah.
The best is to get to 6 and somehow just
avoid it all.
It's what we dealt with last year with this team, and at the last second, they fell apart and dropped all the way to 10.
Yep.
Before that, they were in really good position. It just it really spun out really late in the season when Herter and Monk got hurt.
Yeah. Shifting gears briefly to the NFL. Not a major surprise, but Davante Adams was released by the New York Jets today. Whenever it's so funny in the NFL, whenever a wide receiver is available, everybody talks themselves into it. It's the only position where that happens. Great linebacker gets let go. People are like, meh.
Great running back. 8 running backs changed teams last year.
Every year.
But last year was extreme.
Last year was crazy. And then they all played great. Yeah. Running back renaissance last year.
Yep.
No, but look, here's the deal. I think the Raiders are out. I can't fathom the Raiders being like, yeah, we want to get back in the Davante Adams business. So, okay, they're out. San Francisco's wide receiver situation is going to lend people to be like, hey, Davante Adams, that's a move. Go get Davante Adams is going to get paid somewhere. Really good player still. Don't get it twisted. But if you're San Francisco, I don't think that's a prudent use of your funds is to go sign a 30-something-year-old wide receiver who's going to command a lot of money on the open market. A wide receiver who has had a couple of tumultuous exits from a couple of teams he's been on.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He just turned 32, and he was born in Redwood City. So I think you can start to maybe. I don't know. I mean, he was still somewhat effective last year. Between 2 teams, he had 1,063 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, and
I'm just out on spending more money. Look, whether you like it or not, they gave Brandon Ayuk a bag.
Yeah.
You cannot, you can't, to me, justify being like, yeah, we're letting Deebo Samuel go because of money and frankly effectiveness. If he was awesome last year, they would probably be talking extension, right? But you can't do that and then also bring in another expensive wide receiver. That's so much money dedicated to your wide receiver room when you have a quarterback that you're about to pay because you believe he doesn't need that level of talent around him. And he might, but the 49ers are going to pay him because they don't believe he does. So I'm out on the Davante Adams idea. I don't want any more wide receiver issues for now.
I would be in if you can get him for a reasonable price. And I don't if you can get him for a 2-year, $20 million deal or something, then $10 million a year, whatever. Yes. Sure, I'm in.
Yes, sure.
I'm not going above and beyond because then if you need to cut him, if he becomes a problem, you just cut him. And especially with the Ayuk injury, with the uncertainty of that, and then with your receiving room already being a little light, and Juwan Jennings going into the final year of his deal, I think you do have to look at what the future is.
No doubt.
I'm not going for a 32-year-old as my future, but I certainly think to buy you time until Ayuk is back. And Adams has been exceptional. He's a couple of 1,500-yard seasons. I mean, he has been an exceptional wide receiver, and he's not just a guy who catches a bunch of balls or a guy who gets a bunch of yards, or a guy who gets a bunch of touchdowns, because very rarely do you get all 3 of those in one wide receiver. But he does. He is a guy who does all of that. A bunch of catches, a bunch of yards, and a bunch of touchdowns.
Yeah, and to your point, for me, this is purely a financial thing.
Oh, of course.
That's what it is not. I think Davante Adams is bad at football. Davante Adams would be the 49ers' best wide receiver by a lot. And you're right. They do need to make an investment in the position. But here in $15 million, all right, cool.
Okay.
Or you said 2 for 20. If he's going to be that cheap, then yeah, sure. Go do it. I'm imagining he's going to get a sizable deal, not at the top of the market, but top 10, top 15-ish wide receiver money.
Be interesting because he's 32. I mean, the wide receiver money does dry up.
And he might just follow Aaron Rodgers. He might just wait out and go.
To
I
a
want
yurt
to play.
somewhere?
Yeah, I want to play with Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to wait for him to go to the Giants or whatever, and that's where I will sign to. Maybe that's the case. But if he's going to command the type of contract, I think he's going to command him out.
Okay.
You can get it for cheap though. Yes, absolutely.
Well, I just see those two like sitting in a yurt somewhere,
Just
wondering what
yurting it
happened to
up.
their careers. Why'd you leave me here? Like, I don't know, man. This is our path, bro.
Well, they're both going to get gold jackets. They're both going to be in Canton, so
That's right.
they can wear their gold jackets in their yurt together. All right. I'm Kyle. He's James. We'll have more basketball coming up for you. In the second hour, we'll dive back into the Kings win last night. And Jonas Valanciunas playing really well the last couple of nights. We'll discuss that as well. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders, hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Wow. Thanks, Mean Joe. Okay. Yeah, low-key. But if they're happy, salute. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oof. Oof. If you're Nico Harrison, you can't do this. Like, straight up, you just cannot. There's just no way. That'd be nuts. Yeah, dude, this is the name I keep coming back to, like the veteran name is Darius Slayton. I love this idea. Yeah, Darius. So what I think they're going to do is, I think they're going to sign a player like Darius Slayton, like in that kind of middle tier veteran receiver. You feel good about playing him, not necessarily a number one guy. And then they draft somebody, maybe day 2. Or they do what they do in 2020 and they trade back from their number 11 pick to get more draft capital and then move up from 43 back into the first round and draft a wide receiver again. Who's more influential than Nico Harrison? Good question. No, no, I don't think. Like they have 32 wins already. They're not going to be close to the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. Dallas would be the 7 seed comfortably in the East right now. That's nuts. So yeah, I mean, if they want to just, I don't know that they even have to tank though. They just don't have enough healthy good players. Damn, Tyler, that's tough. Yeah, I think I think they would love to get something like this done. Hey, do we still have both people on the line, Joe? Okay. Tell them we'll get to him here. Yeah, I think they'd love to get something done, but I also wouldn't begrudge Jennings if they try and kind of get him for a bargain if he wanted to test the free agent market. But I also thought the Diamador Lenore was going to do that, and he signed a really team-friendly deal, so who the hell knows? No. I think he's a really good number 2. I don't think he's a 1, though.
I just accidentally hung up on Mitch. I'm going to be completely honest.
Hell yeah.
It was an accident, Mitch.
Hey,
if you can hear me.
Dude, yes, that's so funny. I hope Mitch calls back. We love Mitch.
He's already calling back.
Great. They say he is. I'm actually writing about this today. They high-key need to draft another running back. Probably 1, which is all they need. You're good. You got 10 seconds. ESPN predicted Asante Samuel Jr., and I love that idea. Yeah. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil pushing the buttons. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Man, I just chugged the rest of my coffee. There was way more coffee in that mug than I thought there was. That's tough. But I had committed to the chug, so I just kind of had to let it rip.
Okay.
It's tough for me.
Well, that's why
Didn't go well.
you need your temperature of your coffee set at 135 degrees.
So I have that same mug. You were kind enough to get me that same mug in a really cool, my favorite color. It's like a dark red. I really love it. I need to figure out the workflow to be able to have that plugged in during the show, but then also not have it hinder me as I'm trying to exit. But now that we have Joe pushing buttons where I don't have to do a bunch of stuff on this side,
there it is.
I think that's going to be easier for me. And I didn't even think about it this morning when I went to go make my coffee.
You can even just charge it, and then it can sit. You don't have to have it on its charger the whole time. Like, it does charge.
Will it sit through the whole show?
Yeah, it would sit, if not the whole show, like really close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
I know.
All right. Very good.
The more you know.
Before we get to Zach's quick thoughts, as we get back into the Kings game last night, let's get to our guy Mitch in New Jersey. Skal Labissiere is not the former Kings big he wants in a Kings uniform. Mitch, go ahead and let us know, who would you like to see instead of Skal?
Well, how you doing, Kyle? James?
What's up, Mitch?
Joe's great. He hung up on me, so just give him 20 laps, all right? Just 20 laps around the studio.
No, we're giving him a raise for that.
James, I like that shirt. I guess I should get one for me. I'm the outsider, okay?
Perfect.
And we all know that anyway. Why couldn't we have got just signed Matu? I don't think Scal is any better. I think Chimizi Matu, and I screwed up again.
It's okay. You're cooking.
Matu. Got it.
Matu, thank you. I get it correct once in a while. And with the Mavs, I bet you they probably offered Kyrie Irving first before they did Luka. Come on, Luka's a few pounds, so Kyrie looks like an athlete. I think everywhere he goes, him and James Harden could write a book, How to Get Your Way, and within 2 years change everything. I think that Devontae Adams has taken a copy of, has read it, their book. And thank you for taking my call. Enjoy the show.
Thanks, Mitch. Chimezie Metu, thoughts?
Chimezie Metu. I don't know where Chimezie is right now. I don't know where he's playing right now. I'm gonna guess it's overseas somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was possible he was in. Oh man. I think it's possible he was with Fenerbahce.
Oh.
But I'll look and see where Chimezie is right now.
Yeah, we'll get him on the horn. See what's good.
Like for the Kings, like I don't I think the Kings could use like a rim running big. They don't have one.
Yeah.
Like that's what you see.
Scal.
Well, Scal. Okay. And even Scal really isn't that.
No.
Right. So if you're looking at like, again, the Kai Jones, Daniel Gafford, it's like they collect them in Dallas. Derek Favors. Derek Lively.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. They collect that type of player. The Kings, for whatever reason, have gone away from that style of big man because that's not what Alex Len was.
Right.
And it is what JaVale McGee was. He's one of the original rim running guys, right? He's like the dribble drive motion offense with George Karl. That's where you get players like that, where this comes from. The Kings just haven't gone that way. Like the Kings don't send a rim runner. They send guys to the corners to space the floor. And it's just a different concept. They don't usually have a guy running at the basket, which is different. So yeah, I don't know. Like Chimezie Metu ran his course here in Sacramento, and like
Chimezie Metu is not the difference between the Kings making or missing the playoffs. Let's keep it a stack.
No, unless you ask Chimezie, and I think that was part of the problem.
Oh,
yeah, he really did.
Loves him some Metu.
Some Chimezie Metu. Yeah,
all right. Very good.
Good dude, but yeah.
TC still there? Let's get to our guy TC on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What former Kings big would you like to see them re-sign? Go ahead, TC.
We're fine right now. I'm not looking really to sign anybody, bro. We just got to get our body together and continue to build this brotherhood with the team. Perfect. I don't think we bring nobody in. You keep it pushing what we got going on. Zach found himself. But as far as the Niners, Kyle and him, I'm being dead serious with this, bro. And I'm not even really big on, I was big on Aaron, but, he has his diva tendencies. But right now, if the Niners are trying to go hard, well, why don't you go get Aaron and Devontae on a player deal, 1-year options on both of them? If you're trying to go hard and go try to get a Super Bowl, sign both those deals. Brock, you take a back seat. Aaron and Devontae and go hard, in my opinion.
Wow.
I don't agree.
Let me just
I'm out. Aaron Rodgers is washed.
it's very possible that Aaron Rodgers during this offseason has invented a time machine and reversed his age by like 5 years and is a reasonable NFL quarterback again. But last season's Aaron Rodgers, it's possible he took a trip and he's younger now. I don't know. Maybe TC knows something I don't. But I don't have any interest in a quarterback that really just couldn't make all the throws last year at all.
Yeah, that's just it. Is Aaron Rodgers is one of the, I don't want to get into a huge argument about this, one of the 10 best quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah, 10, 15,
yeah,
something
whatever.
like that.
He is one of the best quarterbacks to ever put on pads in the NFL, right? But it just like so much of what he was really good at was like off-platform throws and getting outside the pocket and extending plays and just these like little things moving around in the pocket. And he just can't do that anymore.
Nope.
When he can sit back and let it rip, like he's going to be able to complete passes until he's 50.
Mm-hmm.
But I think his days as an effective quarterback. And here's the other thing. We talked about this a little bit the other day. I'm open to having any discussion. Like, let's talk about the Aaron Rodgers thing if you want. In reality, that's not what the Niners are doing.
No.
I
think I see the line of attack here by TC, because what he wants is for Aaron Rodgers to come in, to fail, to get Kyle Shanahan fired, and for the 49ers to move forward without Kyle Shanahan,
there you go.
Renowned Kyle Shanahan hater TC.
I think that's got to be it.
I think that's it.
Maybe there's people in the chatty house that disagree with me that think Aaron Rodgers is still awesome. Maybe.
And you think
that's not the risk I'd be willing to take.
Yeah, and what do you think Robert Saleh has to say about that? Just
good question.
Like wondering,
really good question.
Like, what do you think Robert Saleh would say about that idea? Who is now the defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers again?
But even if you think Aaron Rodgers has an MVP season in him, if that's like where you land, and I'm not saying anybody's saying that, but maybe I'm too low on him. Even if you think he's still got MVP caliber football left, the reality of the situation is, and if that's the case, let me back up. If we're using your time machine that you just talked about, and we go forward and we go, oh, Aaron Rodgers has got an MVP caliber season left in him. Like, okay, that would change the calculus on this. That would change the discussion for me. But I personally don't think he does. And in reality, that's not the route the 49ers have any intention of going. Everything they've said is that Brock Purdy is going to be their quarterback. They're not looking to replace Brock Purdy. They did a couple of years ago when Tom Brady, after his last season, they reached out to Tom Brady and said, and Kyle Shanahan has said this on the record, hey, are you still interested in playing football? And before doing that, they told Brock Purdy, who had a torn UCL at the time, and they had no idea how he'd recover or when he'd be ready. They said, hey, FYI, we're going to call Tom Brady because we're not sure about your elbow. But if he says no and your elbow's okay, you're the starter. Like, you're our guy, but we also are going to check in with Tom freaking Brady. Mm-hmm. I don't think they would do that to him again, where they go, hey, you're fine. You're going to get a contract extension, but you're also going to be the backup this year without an extension. And we're going to go get Aaron Rodgers, and he's going to play here for a year, and then we'll sign you to a contract. Like, that's just not the whole, like, Brock take a back seat thing. That's not how this works.
No, it's over and done now. Yeah.
But if you can guarantee me you're going to get MVP Aaron Rodgers, no.
Not a chance. 2 years removed from Achilles tear at age 42. Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, man, that's where I land.
Yeah.
And maybe it was just the Jets, and that's the reason he wasn't in peak form last year.
You might as well just go back to Tom Brady and say, hey, Tom, are you sure at age 47 that you don't want to come back and play? He'll be 48 during the season. Come on now. It's Tom Brady.
I'm so happy that's not part of my life anymore. I was so sick of talking about Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And the 49ers.
I
Do you know
totally
he grew
get
up a
you.
Niner fan? Yeah, no, we got it.
Yeah.
Wanted to come here in 2019. They said no because he looked washed and Jimmy Garoppolo looked awesome in 2019.
Well, that and
What are you going to do?
Tom Brady is just such a different beast that I don't think people like. There's no way to like put it into numbers, like, or there is. I mean, at age 43, he had 4,600 passing yards and 40 touchdowns. At age 44, he had 5,300 passing yards and 43 touchdowns with only 12 interceptions. At age 45, he had 4,694 yards passing and 25 touchdowns.
Good God.
He was still the best quarterback in the league. And one of the MVP seasons, he got an MVP stolen from him by Aaron Rodgers that had no business going to Aaron Rodgers. It should have gone to Tom Brady without any question. And like, that's who, like, Tom Brady at age 45, okay, he's still putting up just ridiculously silly numbers. That's not who Aaron Rodgers has been the last 3 years.
No.
So to expect him to just flip a switch and be great again, no.
His age 38 season 2021, he won the MVP. He was awesome. He was and I, removing the off-field stuff for a second, I am a big fan of Aaron Rodgers, the football player. I have been a fan of Aaron Rodgers, the football player. But the reality is that MVP season, he threw for 4,100 yards, 37 touchdowns. He led the league in touchdown rate. He led the league in interception rate. He only threw 4 interceptions in 531 attempts. He was outstanding. Led the league in passer rating, QBR. He was really good.
Brady that same year had 5,300 yards and 43 touchdowns. Led the league in passing attempts and passing completions.
Crazy. That's so crazy.
Yeah, he threw 12 picks, but 5,300 yards and 43 touchdowns, and he didn't win the MVP.
Then his final year in Green Bay, that's so nuts. But then Rodgers, the next year, the final year in Green Bay, he goes 3,700 yards, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. His touchdown rate plummets. His interception rate skyrockets. Then he tears his Achilles in his age 40 season. In his age 41 season, he was just okay again. 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 picks. He doesn't suck.
Yeah.
He's not like a terrible player, but he's not the level of player at this point of his career, I believe, that you're going to say, hey, our whole plan at quarterback, we think Brock Purdy is the guy. We think Brock Purdy is our franchise quarterback. We're going to pay him $50, $55, $60 million this offseason. That's what's going to happen. You're not going to put all of that on hold and potentially alter the course of your franchise for one season of this version of Aaron Rodgers.
Nope. Not even going to consider it. And if you did, like, good luck with that.
And if Aaron Rodgers goes to the New York Giants or wherever and is an MVP and carries the Giants to the playoffs, cool. I'll eat some crow. I'm way more comfortable banking on the fact that Aaron Rodgers is just kind of now than he just needs better weapons around him. That's where I land.
Yep.
Anyways.
I'm with you.
Thanks. That went on a lot longer than I thought it was going to do. Saquon Barkley signed a 2-year, $41.2 million extension. Running backs are so back.
Running backs are getting paid again?
And speaking of being back, your boy is back in Underdog Daily Fantasy because I've been on a losing streak. Little 4 out of 4 action last night for your boy with Underdog's Pick'em game. I got to get my read. Hang on. I don't have the disclaimer down just yet. And I need to read that disclaimer verbatim according to the little piece of paper they give me. But hey, Steph Curry, lower than 5.5 3-pointers made. This is how easy it is. You pick higher or lower on player stats, at least 2 of them, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. So I had Steph Curry lower than 5.5 3-pointers made. He only made 3. He made 2 in a row, like really early in the game. I was like, oh.
I thought that was a bold prediction from you.
Yeah, no.
Bold.
He's dang near 37 years old, and he's been cooking. He's going to be cold for a couple of games. So 3 3-pointers made. Malik Monk higher than 6.5 assists. He had 8. The Malik Monk higher on assists feels like a must-have for every single lineup I make.
I used to do the points and assists and with Malik.
Just every time. Yep. Rack them up. Kyrie Irving, lower than 29.5 points. Because I went lower, they did not remove him from my lineup when he got hurt. So that's a winner for me. And then LaMelo Ball, higher than 23.5 points, just snuck over with 25 points. I had takes on the NBA. I turned it into cash. You can do the same. Download the Underdog app today. Sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credit when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credit instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit Visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. All right, more Kings coming up next. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. You got the bubble? My man.
Adam Schefter. Let's see, what was this on Brandon Ayuk? With the financial situation the 49ers are in, they're open to listening on just about anybody. If there's a team out there that is willing to take on Brandon Ayuk's contract, I'm sure they would listen via the Pat McAfee show.
You know, it's almost like Adam Schefter's reading NinersWire.com.
Yeah.
We do this every offseason, dog. Every single one. The 49ers always say we are open to listening to offers on every player.
Mm-hmm.
They say that every offseason. If somebody wants to call and say, hey, if the Steelers call the 49ers and say, hey, here's a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk's gone. If the Steelers call and say, hey, here's a sixth-round pick for Brandon Ayuk, the Niners are like, no. If they can fleece somebody for a player, then they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
The Seahawks have released defensive tackle Roy Roberts-Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, and DeMont Jones. There's a lot of stuff happening in football.
Dang. $2 years, $41.2 million for Saquon, and that's probably going to be a bargain. The marriage of player and team there is just really, really good.
Of where?
Saquon with Philly.
Oh, yeah. God, he was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, Hart is playing at Golden One Center tonight.
Who is?
Hart.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but like a game-changing running back. Yeah, they might. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to get the offer they want for Brandon Ayuk, so he's not going anywhere. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, probably not.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Need to clarify something. We were talking at the break because Adam Schefter said on the Pat McAfee show that the 49ers would listen to offers on Brandon Ayuk if someone wants to take on his contract and all this stuff. And we're having the discussion about what that means. And I'd say we do this every offseason where the 49ers are open to dealing player X. It's like, yeah, for sure. Brandon Ayuk is not worth a lot right now. He's on now because of his injury, he's on a rough contract.
Yep.
His production before he got hurt was not trending the right way. And so my guess is when there's reports that like teams are making calls about Brandon Ayuk, they're going, hey, here's an opportunity to get a guy who last time he was fully healthy was an all-pro. And maybe we can get him for like a sixth. The 49ers are going, hey, if somebody wants to call and offer us the moon for him and someone wants to say, yeah, hey, here's a first, then they would take it.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody's going to call and offer that right now because the teams calling are trying to get him for nothing.
Yeah.
The 49ers are taking those calls going, yeah, if we can fleece you for a first, we will. I don't think those two things are ever going to line up. And ergo, I think Brandon Ayuk's going to be on the Niners roster in September.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that.
He's also hurt. Severely.
When is he back?
We don't know
we
yet.
don't even know yet,
We
right?
have no timeline.
They haven't had that surgery. I mean, that the test where they see the recovery of the knee.
They might have. There's just been nothing. We don't know yet. So that's what I'm saying. You're going to see all these reports. I think the Niners have a price in mind. I don't think anyone is going to come close to that price. That's all. Anyways. You want to get to 6 quick thoughts from last night?
Sure.
Okay. Let me hit the button.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, here they are. James Ham with his 6 quick thoughts on last night's blowout win for the Kings, 122-98. Your final, James Ham. Go ahead, number 1.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I didn't hear the ding. There it is. I can't quit on Keegan's potential. He had 18 points on 4 of 8 from 3. He had 5 boards. He had 3 assists. To me, he's developing in a different way. He's not developing at the pace that some of us would like. There are reasons for that. There's also, shared responsibility with everybody involved here. But he did that 18 points and 5 rebounds in just 25 minutes of action. Like, he is trending the right way out of nowhere. And he's shooting over 40% from 3 over, I don't know what this stretch is, but it's something like 10 or 11 games. And that's great.
I'm not saying anything. Not even going to. Nope. I'm not saying, because every time I get excited about Keegan, we get a 1 for 7 with 5 points night.
Ugh.
So I'm not excited.
It's not even the 1 for 7.
I hope he keeps doing this. But I'm not going to get excited yet.
It's the 3 for 7s that are frustrating. That's it's the 7 that matters. It's not the 1 or the 2 or the 5. It's the 7 that's always the problem. And we need to see those shot attempts get up much higher than they are right now.
Yep, no doubt. Number 2.
The combo of Zach LaVine and Jonas Valanciunas is really, really intriguing to me. I watch Jonas stand around the elbow and Zach LaVine just float around him until everyone got trapped in Jonas's web of screen. And then he just ran right around him and laid the ball up. And it's that's where Zach LaVine is at his best. And so there needs to be a pairing here between Domas and Zach LaVine once, Domas is healthy, but also this summer, they need to get on the court together and they need to work out a bunch of this stuff, because what I saw there was a conventional big man that LaVine is used to playing with, the style of player he's used to playing with, like Vucevic, and Zach using the screen the way that he likes to use a screen. And I thought it was a very, very stood out right away in the game. That's going to work. And so good stuff.
I have so many thoughts on that I'm going to save. Number 3.
DeMar DeRozan had a takeover moment. He ends up with 20 points on 8 of 15 shooting, but he decided he was just going to be the point guard and just bring the ball up. And I'm like, hey, look at that. He's just taking over. And then he just kept calling his own number.
Real quick.
Yep.
You said DeMar DeRozan did what?
He had a takeover moment.
No, I know. And then he did what? What did you say he did on the court?
He decided to be the point guard.
That's interesting. Go on.
All right. Now,
no, I just think it's interesting.
He called his own number every single time.
That's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, it's fine because when he gets in a specific groove, he doesn't miss. And it's okay, that worked. Oh, yeah, I don't know that was going to work, but that worked. He did a couple of spin moves. He got to the free throw line. You're like, oh. Okay.
Hey, that layup he missed might have been the coolest missed layup of the year. The full 360 and then just left it short. Oh, that was tough.
Yeah, it was hey, this is intriguing. I don't know that I want to go to this all the time,
Yeah.
But like for stretches when Monk is off the court
Mhm.
and Domantas Sabonis is off the court, okay.
Mhm.
I almost feel more comfortable with him in that situation than I do with Levine.
Sure.
And the way that I've looked at Levine is, man, if you can just get him in a scoring mode, forget the passing stuff. Like he'll get 2, 3, 4 assists in a game
Mhm.
just because he can get to certain spots on the floor and people are open. I just want him to be a pure scorer. When it comes to DeRozan, like he just has a way to get wherever he wants on the court, and you need that for certain moments of the game where you can just kind of maintain with a lesser group on the court.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, you can't. He helps you avoid stretches where you're scoreless for 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is how bad teams like that version of Dallas hang around. The thing that I really enjoy the most about watching DeMar DeRozan is he has like 3 spots, right?
Yeah.
And it's like he attacks those spots relentlessly until he gets a matchup he likes. And you see when he gets the matchup he likes because he'll go to it again and he'll get the switch he wants or whatever. And that person tries so hard. And you're like, baby, no.
And
this is tough.
And a lot of times they do a good job too. Except for
Yes.
they bite on the fake and they give him a little bump. He falls down. Oh.
Every time, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, get your hand out of there. You just keep vertical. He's gonna. You just gotta cross your fingers and hope he misses. But every time, the person goes, yeah, he's been doing this for more than a decade in the league. I'm gonna be the one that figures it out. Like, no, you're not. You're gonna foul him, and he's getting an and one.
I love it. I
That's
love
how
that
this
part
is
of
gonna
it.
go, dog.
Because you're like, oh, you did it. Like
oh no, oh you did a good job verticality. You got in his landing space every time.
Yeah.
Oh man, it is. I feel so bad for those guys.
It's like clockwork.
Yep.
And he's been really good from 3. I don't think he hit any last night, but and if he did, it was like 1 from the corner.
I feel like this is
0 for
super
2,
anecdotal
yeah.
because I didn't watch a ton of DeMar DeRozan on a nightly basis prior to this. Nah, never mind.
He's up to 35% from 3, and to be honest with you, it's at much higher volume than he's used to. I guess it's 3 a game, but over his last, I don't know, it feels like month, he's shooting the lights out from 3.
He's in 55 games. He's made 57 3-pointers. That is his 4th most made threes in a season ever.
Oh, wow.
89 was his peak in 2017-18. Then 75, that was last year actually. 64 in 2013-14, and this year he's up to 57.
That's crazy.
That's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Hitting a ton of threes.
No, I mean, he's adapted his game, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Valanciunas post 14, 9, and 3 in limited minutes. Man, having a true backup center is incredible. And I know someone in the chat earlier said that I didn't want Valanciunas on this team. Like that's crazy. To be honest with you, like I tried to explain that if you're gonna go and bring in a backup center when you have a center who plays 36 minutes a night, that there are bigger priorities than a backup center. But I've been complaining about the Kings not having a backup center for 3 years. Does anyone remember me talking about Mason Plumlee?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like,
I remember that actually vividly because I was watching after they didn't acquire Mason Plumlee. I was watching D'Lo and KC, and you were super unhappy about it. And I remember being like, why is this guy so upset about Mason freaking Plumlee?
Because they keep running guys out there who don't play any style that's remotely close to Domas.
Right.
And so
I believe your thing with Valanciunas was you're not going to give up a bunch of assets to get a guy who's going to play as little as he's likely going to play.
Well, yeah, that, and like if you're looking at your payroll and you're going to spend $10 million, the Kings realistically should have spent $10 million on a wing, not on a backup center that's going to play 12 to 15 minutes a night. Now, having Valanciunas is, I've said it the whole time, physicality. Nobody wants to go inside against Valanciunas. We know that because the Kings didn't want to go inside against him last year and went 0-6 against that team.
They sure did.
So, like, this is a player that, like, watching him and then actually interacting with him. Brennan said this on the podcast the other day.
Brennan
Nunes. We had this moment where we all talked to Valanciunas after a game We walked away, let him finish up in his locker, and we went and stood by the table in the middle of the room. Valanciunas came over and said goodnight to each one of us individually and dabbed us up. Like, he's a good dude, and he gets it, and he's there to be part of what's happening. And so, like, I don't have any problems with Valanciunas, but watching him on the court, like, he's just been a beast for the Kings. And that's exactly what you thought he would be, but he's been better. You know, when you have a player in your building and you get to watch him every night, you have a new appreciation for him.
It also, and we talked about this yesterday, but it insulated them from this.
Of course. Yeah.
Can you imagine if they had Alex Len and Trey Lyles playing center right now? That's tough.
I said this when they acquired him. Everyone's like, hey, you know, it's like, oh, he's not going to play that much. And I kept saying the same thing. But the fact is that Domas can get hurt. Like, the fact that Domas played, 82 games last year and 79 the year before, but he played one of those seasons with a broken bone in his thumb the entire season. He easily could have shut it down. The fact that you now have a reasonable center that can step in, that is better than probably half of the starting centers in the NBA, and you have him as your backup, is a great thing. Now, you can't play these guys together a ton, but, this is why you needed him.
Number 5? So 5?
Number 5. We had a scary moment. Kyrie went down, which of course ends up being catastrophic. Kyrie Irving, we now know, tore his ACL last night. That's exactly when the replay hit. It was like, oh no.
Yeah,
that was clear as day that it was either a massive hyperextension and he got lucky, or it was torn.
Yeah, you're crossing your fingers. But the way he went down too, the way it happened, and then the way he went down.
Yeah.
That wasn't a normal, like, oh, that just hurts a little. He knew.
Oh, yeah. He just laid there and was like, oh, man. Like, look, you can love Kyrie or hate Kyrie as, like, a basketball player or whatever, or his off-the-court antic stuff. But you don't want to ever see that. Like, being in the building when Kevin Durant popped his Achilles or when Rudy Gay popped his Achilles, it's the worst. And, like, watching a player who has worked so hard and then they're just, they're laying there on the ground and everyone in the building is quiet. It's just the worst.
Especially in the context of the 24-25 Mavericks.
Yeah. Well, and adding
break.
to that, Malik Monk dove for a ball and got hurt as well. I guess he got his foot stepped on. I'm not sure. I didn't get to see
reported.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the replay on it.
Peterman of the Sacramento Bee.
Yeah. He came back and 13 points, 8 assists. And then again, Jaden Hardy. So, like, it was a scary moment night, all within like a 5-minute window where a bunch of players went down injured. And that's not great.
Yeah, man. The Malik one, when he just started going to the locker room late in the first quarter.
Oh, yeah.
When a player just bounces like that, that is never good.
Yeah.
And luckily, it turned out to be okay. And yeah, definitely feel for the Mavs. They're cooked.
They are cooked, but because their front office made decisions that cook them.
Yep.
It's brutal.
Number 6.
We had a trade day. Trey Lyles had a really, really, really good game that I'm not sure people realize. He had 9 points. He had 9 rebounds. He had 6 assists. And, like, look, if you're going to lose Domas for any stretch of time, it can't just be all Valanciunas. You need different looks, and Trey can give you that. And I hope that this stretch of games here allows Trey to get back on track, because I think there's a possibility you're going to need him late in the season. And there's a possibility in the playoffs you could use him as well.
Yeah, man. He has been really ineffective this year.
Yeah.
Like,
the struggle is real.
To the point where he has been out of the rotation or had his minutes cut. So to see him in a spot where the Kings need him, to have him play 2 effective games in a row is a really, really good sign. Love to see that for him.
Yeah, me too.
We have a bonus one?
We do.
Quick thought? 7 quick thoughts?
Welcome back, Scal.
Oh.
Like, I mean, you never see this. A player who doesn't appear in an NBA game for 5 years gets a 10-day contract and makes a return. I just, like, super excited. He's one of the nicest human beings you're ever going to run into. His story is amazing. He's just a sweetheart of a guy. And for him to get back into the league, whether it's for 10 days or the rest of the season, or he finds himself somewhere else, he's only 28 years old. He's got plenty of basketball left in him. I'm really, really excited for Scal to see him. I did not know if he was active last night or not. He's hiding way on the end of the bench, but then he had his sweatbands on. He started, like, adjusting. I'm like, oh, is he coming in the game? Like, are you kidding me?
So Chris Biederman, who's on the road with the Kings right now for the Sacramento Bee, I texted him after you had said, hey, I don't know if Scal's in uniform or not, because this was third quarter when it was
out of control.
hand.
Yeah.
Mavs aren't coming back. They're not going to make this a 14-point game where it's interesting. I know this game's over. And so I texted Chris and I said, hey, can you see if Scal's in uniform? And he just was like, I can't tell. Scal checks into the game, and about 10 seconds later, I get a text that says, yes. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Peterman.
Yeah,
that's very
that's
Chris
really
Peterman
nice.
of you.
Little scoreboard watching, because now we got a bunch of teams that we're paying attention to for the Kings. Potential big night for Sacramento while they travel to Denver. The two big ones. Golden State is at the New York Knicks for the second night of a road back-to-back. Big chance to gain a half game on the number 6 seed Warriors. Houston, the other team we've been talking about, who's currently in the 5 seed, that is now close enough where you're going, is that Houston up there? I'm pretty sure it's Houston. They are on the second night of a road back-to-back in Indiana.
Indiana's playing really well.
Pacers look good.
34 and 25.
The Knicks might score 150 points tonight. They're going to score a lot. So Golden State at New York, Houston at Indiana, Minnesota is at home against the Sixers. I think the Timberwolves are favored by 14.5.
Oh my gosh!
It is so many points.
Is Maxey not playing?
That has to be the case. I haven't taken a deep dive into the injury report. But
that's wild. That
has to be the case. And then the Clippers are at Phoenix. Can we get the Suns to pull their heads out one time?
One time,
Suns.
Come on. That would be big.
It would. Oh my God, it'd be.
Yeah, the Kings could easily move into the 6th spot tonight without playing. Easily move into.
Is that right?
Yeah, they could be tied for the 6th spot with the Warriors if the Warriors.
And they
lose.
have the tiebreaker.
Yeah, they're up 2-1 at this point.
But if the Clippers win, wouldn't the Clippers go to 6 and the Kings go to 7?
Yeah, but if the Clippers and Warriors lose.
Yeah, then the Kings would be in the 6.
Yep.
Wow.
That's
wild.
Oh, and Steph Curry is questionable tonight with right ankle soreness.
Yeah, he rolled the heck out of it last night.
Kuminga is still out. Gary Payton is still out.
Gary Payton's out?
Yeah, Gary Payton is out with nasal bone contusion. He bruised his nose? Intriguing. Wow, that's it. That's an interesting call.
Alrighty.
All right.
The Knicks might score 160.
Philadelphia. Oh my gosh. Their entire roster's out tonight.
Okay.
Except Maxey's out. McCain's out.
Paul George?
Lowry's out. Paul George is questionable.
Okay.
Joel Embiid is out. Eric Gordon is out. Quentin Grimes is questionable. Justin Edwards, whoever that is questionable. Kelly Oubre is probable. Gershon Yabusele, of course, he's available.
Oh, okay, good.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That line, by the way, has now moved to 15.5, according to Bench. Really good chance for the Warriors and Rockets to lose tonight. Need the Suns to pull their heads out one time against the Clippers.
That's right.
It is in Phoenix, so maybe. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The handoff with, I believe, Damian Barling. He looks dashing today in his cardigan. That's coming up next. You're on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports. I'll be right back.
What's going on, everybody? I looked it up. Over his last 8 games, including last night's game, DeMar DeRozan is shooting 45.7% from 3 on 4.4 attempts per game. That's crazy. He's been really efficient. I don't know. What's up, dude? I'm all right. I'm all right. Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Jim. Let's see. What would the Kings' record have to be for Doug to get the job? I think they finished 46 and 26. Okay, so if they finish 46 and 26, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question you give them the job. Oh, sweet.
Kenny doing construction today or something?
I don't know what
Invest
he needs.
is wild.
Yeah, so it's a little different.
I did think it was a Caltrans worker like coming in behind.
As it when he was walking up the stairs, that's how
All I saw was like
oh, green vest.
The green vest, yeah. Steven Castaneda. Yes, I did watch Survivor. I'm not caught up on Severance. Survivor, though, I thought was really intriguing. You guys aren't Survivor guys, I know, but Joe, the firefighter from Sacramento, came across as like the hero of the entire first episode. Of course, that is Katie's husband.
Got to make sure everybody can see the beam.
Well, okay.
How's it going today, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Great.
Yeah?
Yeah. A+.
My man. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
I switched up the routine today and drank a couple of cups of coffee here.
Mm-hmm. Not the move?
Oh, it is the move.
Oh, it is the move.
Yo, I am
Very
wired.
good.
I've never done cocaine, but it probably feels like this.
I have not done cocaine either.
I'm not sure what's
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate you. It does. Look, it's very nice.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Kyle Madsen, James Ham, Joe Brazil, pressing buttons, and Damian Barling is here.
Joe doing a lot more than pressing buttons, man.
It's time now for the handoff.
Right.
Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D-Lo, Damian Barling.
I forgot that was the thing.
It's just kind of a bit now.
No, I got it.
Okay, fine. You know what? You're right. Joe does do a lot more than touch buttons. Let me redo this.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. Joe Brazil is pushing buttons and making sure the spots run correctly. He's recording the show. He's going to upload the podcast, and he's going to cut some video for us as well. Now it's time for the handoff with Damian Barling.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D-Lo, Damian Barling.
He's also eye candy. Like, look at that guy.
Look at him go.
He's a good-looking
Did
guy
you know
right
he
now.
dyed his hair
Just noticed
purple
he
for the Kings
shaved
last?
and everything.
Oh yeah, dude.
You look at him.
Collared shirt today.
Yeah, I dressed up nice today. I appreciate it. Thank
No,
you.
this is
Thank you.
great. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
You
Yeah,
look good.
yeah.
You look
The
good.
purple hair is gonna come back. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's purple hair for the playoffs.
Okay. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You want to? You
No.
gonna?
I meant
said
let's do it
black.
for Joe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not
Oh,
me.
okay. Oh, I
That's
got
not
excited
what I
for a
do. If
second.
I dye
Okay.
my hair purple,
Nope.
I might never come back.
No.
Could lose it all. Like, I don't think they have a hairline touch up that's in purple. We're just not gonna do that, man. We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I would worry it wouldn't come out of all the white hairs that I have
You know,
hiding
yeah.
at this point. Yeah.
I got-
Nope. Not
got a
having
few
it.
of those.
Am I wrong to be optimistic about the Kings right now?
No, I don't think any feeling about the Sacramento Kings is wrong. whether it's optimistic, whether it's skeptic, whether it's, I don't think there's certainly no reason to be down on them, but
skepticism is, I think, a better word. I've been saying pessimistic, but I think skeptic is a much better word. I'm leaning.
Pessimistic means you're leaning negative, right?
Yeah, it means like I am thumbs down.
Yeah. So,
whereas skeptic is more like I just gotta see it.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is certainly what you like. Last night's win was tough. That game I think was really, salute to the Kings, for getting the job done. This is not, this conversation is not our job. That game was about Dallas.
Yeah.
The Kyrie Irving, like I got emotional watching that video back this morning. We saw that injury live, and I was just like, I felt for him shooting those 2 free throws. I was like, I really hope that's not what it looked like. And it turned out that it is. And, he was having such a great season, but it's also like that team is physically done. That team is mentally done. Like, I can't imagine how they survive. Now, you have Phoenix that's in a different type of situation than Dallas. So that really might be what you're talking about. And I don't know if Portland is talented enough to pass both of those teams, but, Sacramento might have put the nail in the coffin of the Dallas Mavericks last night.
I agree.
So again, salute to Sacramento, and our job is to discuss the Kings, and that's certainly what we'll do. But that game was about Dallas and how their season might be over, and how they're looking at a complete franchise reboot here moving forward with this injury to Kyrie Irving and everything that's happened to them this year. But the Kings took advantage, and that's what James and I and Casey talked about yesterday. It's what Casey and I talked about on Sports Sunday with Brendan Benitez. It's, can you take advantage of these teams that might be struggling a little bit, that might be reeling a little bit? And that's exactly what they did last night. They're going to be playing some teams that aren't reeling and aren't struggling and are very, very good coming up here on the schedule. I'm not even sure that starts tomorrow, to be honest with you. I do think Denver is good, but I also think they have their own kind of thing that they're navigating. They might even have an identity crisis right now in terms of trying to make sense of that win streak that they went on and kind of putting that up against like good teams. They beat a lot of bad teams. Again, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
But it's still a question of like, how good is Denver? And so this is a big time matchup again for the Kings tomorrow, as it feels like all of them are going to be moving forward. But being skeptic, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Being optimistic, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you're taking a pessimistic view, I just don't think there's anything the Kings can do that you're going to like.
Yeah.
I mean, the team has won 4 in a row. I think they've won, is it 7 of 9?
Yeah, 7
maybe?
of 9.
Yeah, like that's a good clip. Like that's really good. I know the Warriors loss really sucked. I know the Pelicans loss was infuriating, but in the bird's eye view of it, it's 7-2 in the last 9.
Those are looking more like hiccups than trends. And that was
certainly the Warriors game.
It felt like a trend. Like, oh no, they're going the wrong way.
Well, the Pelicans game was frustrating because that's a bad basketball team. It's right before the All-Star break. You don't want your last, your last view of something is never as good or as bad as what you remember. And because it went negative for the Sacramento Kings, it was bad. We just felt that it was awful. But you follow that up with just that awful performance to Golden State. Like, if Steph had hit a 3 and you lose by 2 or 1, it's Steph. Like, that's life playing the Golden State Warriors.
Sure.
You got your ass kicked, and you got your ass kicked at home. Like Malik said it, we got punked on our home floor. That's what I think was the most difficult thing for Kings fans to digest, because it was like, oh, this Pelicans loss sucks. Zach LaVine shot well. We couldn't even get a win. Like, damn it. And then you manage to come out, you play what looks to be a really good Warriors team, and you just get killed. And it's like, well, I don't know what to do with any of this.
Yeah.
Called that starters only meeting or whatever we frame it as, and they haven't missed since. They appear to be playing, James, you tell me, a completely different style of basketball since that meeting.
Oh no, I totally agree.
Yep.
They're being much they're more willing to share the ball. I think it's okay to be like optimistic about what's happening right now, realistic about what the rest of the season looks like, and even pessimistic about what the future can be, moving forward with this group. At the end of the day, I try to be as realistic as possible for people, and some people take it as like negativity. At the same time, like, I'm not going to spoon feed you a bunch of, just crap. Like, there are like real life situations here with this team that don't function well, and that are going to be problems like moving forward.
Yeah.
Now we can live in the moment and be excited about what's happening, what's going on right now, which I think is what everyone should be.
That's where I'm
Like,
at.
you keep plugging away, you keep winning, and then you can be realistic about the strength of schedule and everything else. But strength of schedule doesn't always matter.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Yeah,
Like, that's why I
sometimes you
don't.
catch a team like Boston and they sit 2 guys, and you're like, okay, we got this. So,
Or you have a team that just maybe isn't playing well,
like Houston, Houston.
right? Like you have a team with a good record who is coming into the Golden One Center, but they're not playing well, so the game feels different. It measures different. I'm not going to be, because I felt like, and I don't even know why this was happening. We kept having this discussion. I think it was because they played Charlotte and Utah. Casey kept, would you rather be Charlotte? Would you rather be Utah? Like, I don't care. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with like right now. I think the Kings can make the playoffs this year. It might take a little maneuver, like next year and beyond in the future of this team. That can be a conversation for later. And like James, like you said, you could feel however you want to about that. I don't need to feel that way today.
No.
Like, the Sacramento Kings have won 4 straight. The conference is wide open. I thought 6 was completely unattainable for them. And now, just because the way that the conference is, it very much is attainable for them.
It's so funny because of the West. I was with you 2 weeks ago. It felt like, hey, forget the 6 seed. Can you make sure you're 10?
Oh, yeah.
Can you make sure to get to 10? And a 4-game winning streak later, we're like, I don't know why they can't get to 5.
Well, it's not just that, though.
Like, Houston's like, whoa.
It's not just that, though. It's not just the 4-game winning streak. It's that, Minnesota lost to Utah.
Right. That's
Golden State lost to Philadelphia. Like, you talk about strength of schedules. Those games, the Kings lose to the Pelicans. Like, those games happen. And that's why when you look at schedules and try to prognosticate and all these different things, it's like, there's no, we're exhausting ourselves with this mental exercise that there's no need to do. It's the same thing of trying to determine Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, their future with the game. I don't care. Can you get to 6? Great. If you get to 6, dear God, what a season this has been. Build a statue for Doug Christie. Hell, maybe even the front office stays. If Domas is really out for, well, okay, we don't have to get carried away. If Domas is out for, another week and some change, and they manage to continue to win games with Jonas Valanciunas, the front office deserves a lot of credit for that. That's a player Kings fans have desperately wanted now for a couple of years, and they wanted it more as a depth position to Domantas Sabonis when he's off the floor, like in game scenarios. Now he's off the floor, and you realize how impactful he can be. And I think the matchup tomorrow is going to be really interesting to watch. Valanciunas is a really big dude who I think can create different challenges for Nikola Jokic than Domantas Sabonis can.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Probably a lot of this.
Great.
Going to show a lot of love to Kyrie Irving. Trysta Krick at 2:00. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Cooper Flagg played his last game at Duke last night. We'll talk about that. Tournament's not that far away. Lots happening.
Excellent. Can't wait. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out today on the radio, everybody listening on the podcast at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. If you're not subscribed, please do so. If you're watching on YouTube right now, please subscribe. Hit the thumbs up. We would appreciate that a ton, and we'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Woo!
Thanks, Chatty House.
Thanks, guys.
Let's do it again tomorrow. Had a great time, guys.
Thanks, Joe. Is that?
Always live on the Odyssey app. We don't have no. Try again.
D-Lo.
Nope. The hotkeys are down. I'm not sure why those are down. Hang on 1 second. We gotta do it again. Hotkeys are up now.
Here we go.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, hey. One more time for the dub. That beam shining brighter than KC's best. Let's go.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
Season high, 4 games over 500. Let's let it ride.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them,
young Jill. Hey.
Let's go.
We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, March 4th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Can you explain your vest to everybody before the show starts?
Yeah, it's real simple. I paid a good $3 for this, and I'm gonna wear it.
You didn't catch episode 1 of Celtic City this morning? That's why?
Absolutely not.
Mm.
Did you?
I caught part of it, actually, yeah.
Trash.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, $3.
I mean, you're going short sleeve like it's springtime outside, like there's not clouds. You kept the dark glasses on.
It's a bold move.
He looks like because he's been trying to get on stage with Jodeci like all for like a month, and now that the show is like 3 weeks away, I feel like he's kicking it into.
KC got sick, and they may call me up to the big leagues.
I don't think that calls.
He got sick. They had to reschedule some the shows for this weekend, but the other ones are on as planned.
Okay.
So he may not be able to push it the way he was before he got sick.
Yeah.
That's why, I'll be there.
So that's why you're in here with the dark.
Yeah, baby. Whoa. Simple as that. You see, I got that. You know how I'm playing. But no, I spent $3 on this, and I'm gonna wear it.
It's fashion.
That's what it is.
You guys know about that.
Look, it would be silly.
That's what it is.
Like, look, Kyle, James, like they all acknowledged it the second you walked in. Chatty House popped for it. I was just like, okay, look, let's talk about it. I'm all for taking, bold,
be bold
moves on the fashion side.
You throw it on, man, and just
you went with
see what's going on.
I like it.
Yeah. It's we're in the studio. We're in the studio all damn day, so it don't matter what the weather. You'll see me in a cardigan in August.
Yeah, that's a true story. It does not matter what the temperature is outside because it's about 2:00 in here. It's gonna be freezing. We don't know why that happens.
I'm gonna have to get an insider's hoodie.
But every day it does.
from
from Megan.
Yeah, you're gonna need one at about 2. But when Trysta gets into that like second half of the conversation, you're gonna see Casey run out of here, run down to the prize closet, and come back with a
red Insiders hoodie.
Yeah, right.
Just trying to survive.
That's it, man. That's all we trying to do, and the Kings are doing just that as they win their 4th straight. Absolutely destroying the Dallas Mavericks. You know, there is an ugly part of this story, and that's, of course, the injury. That's Kyrie Irving. That sucks, man. We'll talk more in depthly about Kyrie Irving, but I was just telling the insiders, it is really hard to not feel like this isn't. I don't know how this could not be the end of the Dallas Mavericks season. I mean, the only thing that would prevent it is the fact that Phoenix might kill each other before winning enough games to catch Dallas, and Portland just might not be talented enough. But those 3 teams now are in a legitimate battle, hopefully for just the 10th seed, and the Sacramento Kings have removed themselves from that conversation. A dominant, I mean, it was a 10-point lead going into halftime. Kings were playing pretty well there in the first half, and then a dominant 34-16 third quarter just ended it.
Yeah.
Game was over.
Yeah,
game was over going into the fourth quarter.
Just absolutely.
As my prize picks lineup was.
Oh, I was keeping track.
I was 1-3 away.
Well, it was the same. So DeMar got his?
No, I would have won. I think I would have
3 or
won.
4.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that too because I was like, I needed one more bucket from Levine. I needed one more bucket from JV. And we got to the fourth quarter. They're not coming in. No.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I thought about yours with DeMar.
Yeah, it ain't going to happen.
DeMar ain't coming in no more either.
It ain't going to happen.
And then Exum hit a 3, and I was like, oh, let's go. One more.
Mm-hmm.
Did he hit another 3?
He needed one more.
Oh.
He only needed to hit 2. The man was like 1 for 7 from the field. That was like the one basket he hit. But he hit it in the third, like late. He either hit it late in the third. He might have hit it early in the fourth. Mm-hmm. And there was a certain
early in the fourth.
He ain't going to play much longer.
He had another look right after that.
He did, and he missed. It was like, I'm going to need him to get one more. Need him to get one more because the 4-play, I think, was what I say it was like $1,300.
Yeah.
But the 3-play would have still netted me like $260 on the $20 bet.
Who knew it was going to be a blowout? They only played
3 quarters. I didn't count on Kyrie Irving going out, and I didn't count on that game, going the way that it did. But you could take my prize picks lineup. The Kings walk away with a victory, man.
Absolutely, man. And like you said, that third quarter, they just bludgeoned the Mavs. I mean, they had the Mavs so frustrated. Spencer Dinwiddie was getting a technical foul on his own and one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He was so mad.
Yeah.
He actually got an and one opportunity and got a technical foul. I mean, it was business being handled against a team that was already shorthanded, but then they lose Kyrie, like you talk about.
And then they lost Hardy.
Yeah. There was a moment in that game,
and he's out for a couple of weeks, by the way.
Yeah, that was a bad roll.
I don't know that it said a couple of weeks. He's out for a while. Though.
Yeah, that was a bad rolled ankle.
Mm-hmm.
There was a moment probably around there when it just felt like bodies were flying everywhere. I said, let's just get this win and get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, Malik exited the game for a little bit.
Did they ever say what that was?
It happened when he dove on the floor. All I know, we were still here. You said in our meeting, hey, Malik just went to the locker room. And then I saw the alert came from the Kings that Malik is available to return. And then as we were leaving, you're like, yeah, Malik's back out there. He just hit a 3.
Yeah, hit 3. And he played well in that second half. He helped his gameplay helped in that third quarter, kind of create that separation. So we talked about this about 2 weeks ago. We weren't getting no easy wins, or like wide margin wins.
Yeah,
that's 3 in the last.
Now they've had a couple
5 games or something. Like that.
Now they've had a couple.
And Saturday wasn't that close. And it would end up being 10.
They fought. It was 10. I don't know how high. I know it was 16 early, but the Kings kind of gave that up pretty quickly, and it just kind of became a hold them off. That like the whole game was just trying to hold them off, and that's ultimately what they did.
With about 5 minutes left in that fourth quarter, the lead really fluctuated between like 15 and 8.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they get it to 8, then they'd hit a 3 to get it back to double digits. So, but I'm not saying it's the same level as what we saw yesterday, but being able to close out games that way is absolutely positive and a sign of being able to win in a number of different ways, like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what you want this team to be able to do. Last night was a little bit of everything. It was a mix of, at least for the Sacramento Kings, good fortune, great three-point shooting, 47% from three, and they protected the basketball. Single-digit turnovers.
I love that
for that group.
I love that.
Those are 47% from three, single-digit turnovers. Give me that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I'm with that, man. Taking care of the ball, and then like you mentioned, the 16 threes. That didn't even include. I was listening to Deuce and they were correct about this one. That didn't even include arguably your best 3-point shooter. Keon didn't hit any last night. You know, and he was
Keon didn't hit twos, threes, free throws, nothing.
Yeah. And you were still able to put up 16 threes and shoot 47%, man. So it was one of those games that you talked about after the Rockets game that everything really looked repeatable. It looked like something that you could do on a consistent basis. Nobody went crazy. Obviously, it was really 3/4 of gameplay, but everybody was just sharp. And Keegan Murray, who's been playing fantastic the last since the All-Star break, really.
Yeah.
He put up another top-notch game on both sides of the floor.
Yeah,
we'll talk. Great.
We'll talk a lot more about Kyrie Irving coming up here in just Kyrie Irving. We'll talk a lot more about Keegan Murray coming up here in just a couple of minutes. In addition to what Zach LaVine was able to do last night, in addition to what DeMar DeRozan was able to do last night, but more specifically, what this group of guys have been able to do for the last 4 or 5 games or so.
Starting to feel good about themselves. Obviously, you know, the competition or the opponents are who they are. But this is how you, in my opinion, this is how you're able to foster a winning environment, foster confidence in what you're trying to do. And James had a great point that he mentioned today, but he had mentioned a week ago. No disrespect to these teams because they're NBA teams, but you needed some gameplay under these guys. And with this schedule, once again, you could lose. They lost to the Pelicans, so I'm not trying to be cocky with it or nothing. But you had some glorified scrimmages going on against teams that were lesser than or that were struggling or, you know, had 14 wins, like you mentioned earlier. An opportunity to work through things in real time before you get into this stretch where you're going up against a bunch of playoff teams. So I think that's been beneficial for them as well.
How many times have we seen the Kings real quick just kind of fight for their lives in these games? Like they're kind of blowing these teams out, handling business like you should, I guess, as a good team.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll come back. We'll look at the schedule ahead because it's going to get more difficult for sure, but you can't control who you play. You can only control how you play against them. And the Kings will close out this 4-game road trip to which they've started 3-0 so far in Denver tomorrow. So we'll dive into that. We'll talk more, as I said, about Keegan Murray, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. How real is this? How sustainable is this? We'll talk about all of that. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick, 2 o'clock. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. You had something?
No, I was just going to say that there was just something that I saw last night, a difference in JV and Sabonis that really stuck out to me last night.
Talk about that as well. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You want some little bites, dog? Danielle did God's work today.
No little bites for me, man. It's been weeks. They're out of my system. It's been months. What y'all got going on in here? Yeah. Talk about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Well, theme of the day. Oh, it's all love, man. I love my granny cardigan sweaters. I ain't even mad. Don't don't hate that. I'll say this. I don't think they're worse. I'm going to start at. We're going to come back to that. It's a good one. Yeah, right? Huh? How about that? Scalabrine on the floor last night. Come on.
I appreciate our young bull Eaton doing his thing. I gotta ask the question because we see Eaton in here a lot. Are you paying attention in class, sir? Are you taking notes? Are you?
If it's senior year, he's not doing anything.
True. Senior year, were you there all day?
No.
When you were about 12 or so?
Yeah, and 2 of those hours was spent at the radio station. I was chilling my senior year.
I was there all day.
If I had done a junior, I could have graduated early, but like to do what?
Right.
I didn't need to do
graduated
all
in
that.
3 years.
Yeah,
For all the young ones out there, if you're working hard your senior year, you did it wrong.
Yeah, you
like
absolutely did
you
wrong.
absolutely screwed up your first 3 years.
You absolutely did it wrong.
Now that
Not yet, John. We're getting closer though. The turf guy was out today. Boy, that got me hyped. I didn't think that was going to get done for a while. Well, I think that's Kevin Hart's funniest joke when he told LeBron he's pulling raw butterscotch out of his pocket in that commercial. I like KC's vest. It's a good look. I like the color. My man looks
just something
good.
a little different. Yeah, I mean, just something a little different. I wear a lot of black.
I'm all about
still
it.
wearing black.
I'm all about it.
Something a little different.
Yeah, I heard that.
You see the
real?
video of Travis
Yeah.
and Gorilla, whatever they call it, after the match and all that?
They
were all dapping him up all happy. I think they told him to hit him or something like that.
Like who was?
Triple H was all happy and stuff like that. The Rock was dapping him up.
I mean, as long as it was the plan and Cody knew, hey, that's the price. That's the game. Like because if that's what happens,
he's gonna be involved going
I'm
forward.
sure they said, hey, don't make us lay the shit in. Like, don't make it look bad.
Right.
And Travis said, say less, and punched the shit out of him.
I do think I want to look at it again. I think it was an open hand.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so
he went up and like.
Well, they called him on one because there's one where he kept lifting Cody's face up and up and up, and Shelton's like, "No, put that back down."
Yeah. Surprised John wasn't calling spot. Travis, no, Travis, put Cody down.
Greatest one, Shinsuke, no.
They were directing my man in the ring. No, that's enough.
Travis,
Hey,
stop. Do you hear me, Travis? Put Cody down.
Look, I'm with Sage.
Bro, the pick
I'm enjoying Travis Scott. That's hilarious.
The pick of Cena and The Rock is perfect. Like Cena standing on Cody's face or whatever, and then just off to the right side of the picture is just Travis Scott leaning against the ropes. Like, what are you doing here?
You know what probably got him, because they say Travis Scott busted, because you could see Cody's black eye. You could, like, the whole side of his face. Yeah. Like when he got up and that blood started to dry off his face, before they went, like after the show ended and it started to, it was transitioning to the press conference and they just kept the camera on him. You could see the purple was starting to form. My guess, because you hear wrestlers talk about this all the time, the one thing that you can't do when you hit is cup your hand. People think if you cup your hand, it'll hit softer, where if you cup your hand, that's how you pop an eardrum. And by all indications, I think that's what Meltzer reported. So that's what people are kind of running with. I'm assuming, Meltzer's got that right. He's got a pretty good line to Cody. So
yeah,
there's probably
that's tough, man. That is tough because that was a smack.
Yeah, he knocked the hell out of him. We'll talk about this with Jason.
Because he got hurt, but
no, he knocked the absolute hell out of him. I'm like, look, the only way this should end is with Cody beating the crap out of Travis Scott.
Travis Scott does not need a match day one, though. I'll say that.
No, he doesn't need a match at all. He just needs a receipt.
He needs a receipt, and it's
Cody.
Be like,
you know what Cody should do is get that belt that The Rock had, and get one swift shot.
The one that he smeared the blood on.
Yeah. Just get one swift shot at Travis.
Well, that's like they're gonna have to tell Travis like they told Michael B. Jordan in Creed 1. It was like, I forgot what was going on, but it was one of the boxing scenes, and they said, "Hey, you got to take this. Like he's gonna hit you," and it was a real boxer. It was I forget, Bellevue. And he's like, "Hey, the only way this is gonna work is he's gonna hit you. So
Mm-hmm.
you gotta take it. And he did. They're gonna have to tell that with Travis. They'll be like, hey, Travis,
Mm-hmm.
Cody about to hit you for real. Like you just gotta
Just take it, dog.
you gotta take
You just
it.
got to
Man.
take the shot. It's just the game. It's the game. I gotta throw this on the screen.
Yeah,
here.
you see that?
Yeah. I just got to throw this on the screen here real quick. Shout out to Warren or Dr. David. I don't know how Dr. David pulled this one so fast, but they're asking who wore it better. They're asking who wore it better. The Godfather. That's crazy. Hey, just real quick.
Choo choo.
No, can you hit us with a whole train real quick?
I forgot what he would say. He would say,
Come get on the
whole train. Choo, choo.
Man. That is wild that
No,
Dr.
look,
David was able to pull that one.
The
so
other one he
fast.
used to crack me up with is he go, now you can fight me, knowing I'm gonna beat your ass. Or you can fall back and get one of I ain't gonna say the rest.
One of these fine young ladies of the night. And then like Big Boss Man will go, I don't want one of them. I want all of them. This used to be on. This is television. This is what we grew up watching.
This was before Warzone. This was like at 8:20.
Yeah, yeah.
They hung Boss Man from the Hell in a Cell.
Yeah. At WrestleMania.
And raised it. Yes, and raised it.
Yeah. And then he just showed up the next night. Just on Raw. Just back.
You gotta love it.
Attitude Era sucks.
Did you ever see what happened on that where they're hanging Boss Man? Because remember Edge and Christian came down because they were with like the Taker's crew.
Yeah.
And they hang Big Show, and Big Show's there hanging, in the middle of freaking WrestleMania, and Edge and Christian are supposed to be pulled back up to the rafters.
They're stuck, right?
Yeah, Edge gets stuck.
Scared
and he's
for his
just
life,
like
yeah.
Edge is just there like flailing. Like it's funny. It's not because of what happened, a year later or whatever it was with
that
Owen.
was before Owen.
Yeah, of course it was before. There's no chance they would do that after. Yeah, he's like, go back and watch it. He's just like he's just flailing.
I do remember
40
that.
feet in the air.
I vaguely remember that.
I tried to go back and watch Raw yesterday. I couldn't do it. I watched
the
Punk,
Punk interview. The Punk promo was fire.
The rest was fast forwarded.
So we got Kings won last night. We got Punk, Rollins
and Roman.
Steel Cage next week. MSG.
Roman's
coming back.
Yeah, that's not gonna. That one.
Roman's got to come
Roman's
back.
definitely gonna be in the Garden.
Roman's got to come back. Go Kane and rip the door off of the hinges and spear both of them.
I think that has a chance to be a classic.
I also
Mania.
think that might explain why we didn't get The Rock. We didn't get Dwayne or The Rock or whoever or John last night. Throw him in at the Garden.
Yeah. The Garden's gonna be a borderline.
Garden.
PLE.
Yeah, it's gonna be special next week.
I wonder what they're gonna do with Solo and Fatu. That's where I go. I always got my eye towards the bloodline. I wonder what they're gonna do with that.
They'll have to run it at WrestleMania, no?
Yeah, that makes sense. Those two running it,
LA Knight,
Fatu taking over.
LA Knight beat Jacob, I think, or whatever. So he's the new number 1 contender for whatever he does.
What?
Wait, say that again.
LA Knight, I think he had a triple threat. So like he's the new number 1 contender for the U.S. title, I think.
LA Knight beat.
It was a triple threat. Yes, he beat Jacob and Carmelo Hayes, I think his name is.
Oh yeah, Carmelo.
Dude, just accept it. LA Knight is here. Like he's just here. Accept it.
He's still kind of over.
He is.
He's still kind of over.
I'm never gonna accept it. I'll wear Kenny's vest every day before I accept that. LA Knight is not real, but are the Sacramento Kings. Is what we're seeing from the Sacramento Kings real? Because there's no one that can script the Kings to be good like they can sorry ass LA Knight.
Well,
but
why is LA?
He's
Knight
not
considered
good.
sorry?
Let's stop this. This has gone on too long.
Well, shouldn't that show
He's
you
just
that
in
he's
the
actually
mid-card, though.
good if it's going
He's not
going on
good.
2 years?
He's just really been a mid-card guy like the last 2 years.
Yeah, you just said he beat Jacob.
Yeah, but it's because we got bigger plans for
Yeah,
Jacob.
that was kind of crazy. He could, if it was a triple threat, he could have pinned Carmelo.
He did pin Carmelo.
Oh, okay.
Jacob went in for the pin and then pulled his legs.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
That works.
All right. Classic Triple H shenanigans or triple threat shenanigans. I'm fine with that.
To your question, though,
is what we're seeing from Sacramento real?
I believe it is. I think this is a solid team, a good team that's getting better with time together, time on the court, time with their coach, and they're gaining confidence with each passing game. I think it is real. Now, what's real is also, it's all subjective, right? Like, I'm not saying they're a title contender, but I do think they're a good team. I think they're a team that legit can be in that 6th seed. I think they are a team that can get out of the play-in, can finish 7 or 8, get out of the play-in. And depending on who they get, like, I think they could push somebody in that first round. I think they could. I'm anxious to see the OKC matchup coming up in a couple weeks because I want to see how they match up with them now with this new group.
Do we think Houston's not going to plummet? Are they?
They're
No.
not.
I don't think so.
They're
I look
where they're
for it.
supposed to be, I think.
I look for it on Saturday after their game, and their march is so easy. Their march is filled with like this Thunder game might have been the toughest one. It's filled with Pelicans, Magic, Wizards, Hornets. Like that's why I don't think they'll fall apart. When they get in that first round, I hate to be like Windhorse, but they might be the mark. They might be who people are lining up to play against. But they're not going to fall because their schedule's just too easy.
They're a year too early. We'll watch them probably lose in the first round to maybe Denver.
Well,
maybe
hold on a
round
second. They were a year early last year.
Well, they were only 41-41 last year, though. No.
Yeah, that was way better, I think, than people expected.
I'm talking
or maybe not way better, but a little better, I think, than people expected.
Yeah, a little better. They still they finished like 7 games out of the 10 though.
Is that how far it was? Jesus Christ.
Really? What I mean too is like they still like once you lose in the playoffs this year, like now you reassess and see, all right, where do we need to add a star maybe or make a trade here and stuff like that.
Yeah, 41-41, 5 games back from Golden State.
They went on a crazy run at the end of the season too.
Right. Better. Okay. We're not below-ing JC in Houston, so the question doesn't even need to be how real is Houston, but
my boy Reed Shepherd played last night, played really well.
33-28 for the Golden State Warriors, 32-28 for the Los Angeles Clippers, 32-28 for the Sacramento Kings, 33-29 for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think the discussion may end there, but the 10th seed is the Dallas Mavericks at 32-30, and then Phoenix is 3.5 games back from Dallas. Portland is 4 games back from Dallas. I don't know how Dallas survives what's happening to them. They looked broken last night, and the Kyrie Irving injury just on a day that season ticket renewal notice went out, on a day that articles were written about that season ticket renewal and the 8% increase. You lose Kyrie Irving, and you got to imagine you're losing him for the bulk of next year.
Yeah.
Like you're done.
I was asked the question by my wife and son that he's going to come back. When is he going to come back? And I said, I think he's going to come back because he's not going to end it like this. But he's had a lot of injuries. And
you mean come back and play basketball again? Oh, Kyrie gonna play basketball.
He's gonna play, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to even think like, all right, we kind of seen the end of Kyrie.
Oh, I don't think so.
He's what is he? 32?
2?
32. Like you mentioned, probably gonna be out all of next year or majority of next year. So now we're gonna see a 34-year-old Kyrie, and he's gonna come back because he's a competitor. He loves basketball, and he don't want to go out like that. But, like, what do we see from a 34-year-old Kyrie who's had a busted kneecap and now an ACL? I think they're 2 different legs that it happened on. But
it's actually worse than that. Kyrie's birthday is March 23rd. He's going to turn 33. So he'll probably be out when he turns 34.
Yeah. Like I said, he'll come back. I believe he's not going out like that. He'll play again. But now, like this is what we're talking about with him, though. Like,
so for
he's
me,
late in the game.
Yeah, I hear you. Dallas, Dallas has to be terrible next year, right? Like, they can't possibly be good. I forgot Anthony Davis is there.
He is. And
I completely forgot he was there.
Well, you saw the other what Shams had to say.
I didn't.
He said probably there's a real possibility you saw his only game.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And he's out. And then you got to figure out, all right, is this a guy that you have moving forward? Like, you got him on a contract, but how much can you rely on him because of his injury history? That sucks for them, man.
Yeah, it's tough. It sucks for Dallas. It sucks for Nico. It sucks for AD. It's bad for everyone involved. But I gotta imagine Kyrie Irving doesn't play a single game next year, and I think he'd be really good when he returned in the year that he was going to turn 35. I think he'd be very good. Just at that point, you got to pray no other injuries happen. I mean, he had played 50 of the Dallas's 62 games. That sucks, man.
That does,
I told him I was emotional watching that video back this morning. I felt horrible for him.
That was.
And I didn't notice when we were watching it, the tears streaming down his face.
I saw on your stories. I didn't notice that either, man. That was heartbreaking, man. I'm a big Kyrie Irving fan as a basketball player. I'm a big fan of his. I feel like he's grown as a man in recent years.
Yeah,
and that was tough to see. That's one of my favorite players of all time to watch him play, man. And to see him in that moment. No, you talk about it all the time. These guys know. He knew that wasn't just a sprain.
Yeah, when he I just hate the initial. You see it. It's almost before the pain sets in. He steps on Valanciunas' foot. The second leg hits. Valanciunas' feet were taking Mavericks out left and right last night. He grabs his knee, which surprised me because at first I thought it was his ankle. Grabs his knee, and he's not yelling. He's not in pain. He grabs his knee, and he has that. He has that, like, damn it, look on his face, and then that's when, like, he rolls over and he just kind of, like, almost in that fetal position, holding his knee, and then to go out there and shoot those free throws, man, that's tough.
That was tough to see, man. And wish him a speedy recovery. And like I said, I'm. Hear me when I say I know he ain't going out like this. He will come back, but just, two catastrophic knee injuries. And you go into your 34th or, close to your 35th year.
Yeah.
Trying to play, that's going to be tough. I was trying to look at the contract situation, 24, 25. What is this?
One more.
So next year is the final year of his contract.
Yeah.
So the year that we think he's going to come back, he'll be a free agent.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. Let's get that boy Young Zell in here. Zell, what's happening, baby?
What's up with the guys, man?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, chilling. As you say, campaigning and maintaining,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was calling in, man. I know I called on the SAP. I just tuned in. So, prayers up to Kyrie, man. Hell of a player. One of the greats already. But on another note, I was calling because, hey, D-Lo, man, I was with you. I was feeling the same way. Like, man, yeah, it's probably time to go ahead and retire. It's like the Bean song, man. It was fun to laugh. The Kings took offense to it. They ain't lost it. You said it.
Yeah.
Hey, they must have heard that. They said, no, we want to keep hearing that thing. Them boys just turning up, man. I got to give a shout out to the team, man. Shout out to Doug Christie, man. Really pulling these boys together. And I was just on another note real quick. I just want to say, man, I think I might be jumping the gun. I know I'm probably jumping the gun. I'm excited.
Okay.
Excuse my excitement, but I think we're getting close to removing that interim tag because I'm like, Doug, he's done a lot through not just he had the 7-game winning streak, but I think it says something when the whole team is in shambles. You got Fox, doing whatever and then getting traded. You're trading your star player, then you have other players getting it. Like he had to keep them together. It was easy for them just to fall off the ropes. And now he got us right there close to the 6th seed. Man, that to me, that's showing he's a true leader at what he does. And I can only imagine what he'll do with a full training camp with this team. But much love to y'all boys, man. Keep doing y'all thing.
Appreciate you, Zell.
Yes, sir.
My
Appreciate
dog.
you, Zell. Light the Beam ain't going nowhere.
Oh, sir.
It ain't going nowhere. I mean, the remix could hit. I mean, I don't know. Like if you really feeling,
waiting for the remix.
I mean, if you really get, because I still got the text. Like I could pull it up. I could pull the DeMar DeRozan text up that you sent me, but like it's cool. I ain't gonna do that. It's been a dicey year, Zell. I get it.
I think I agree with Zell. Like I think like Doug can coach. This team was in the dumps, and now, like he said, they're a half game out of the 6th seed. But what if even after all this, they don't make the playoffs?
Well, go ahead.
I think record is important because the conference is a mess. Like the Kings could win, 15-5. I mean, everybody be thrilled if they win 15-5 over the next 20 games. No, well, so could Golden State. You know what I mean? Like a couple of like there are other teams that could do similar things. It's tough. So I would try to isolate Doug's record and then see how the play-in goes. Doug's record over the course of it'll be 50 games that he coaches, 52 games. I think Mike was fired at like the
31, I think it was.
Okay.
13 and 18.
Okay.
I think they were.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So I would put a lot on Doug's record, but I do want to see how if they're in the play-in, how that plays out. But I'd put a lot on Doug's record over 52 games rather than isolating it to the one or
agree.
two.
I could have been a little bit of prisoner of the moment and seeing what was going on, but I thought this is your head coach. Probably 3, 4, 5 games into that first 7-game winning streak. And one of the reasons I thought about that is just number one, I believe in Doug Christie. I think he is head coach quality. Number two, I just remember the vitriol from the coaches around the league and the people around the league. And I looked at it like, all right, you fired Doug Christie. What kind of coach you think you're getting? Because people were talking crazy about that.
That's funny. They're going to talk crazy until they're offered a job.
Very true. Very true. But that was my thought. Like, they may have backed themselves in the corner because of firing Mike Brown and, to some people's eyes, the way it went down, where Doug Christie wants it. He's probably going to be like, I'm just throwing out, not saying this guy, but like if you try to go get a George Karl, he's going to tax you because of everything that goes on. Doug Christie's going to be cheaper than that. So all things considered, I thought it was going to be his job for a long time. It's like, yeah, this is his job when you put all the components together. That's before we're here 29 games later, and he's 19-10, and he's been able to navigate through all the tough waters. To me, it's a no-brainer. It is. I'd be shocked, playoffs or not. I'd be shocked if he wasn't the full-time head coach. I'd be stunned.
Okay, so there's that.
Go ahead and run it. I saw you start. Yeah, from our man Rel.
I don't see how you make Doug the coach unless you plan on continuing Monty and Wes. He says, I think Doug can coach, but I don't believe in Monty. That's a problem. That's kind of where I'm at with it, too. I believe in Doug Christie. I think he's the one who's kind of turned this team around, got them going. I don't know how much I believe in this front office now, even with all the trades that they made and all that. Given the Mike Brown stuff, it's still a circus. Trading your franchise player was still a circus. Like, you're part of that. It's just, I think if you do bring back Doug Christie, though, you're probably going to have to bring those guys back.
Let me ask you guys a question, though. I was thinking about this earlier. I'm talking about the front office. Can they do anything to save their job? Because it feels like, talking to you guys and everybody else.
It's low-key happening right now, to be honest.
They kind of killed this. Like, getting Levine, getting JV, getting Laravia. I think they were they were pushing heavy for Keon to play. But while Mike Brown was here,
Can I ask you a honest question? If you don't want to answer honestly, you don't have to. You can lie to me.
I'm a lie.
Well, you said yesterday on KSFM's first time I've told the truth. So, do you think the front office wanted Zach LaVine, or do you think Vivek Ranadive wanted Zach LaVine?
Definitely think Vivek wanted Zach LaVine, but
who? Okay, you're right. Who was the driving force behind acquiring Zach LaVine?
I would even probably guess Vivek Ranadive.
Okay,
but looking at Monty McNair, I'll just stay with him. Zach LaVine kind of seems like a Monty McNair player. Like, is he
how so?
Offense, shooting from 3 levels, being able to shoot the ball. These are the guys that he's tried to bring in the whole time. That was
that Mike Bishop complained about.
Yeah. So
what did you say about Mike Brown yesterday?
Yeah, you want me to say it, I'll say it, bro. You know, like, give me the green light, I'll say it right now.
Go ahead. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
I don't know if I'll let Mike coach my church league team. It was jokes, but that's what I texted. It was jokes.
Well, the text came through and it was like, well,
some other things were said after that.
Well, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna divulge that just yet. Not yet.
We'll save that for the off season.
Why you guys do that to me? Always making me say stuff.
No, there's nothing wrong with what you said. There's nothing wrong with that.
There isn't. I mean, it's
Point
looking
being-
like he didn't have a pulse on this particular team.
Point being, let's talk for a minute though, because if Vivek was the driving force behind Zach LaVine, now I'm rewriting history a little bit because I think we provided great context to this in the moment. But when Luke was fired and they were working to get something done with Alvin Gentry and Doug's name was floated out there. Oh, everyone, this is ridiculous. This is Vivek Ranadive meddling again. And we were very clear with what that was. It was a negotiation tactic. If Alvin doesn't want this job, we have someone we'll give it to. Whatever true reality was behind that, I'm not sure. Obviously, there's no hard feelings between the Kings, Vivek, and Alvin Gentry because Alvin's still here.
Right.
But it was, Vivek meddling, doing this, doing that again, trying to get Doug Christie in there. How's that working? Now, at the same time, don't get me wrong. I think Vivek is at fault for some of what's going on here. But you look at the front office, there's the thing I just can't get, the thing that will hang over my head the most when evaluating the front office future is it seems clear now, very, very 8K clear, which you can't even see. They sell these stupid TVs, you can't even see 8K. You didn't want Mike Brown. And you kind of re-signed him with a gun to your head from De'Aaron Fox. And then at some point, you just pushed the gun away and said, you're both out of here. And I guess maybe you deserve credit for that. But why did you sign him? If you didn't want him here, why did you sign him?
Well,
and last thing, sorry.
Yeah.
If you were pushed to re-sign him by someone else, then you don't matter anyways.
I got some thoughts about that.
Kenny's retort next. You're on ESPN 1320. Are we going? Commercial? There we go. That's all right. That's good. I got to see what Danielle put out there.
Oh, she did her thing. She did her thing.
Well, I heard Jonathan is the orderer now.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
Well, let me do a little mini 13th round. I don't know if Jesse's listening, but we'll do a mini 13th round real quick because I did want to express something because I got to talk about some other stuff starting tomorrow. They're talking about the New York Athletic Commission is reviewing the game, the film of the fight or whatever. I don't know what you got to review. Like it's all right there. But reviewing the film of the fight, saying there was issues, technological issues during the fight, which kept them from making a ruling on the knee that was taken. And they're reviewing it and they might overturn the decision or whatever. I don't think you can do that at all. That's not fair. The mistake was made by the referee in the moment. He made the mistake. But you can't go and overturn that decision simply because, in my opinion, if it was ruled correctly in the moment, like it might have changed how Tank fought, might have changed how Lamont Roach fought. There's too many variables involved that you can't replay. So you can't just say it should have been a knockdown. We're going to change it, and then that makes him the winner. If anything, if you want to do anything, it has to be a no contest. But you can't award Roach the fight saying that should have been a knockdown and then like rescoring that round or something like that. I think that just wouldn't be right. That would be even more unjust than what actually happened in the fight, which was wrong in itself. But yeah, if they do that, there's no way you can do that. Because like I said, if it's correctly ruled a knockdown, maybe Tank steps on the gas and knocks him out, because he's got to catch up on the cards. Or maybe Lamont Roach is even more defensive in the last couple of rounds because he feels like he has that 10-8 round. So there's too many variables involved. You can't overturn that decision because of that. That would be ridiculous.
Jake Gayden does the whitest stuff.
What's he doing? Jumping off a cruise ship or something?
He's Jake. Like I don't even know how to. What is it? Watch Jake. Like look. They're taking like. It looks like they're taking shots off a ski or something. Oh boy. Shout out to that boy Jake Gayden.
Big upside guy Jake.
Hey, make sure you're following at King KC _916.
You got it.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Easy. At King KC _916. It was that quick.
I always thought IMK redacted would have worked.
Wow.
I don't know. That's funny. I thought you should have taken ownership of the name. Like it's yours now. But not all of us are built for that. Not all of not all of us can be fighters. It's all right. World would have been fine without the Fred Hamptons and the Huey P. Newtons, and none of us are built like that.
Yeah, I ain't fighting for him.
Well, no, I'm saying to fight to take the name back.
Oh, they could have the name.
Make sure you're following at D-Lo and KC at Kevin Wake Up Call. You can see the new cooking comedy of Kevin and Kenny, Sky River Casino. This week they went out with our boy Leezy. Did some work in the kitchen.
Shout out to my girl Candy. She was the head chef there that oversaw everything. Didn't really direct us because it was a challenge. She couldn't do that, but she oversaw, made sure we didn't burn the house down.
It was so funny. Kenny was telling the story to me in Complex last night. He was like, yeah, it just came out awful. Like Kevin's was good, mine was bad. And I kept thinking, you had a chef. Like, how did it come out bad? Well, that explains it. You were just told, hey, do what you can, bro. Figure it out.
She was there. She was like, all right, now put this in here, put the salt in there, whatever. But it was never like
so
this.
To be clear, when it was told to me what you were doing, it wasn't that. It wasn't that you were just going to be given some ingredients, an industrial kitchen, and told to go cook them. I thought they were going to be, all right, here's what you do, KC. Here's what you do, Kev. Man. Let's get this stuff together. Let's see what we could do.
Yeah, I mean, they had everything there for us. Like, they had the portions there or whatever. They would just, okay, put this in now, put this in there. So it wasn't like we were completely blind, but yeah. And then on top of that, it was like, hey, you guys got about an hour.
Well, yeah, that's
better figure this out now.
That's the other thing. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Yeah, because no, we've got to open the restaurant, jackass. Get your stupid little biscuits and gravy or whatever it was cooked, and we can get out of here.
Kevin's was great, and then the ones they made that they're like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Those were bomb. And I'm not even crazy about biscuits and gravy, but theirs was bomb. Bomb.
Okay.
I'll go back to get that biscuits and gravy.
Where was the biscuits and gravy served at? It was at the Dragon Bowl?
That's where we cooked. I think
Okay.
the biscuits and gravy is served in the breakfast shop.
Oh, they got a
in
breakfast spot. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
I think that's where it's made
We're
out.
never there for breakfast. So I always
24 hours.
I always
Yeah, 24 hours. I'm gonna slide in there one of these 3 a.m.s. Just go get
I
breakfast.
don't believe it. I'm not gonna do that.
Well,
but
you'd be out till 3 a.m. nowadays.
I do. Your boy be outside. Oh, happy birthday to my dog. Io.
Hey, happy birthday, IO.
That's my man. He's not listening.
Go Blue.
Guarantee. Okay. Okay.
What else could he be doing but listening?
Working, influencing state legislature. He has a job that matters.
Yeah. Hey, get Gavin Newsom to change his mind. Keep these state workers at home. What are we doing here?
Yeah, they really. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
That's a game changer at the.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta
man.
find school, daycare.
Man.
We're gonna pick up the kids. It's shifting a lot.
Odyssey Daycare coming soon.
Need to. Well, I ain't gonna say because I don't know, but yeah, little baby floating around here. I don't think it's a secret because she's like, look.
Who? Malia's pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
Word? Hey, Malia! I had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't either. I went to go get the little bites, and she was like, I liked her shirt. I was like, oh, let's see with the plaid shirt. She's like, yeah, dressing for 2 now. I said, what? What? Oh, girl, get over here.
I'm thinking that I started running through all the women in this office. I was like, there's no way Megan's pregnant again. There's no way. She cannot pop out kids at this rate. Then I started thinking, well, it's not that one. So I'm just running through names like, ooh, all right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Jesse, Ryan can sit right there.
That's fine. Yeah, she can help cut podcasts.
Well,
she could help.
Hey, you're gonna come to the studio. You're gonna work.
Hey, I just got an email from our girl Kelly. She said, "Hi, D'Lo and KC." But what's funny to me is it's hi D'Lo D-L-O. Not everybody includes the dash. Shout out to her.
Yeah.
And KC K-A-C-I-E.
What?
Oh no, that's
K-A-C-I-E.
You need to go correct that right now, brother.
What we doing, man?
She really went the long route and
what we
just
doing?
going like she. I think she believes KC is his first name.
And that's crazy because usually you would just do like C-A-S-E-Y, like Casey. She said
okay.
K-A-C-I.
Who spells Casey like that?
Kelly, obviously. Maybe she knows.
That's why.
Maybe she knows a Casey.
But what's funny is, does she not know that Casey is your initials?
Maybe
And
not.
Casey Caraway.
Maybe not. Casey.
Does she know your name is Kenny?
The email says Kenny Caraway.
I wonder.
To get in contact with me, you have to put in Kenny Caraway.
No, I don't know that that's true, and I'm about to check.
Definitely ain't K-A-C-I-E.
Well, hold on.
Just pull up the name tag.
If I go to KC. Oh no, you're right. It doesn't work. You have to. Well, if I
email myself every day.
If I just type K, well, there's Kenny, Katie, and Kyle right there. Well, yeah, I have no explanation for that one. That one is wild.
Yeah.
That one is wild.
I'd like to know what you think Kenny's name is, and two, why you spell it like that.
Oh man, maybe she'd come back on the show and Cooper can come on too.
Nope.
Almost had the dumb bun.
No, man, we are not having.
Shout out Cooper.
We are not having. We are not having Kelly's kids on this show again. You want a daycare in this studio? It'll be the Ike Turner daycare. You do not want that.
Joe
Jackson.
They were on the show. Dave shot me a look. I was like, oh, yes, it's not going well.
Be the Joe Jackson daycare.
The Joe Jackson honorary daycare here.
I'll be sitting up here with a belt in my hand like Dwayne and Travis. Like, go ahead. Yeah, I'm about to treat you like Cody Rhodes.
Oh man.
This place is funny, man.
It is.
This place. Well,
but the whole moral of the story is Io.
Happy birthday, Io. Congratulations.
Yeah, talk to your boy, man.
No.
Yeah, we gotta chill with all that.
State workers back to foot.
But you know what was gonna happen? They didn't build all these buildings. They ain't gonna let them be empty.
What? So like, is it so the stay-at-home thing just became a? We can. I mean, we've shown we can work from home. Why go back to the office? That's pretty much what it's been, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And at the very least, you got telework. Like she's got to go in 5 days out of the month, so it just ends up being 1 week, and that's fair enough. Hey. Personally, I like the balance. Like I wouldn't want to be at home every day. Like I like the balance of going into the office every now and then. Sometimes like I wish it was like down like 3 days in, 2 days out, something like that. But the whole stay at home all day, I don't like that. But
see, that's not the move. The move is the 4-day work weeks where you're working 4 10s. You get that extra day off. That's what we need.
No, what we need is just how about just 4 days, 6? We don't need 10.
Well, yeah.
Like why we got to kill ourselves to get extra?
That's the thing. If you want to pay me like whatever for these 4 days, that's fine. But I'm willing to work a couple extra hours for this day off. I got a buddy who's got Monday off. He lives.
I work 10 hours, 5 days a week.
How about just treat us like we're humans?
See, we're past that.
We don't have to do 10 hours. We don't have to work 5 days. 4 days regular
work. Because
work.
Whatever jackass negotiated the collective bargaining agreement to start the work life really screwed us over because apparently this was some sort of lifetime CBA we signed.
Oh, would you think it was CJ McCollum? Is that who?
No. No, this got more NFL vibes than it does NBA vibes.
Who signed this?
This is Jeff Saturday out here. Like, yeah, go ahead.
There's 500 people who didn't sign it. Now we're stuck with it.
Yeah. Jeff Saturday didn't run it past any of the player representatives. Just like, no, sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract.
Good knowledge. Good Tyson knowledge from you, right?
Well, you've said it 40 times on this show.
Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract. I'm excited in your blood, punk.
I don't know, man. I might get fade into Bolivian. You know what I mean?
He did too. We ain't seen him since Jake Paul.
This is David, like David said, lifetime CBA, no renegotiation.
Oh man.
We just stuck.
Yeah, and in Europe, don't they get a nap? And don't they work 4 hours?
I don't know
4
what
days.
they get in Europe.
I think they get 4 days and they get a nap.
I don't know what
they get like a nap break.
Yeah, they do get a nap. That's crazy.
And they call it a siesta.
Trump gonna have us arrested for not working 12 hours a day any minute.
This guy. Shout out Robert De Niro.
Always. I don't even know why, but always shout out Robert De Niro.
Yeah, right. He let his feelings be known at the Oscars.
He's got a show on Netflix too right now.
He does. Yeah. Oh, that's a show?
Yeah, it's a limited series show.
Okay.
I kind of been watching. It's all right. It's not bad.
Episode 5. I'm at episode 5.
Paradise? I finished the season this morning.
Whoa.
Hey.
Is 7 like that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know when I'm gonna get there.
We ain't gotta say no more.
Yeah.
Like I'm already like season 2 is set up perfect. I'm excited. Like Paradise is one of them ones.
I'm gonna be. I don't know when I'm gonna get there.
Oh, you have to. This is for work.
I'm trying.
This is for work. I know you work 1 million hours and stuff. I get it. Trust me. I know. But you got to figure it out.
It's not that. It's I can't watch it alone.
Oh no, I get that. Yeah, no. I told
be
Crystal,
like that.
I told Crystal on Thursday, "Do you want to watch this with me?" And instantly, I made a mistake. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through this in time. But we finished it this morning.
It's like that. I mean, might just get to the point where they say, "I don't watch nothing with you." She's already watched Paradise. Yeah. I even hey, you want to watch this? No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I'm cool.
Oh. Okay.
I still can't watch Blackish if I want to, though, for whatever reason.
Well, just don't tell her.
I'm not gonna do that.
Now she ain't even gonna be able to watch the show no more. She got to take her ass back to work. Jazz ain't gonna know. Jazz ain't gonna know anything that's going on anymore. She back at the office, fielding phone calls.
Io, talk to your mans. Come on now.
What's funny is Io's probably like, I'll push that bill through. y'all be these hoes be sitting around doing nothing.
Hey.
Meanwhile, Io's working 12 hours a day. He's like, I'll push that bill. If I gotta work, everybody gotta work.
Look, man, they got these pretty buildings that they building out there. They did not build that for people to stay at home. I believe that years ago. I said, oh, maybe this will be the future. Maybe we'll just stay at home. Then I saw them cranes in the sky. Shout out Salon. said, "Oh no."
Well, it's the future at Odyssey because
Never
you
mind.
come in any Monday, Friday, ain't nobody here.
That's right.
This is a
They can get
3-day
on
work week
Odyssey
here.
schedule.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Monday and Friday.
Yeah, Monday and Friday, they're not here.
Yeah.
Like, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Lights be off over here.
Yeah. If one of us don't have to go to the bathroom, the whole building shuts down. Because the building powers
don't
down.
Let one of the bosses be gone.
Oh man. The funny thing is, Big Boss here every day.
Every day.
Every single day.
Big up Storm. Big up Storm. See him cooking. You were talking about the front office before we went to break. And there was a couple things I wanted to ask you guys. So I'll start off with first. If they make the play, as much as people think they created all this mess and all this other stuff, they make the playoffs. How do you fire them?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't know if you do.
What is?
I don't know if you. So that's the other thing. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to fire the front office.
Can I make a crazy argument or just throw something out? I'll just ask. Do you think they've done more good than bad?
No.
Well, okay.
I think they have.
Hold on. Let's go. Jim Halpert, regional manager here. Instead of a pros and cons list, we'll make a good bad list.
I remember good bad.
No,
Yeah,
you don't.
no.
You absolutely don't. So this is weird because Herder was good and Herder was bad.
That's in the.
So Herder was both. Okay, bad. Devin Carter.
Oh, that's bad.
Bad. Mike Brown? Question mark.
Yes, that was horrible.
Mike Brown. Okay.
It's the whole way that went down.
What you
good?
mean? Well, hold on. What you mean?
Bringing him back, giving him a contract
Bringing him
extension in
back.
the first place.
Bringing him back,
and then
but getting him here is also good.
Okay, so now we're at the point where we got Herder good, Herder bad. Mike Brown good, Mike Brown bad.
That's the thing. We're doing a pros and cons list. Can I just make it simple?
It's a good and bad list.
Well, good and bad list. Excuse me. Monty's been here 5 years. This is his 5th year. Excuse me. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times has he made the playoffs?
One time.
It's more bad than good. That's what it comes down to.
So what would we? So the Davion Mitchell pick bad.
Bad. I'll put that in bad.
Mitchell bad. Okay. So the Sabonis Halliburton trade good. No.
Good.
Okay. We're sure.
Sure.
Positive.
All
right. JV.
Good.
It's good. Malik.
Good.
Twice. You get Malik twice.
Yeah, put his name on there twice.
I did. I put Malik times 2.
Malik times
Fox
2.
trade, good or bad?
I'm gonna say good. I got to pick 2 right now.
So
right now, so I'll say good.
Okay, so then the Fox trade means Levine, so Levine can't go on here a second time.
Yeah, that's just
Fox
that's
trade means Levine.
Yeah. DeRozan.
Good.
Good.
Okay.
Drafting Halliburton. Good.
Well, okay. Wait a second. That ties into the Domas trade, no?
Yeah, but you had no, they're 2 different things.
All
you
right.
drafted Halliburton, but then you had to make a good trade.
All right, the Halliburton trade. All right, or Halliburton draft. Sorry, Halliburton draft. All right.
Sasha bad.
Sasha's bad. Might have been Mike Brown's fault. That's fine. So Sasha's bad. Okay.
Keon good.
Keon good. All right. Well, the goods are stacking up here.
I think they've done more good than bad.
Trey Lyles, indifferent.
Yeah. No need to.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, Trey Lyles was hooping last night, though.
Trey Lyles was untradeable in the Kenny Caraway pantheon.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. I can't say it's good or bad, but I like Trey Lyles. But it's indifferent.
You know, everyone on the team in uniform played yesterday except Jay Crowder. Is Jay dead?
Good. Jay Crowder. Good.
No. So the list of goods is longer than the list of bads.
Keegan's a good too. They get credit for Keegan.
Okay.
If we're gonna give him a bad for Devin Carter, they get a good.
Okay. You get a good for Keegan. It's too much hypothetical in what I was about to say. Okay.
I think they've done more good than bad. That doesn't necessarily mean that you because to Jesse's point too, though, like one playoff appearance and
that's what matters. Like,
yeah, that
brought in player X, cool, but you're not bringing in results.
So okay, but they make the playoffs this year.
It's 2 out of 5 seasons. I'll give you another year if you want, but I'm not gonna say they've done more good than bad.
Well, they definitely.
So let me ask. Let me
definitely done more good than bad.
Let me ask a question. So right now, this is what we see the list as. Of course, this is a team that's won 4 straight, feeling good about where they're at right now. Do you think DeRozan remains a good signing this offseason?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think Domantas Sabonis, which both is a trade and a signing, do you think Sabonis remains a good move this offseason?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, the list for good is a lot longer than the list bad.
And then like the bad is also the what people think about the bad is also a little hypothetical and like pie in the sky, right? They're like, oh, you're bad because you didn't go get Siakam. Like who?
Well, so
you know
that's
mean?
why I said there's too many hypotheticals in did they make a mistake by not using Keegan Murray to go acquire? There's too much hypothetical. There's no way that works because there's so much money that goes along with Pascal Siakam. And if that would have been your move, that would have been it. And if you feel like the Pacers have had a nice turnaround this year, they're still a little shorter than what I expected them to be. And I don't know how they get better than that. Like, I don't know how, like, I don't think the Knicks are title contenders. I know you do. I don't know how they jumped the Knicks, though.
Yeah.
I don't think they're better than the Bucks or the Celtics. And now you got Cleveland. So you've made your move. Now you can make smaller moves to try to bolster that roster a little bit. Point in all of that is that's the position you would have been in if you had went and got Pascal Siakam for Keegan Murray, because you would have had to have paid that money. That's the only way that the deal goes through. And that's the reason I think the deal ultimately didn't happen. I think it probably had less to do with Keegan Murray and more to do with the fact I don't think the Kings wanted to pay that contract that Siakam was demanding. And I'm confident when those two groups met in Sacramento, when Toronto was here, they knew that the Indiana Pacers would pay him that contract. And it's Pascal's agent's job to know that. And the second Sacramento comes at anything less than what Indiana was telling them, can't help you. I'm out. I don't really blame Monty and Wes and whoever for walking away from that. Yeah. I don't think I would have wanted to pay Pascal Siakam that money for that long. Because, again, that would have been it. You would have been married to that.
Yeah.
And now it looks even weirder knowing that you ultimately moved on from Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess the front office stays.
I think
the most important thing that they can do moving forward is making sure that Doug Christie is this team's head coach. Because I don't see a situation where anything happens over the course of we're at 32-28. Math is bad. That's 60 games into the season. We're 22 games away from the end of this season. There is nothing in my mind that's going to happen over the course of the next 22 games that doesn't say Doug Christie deserves to be this team's head coach for the foreseeable future.
Like, I feel like in that 22 games, I could be wrong. I'm knocking on granite or whatever this is, but
not granite. Like, I'm confident
marble.
in that.
I don't know.
This isn't marble or granite. This is just generic radio countertop.
But I feel like 22 games, 11-11, maybe 9-13. That still puts you.
That's not. Yeah, that still puts that does not
like,
lose his
6
job.
games over 500 during his tenure.
Yeah.
So,
what's Doug's record now?
19-10. 19-10. So if they went 9-13, I think the math is right there with 22. That still puts him 6 games over 500 for his tenure. With everything that's going on. Yeah, he's got to come back.
I mean, if Doug hasn't played 500 basketball coached 500 basketball for this length of period at all. But what do we say, 22? So if we hypothetically played that out, it is amazing how I have to do math.
It's probably normal.
30-21 as the Sacramento Kings head coach. You look at the teams that are 9 games over 500.
Top 6, huh? Maybe
you're in the
5.
top 5. Yeah, because the Warriors right now, the Warriors, the Kings are 4 games over. Excuse me, that's a season high. The Warriors are 5. They're 5 games over 500. That's the 6th spot right now. You move up to the East, and you're looking at about the same thing. I just talked about the Pacers. The Pacers are 34-25. That's 10 games over 500. They're the 5th seed. But just realize Bucks have the same record. Bucks are, I said 34-25. That's 9 games over 500. Bucks, same thing. 9 games over 500. They're the 4th seed. That's what Doug Christie would have been through his time as the Sacramento Kings head coach.
I think you definitely got to bring back Doug Christie, and I thought that the draft situation for me was the nail in the coffin for this front office.
It's bad.
I think they are tracking towards saving their job.
Is their job saved if they don't make the playoffs?
I think so. Like if you get 7 or 8, 7 and 8.
Where's the results at?
Hold on a second. If you get 7 and 8, that means you lost 2 playing games.
That's tough.
Like there's no standard for those guys. Then they're just here willy nilly with no results.
That's tough. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Like that's all it comes down to, too. To be frank, it's all about wins or losses. Like if Monty and Wes or whoever is not bringing them, then like what are we doing?
It feels like in that scenario that Jesse's presenting, the front office dug a hole, jumped in it, threw the dirt on themselves, and managed not to die. And we're giving them credit for that. In that specific scenario that he just presented, you said 7 and 8. That's a lot.
But look, they didn't make Mike Brown not play the guy that they drafted.
You hired the
guy.
You
signed him.
Yes,
you re-signed
him
when
back.
It's clear you didn't want to.
You brought him back. You didn't want to bring him back, and then you brought him back because your franchise player like wanted him or whatever. It blew up in your face, and now they're both gone. Like that's on you. That's result. You call the shots.
That's so the thing about the Mike Brown that I wanted to say when you said it earlier. I wonder what the distinction was. Was it, I'm not here to say we don't want you or, we're going to let you go, but we don't want to give you an extension right now. And Mike Brown had a lot of leverage in that situation and said, all right, you don't give me an extension, I won't play or I won't coach or something like that. And you're the Kings. Like you try and work through that PR wise and trying to navigate getting a new coach. How's that going to work out for you? Kind of got their hand forced. Now you could easily say you don't have to do anything. Like if he's doing that to you, then don't sign him and you take your chance with Doug Christie for folks. You could do that. But once again, I don't know if realistically that's how you would have
the thing that we regularly leave out of this is De'Aaron wanted Mike here. Other guys didn't. Other prominent guys didn't. Not just the one that you hear about all of the times, but ones that names haven't really been brought up. They did not want Mike back here. Yep. Ones that you might be surprised in.
Oh.
I mean, how do you reconcile that to them? Because if you're telling De'Aaron, all right, De'Aaron, I'm going to do this for you, that means you're telling Domas, sorry, dog. Or players of such ilk like Domas.
And even in that situation, maybe they outright haven't expressed to you, if you're the front office, I don't want him here. But they're, whether talking to their boys or talking to you, like, man, I'm cool off him. Like, if you keep him, whatever. But I don't really rock with that guy. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not telling you.
At least one of them was more definitive than that. At least one.
That's true. That's true. That's facts.
One who caught a cold.
Earl
back.
Sweatshirt would say facts.
Well,
facts.
Shout out Earl. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about this conference. We'll talk about what's happening tonight, and then let's talk about Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, DeMar DeRozan, the way those guys have been playing the last handful of games. Trysta Krick, the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
How long are we going to let Monty and West get off of this one, too? Like, that's great they made the playoffs and broke the drought. Like, the world still moves forward.
I still think they're in the process. I'll get off the fence. I probably would bring them back just because I want to establish a little bit more continuity in this organization. So I probably would bring him back, but I think they've pushed some things in the right direction on the fly, which isn't always good. Ask Dallas. You know what I mean? Dallas had to do some things. Well, they didn't have to. It was their own doing, but they did some things on the fly, and it hasn't worked out. So I give them credit for that. Well, like you said, they probably dug the hole to a certain degree, but they've found a way to save the season with their moves.
I'm not a Kings fan. I've never said I was, but like if you're cool off of the one playoff appearance every 10 years, that's fine, I guess.
Oh, Sydney, never forget. Hashtag never forget. KC, young and hip, man. I'm old and cozy, dog. I love that. I love the Avatar pick, though. I love the Avatar pick.
Don't let him fool you, man. Don't let him fool you, man. My man be rocking the colors too. He be getting funky with it. Don't let him talk to you like that. Don't let him
like a monkey.
Don't let him fool you, man. My boy be. He be letting them know that he here.
TCG was obviously over exaggerating. Like they haven't even made the playoffs this year. Like let's see what they do. My whole point is that they haven't brought in results.
Jesse, does how much does, because I know it does matter somewhat, but how much does continuity matter to you?
We're in year 5. Like that matters, but like we've already done continuity. This is year 5. You've been here already. You're not. This is not your first or your second year.
Well, and
it's not year 3 either. Like this is year 5.
They were able to take this disaster of a franchise, and
if you can make the playoffs this year, that's 2 out of 5. That's not great, but that's something. And like I can buy into bringing them back with Doug or whatever, because frankly, I don't think bringing Doug back and hiring a new front office is functional at all. So like that's whatever. But if they don't make the playoffs this year, then that's 1 out of 5.
Do you think it's more of a mess if they keep him or if they move on?
You're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because like I believe in Doug, but like 1 out of 5, like I don't know how you justify bringing back the front office.
I think if you keep or if you move on from the front office, all of this shit is just papers in the air. Like it's a mess. I'm not saying it's not a mess right now.
The mess that they created, though, like that's just the thing. Like
no, ain't nobody created at that point. Like it's just yeah.
Your boy got a little greedy. Like TC, hang on, man. We're gonna get to you in just a second. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Your boy got greedy last night. I played a 4-demon lineup and was
I like that though.
I was 1 Dante Exum 3 from it paying off about 260. I did figure DeMar was only going to have to play 3 quarters, but this was a lineup that a $20 play would have played $1,200. Keegan came through. Valanciunas came through. Dante had my heart racing. I knew time was ticking, but it didn't pay out for your boy over at Prize Picks.
It's tough, man. I got a refund yesterday.
Oh,
because I had Malik Monk assists.
Okay.
I had Keegan Murray threes. They went crazy.
Yep.
I had Zach LaVine, and he only played 3 quarters, so he didn't make it. I had JV. He only played 3 quarters, so he didn't make it. But I had Kyrie. So that's a good thing about Prize Picks, though. Kyrie got hurt. Obviously, there's a certain time period, but I think it's, the first half of play. If somebody goes down then, and it affects whether or not you win or lose, they refund you your money. Just no harm, no foul. And that's what happened last night. So I'm starting a new lineup again tonight. Steph Curry's going to be in the Garden. I've got my eyes on that one. De'Aaron Fox, he's going to be in Brooklyn. I got my eye on that one as well because I think he's, after he hit the game winner
23 and a half.
Yeah, he hit the game winner the other night, man. He's going to be trying to, play good basketball going into Friday.
Bro hasn't scored 23 and a plus. He in the last 5 games.
Well, I didn't say more or less. I just said that was. I said I got my eye on.
Less.
So NBA action is going crazy, man. I got my eye on all these games. I'm gonna set the lineup very soon. You want to get your own lineup in? Hey, man, download the Prize Picks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup, man.
You know what they need?
What's that?
They need a way to select demons. Because I can't lie. If I search, that doesn't work. I want to see all the demons.
Oh, you just want all demons?
Yeah, because that
was a good call.
When you see that payoff number, it's like, woo!
Yeah.
If I'm gonna lose, I might as well lose big.
That was a good call by you. I'm gonna have to make that play at some point too.
I don't see any. There's no way to do that easily.
Yeah, you just gotta kind of cipher through.
Look around. Emmanuel quickly 24 and a half. I don't think I'm gonna do that one.
Who they playing?
Orlando. He scored 24 the last time they played Orlando, which was 2 days ago.
Scotty Barnes is at 18 and a half.
Scotty Barnes?
Yeah, he's at 18 and a half. Oh, well,
I can't believe
you can't. All right, so this is what I think goes down on the Prize Picks, right? If they have an arrow, you can get to it.
Yep, I see it. Yep.
So you create the demon. Paolo, his demon is 29 and a half.
Some of these look crazy though. I don't think I could do this. Like they got a Moses Moody demon. They don't even have a demon. They just got the goblin.
They got multiple because they got Paolo at 29 and a half points, and then you hit the arrow again. They got another demon at 31 and a half. Obviously, they're probably higher odds, but yeah, they let you play whatever demons you want. But like I said, you set your own lineup, put the promo code KIFM in, and you get $50 instantly, whether you win or lose on your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. PrizePicks.com is where you go for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
This demon lineup is addicting, man.
Yeah, I think that's the move for me tonight.
This demon lineup is addicting.
Scotty Barnes, 24 and a half demon.
They got they got Paul George at Minnesota for 25 and a half. Maybe a better demon. They got Julius Randle at 24 and a half against Philadelphia.
Oh, I got one for you.
Okay.
Steph Curry, 29 and a half in the Garden.
Oh, give me that.
I think so too.
Give me that.
I think so too.
Where's Steph? Hold up. I'm gonna get come on, De'Aaron. I'm putting on.
Oh, how about Pods? His demon is 17 and a half. Now with the demons, you have to go more.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, so you can't choose less.
Let's see that play will get me. Oh man, that don't hit at all like last night's did. I got a 3 demon lineup. Torian Prince for 11 and a half, Julius Randle for 24 and a half, Steph for 29 and a half. That only plays 410. That's if I hit all 3. I probably need a 4th.
Yeah, you need a 4th.
I'll look over it more later.
Our guy Troy, he's on the line. He said he got a strategy when it comes to the demons.
Troy, what you got for us?
Yeah, buddy. I'm telling y'all, you know the arrows that go back and forth, left and right. If you tap on that, that's gonna increase the demon on you. You feel me? That's what hit. Get them greenies, boy.
I got you. Yeah, I peeped that, and they got multiple demons on there. So like I said, Paolo had 2.
Yeah, Paolo had 2.
He had 2 different. So one demon was 29 and a half. You hit it again, the demon goes to 31 and a half. You could pick either one.
And that means the payout will be bigger. Oh, my stomach just turned a little bit. Let's get TC in here. I got to walk away. See, I got all excited yesterday on the phone or during the show and started picking these demons to try to pay out big. Let's get TC in here. TC, what's going on, brother?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, before we get started, Kenny, you a wild boy, man.
What'd I do?
Man, with that lime green vest.
Oh, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm styling and profiling. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's got to be more than just black and blue. You know what I mean? You gotta live it up a little bit.
I like that, bro. I like that. Hey, and also D-Lo, look, check it out. Jesse too, though. That's what I was saying about backing up off of Monty and because I felt it when he made the trade with the moves they was making. I think that we get on Monty for not making the move when we want him to make the move, right? When he always said, we want to be flexible. We want to, stress asset. I know it's with Monty, he going to wait to the last minute to get somebody, bro, but he'll do it. So to me, as far as saving their jobs, I got to see how it's shaking out, but it's trending that way, bro, for them to save it because they working their butts off, bro, with the JV and all the moves that they make is Zach's finding themselves, bro. Like, we looking daily, Doug, 19 and 10. Like, they have to make moves, bro. And when they made it, you got to give them credit for that, dog. And they stood on it, and it's working. So, like I said, I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to back up off Monty.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Right. Good for you.
I asked Jesse, and Jesse, you can answer now, too. You can answer as well, Dame. What do you think would bring more chaos to this organization? Keeping them around or firing them?
Firing them brings more chaos.
Yeah,
it absolutely brings more chaos.
And if you're keeping Doug too, like that's not going to be a good situation.
And some people are okay with that, but I just asked Jesse, like,
are you bringing
how high on the totem pole do you?
Okay, how long of a leash do they have then? Are we bringing back Doug, giving him a 4-year contract, and it's like, all right, front office is tied to him now? Are we going to bring back Doug, give him a contract? Team's not looking so hot. Time to move
the
on
contract
from the
might untie Doug from the front office.
Because they're not on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
If they make the playoffs this year, like I'm willing to give the front office another shot if an contract extension does not tie Doug to the front office. I 1,000% believe like Doug can coach. I think that's honestly been the turnaround this year and like the catalyst to it. But I mean, if you got to bring the front office back after, if they make the playoffs, sure. But if they don't, like I said, that's 1 out of 5. I don't know about that.
I feel you on that, and they definitely ain't getting no contract extension.
Not them. I'm talking.
You
Doug.
just keeping your job.
Yeah.
Be happy with that. Don't talk to me about no extension.
If you make the playoffs, then you bring them back with Doug because that saves you from the chaos. But if you don't, then I think you got to ask questions.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair to ask the questions. And and like I said, where they're at, like the front office and what they've been able to do, I think unless it just all goes to hell in the final 22 games, even if they didn't make the playoffs, I'd give it this offseason just to because I don't want that chaotic nature of new GM probably getting rid of a bunch of players, probably getting rid of the coach, and it's just turmoil.
Are you just prolonging the inevitable?
Potentially, or they could fix it like they did this year, or they could turn it around. But you could be that's a risk you take. You could be prolonging the inevitable. You could be.
I'm not trying to be doom and gloomy. Like they're playing great and all that, but like I said, you still got to make playoffs at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's all that matters right now is that they're playing well. Like we can attempt to figure out all of this other stuff later. It's an interesting conversation because you do feel like the front office has been frustratingly bad, but in reality, one of the things that's really a couple of the things that are going really, really well for them are Doug Christie and the fact that Valanciunas has had to play a bigger role over the last couple of games than maybe you anticipated. And that is really, really important. He's going to play a massive role tomorrow night when you're going against the Jokic, who is dealing with whatever Jokic is dealing with. So, dealing with something or not, it probably doesn't really matter. But he's a different type of matchup than Domantas Sabonis is for Jokic. Like he'll work. Yeah. Like as Doug, one of Doug's favorite line, he gonna feel you, and that's just a different approach. Not that Domas don't get down there and work with him. Valanciunas, there are very few guys in the league who are bigger and potentially stronger than Domas. Domas is a really deceitfully strong dude, but Valanciunas is one of them. Yes. It's why Valanciunas was always a difficult matchup for Domantas Sabonis, and so having that matchup tomorrow night against the Denver Nuggets that's a big deal. And the front office deserves credit for going to get Valanciunas, especially not only because obviously the fit is great, but Kings fans have been screaming for Valanciunas for 2 years. Yeah. Front office went out and got him.
Absolutely. Shout out to my man Jonas Valanciunas, aka the Nasty Boy.
Nope.
That's what he is. The Nasty Boy. Put it on a shirt.
That should not. What shirt are you going to wear? Why? I don't know
no,
why you
I
do
don't
this.
need to wear it.
Because the last time you said put it on a shirt, we put it on a shirt, and nobody ever. Manny walking around with a smash.
He's stuck here with all these crazy ass shirts in his closet, bro.
You got Manny walking around looking crazy, not allowed near elementary schools because he wears these T-shirts.
Can you imagine wearing like a Jonas Valanciunas Nasty Boy shirt to Applebee's or something like that?
AKA the Nasty Boy. Shout out JV, man. I like him, man. I want him to be in Sacramento for the rest of his career.
Oh, I'll take that.
Yeah, I want him in
Yeah,
Sacramento.
I'll take that.
You know, I was watching last night, and one of the things that I noticed that I was trying to figure out what the differences may be between him and Domantas Sabonis and why, things look a little different or whatever. And there's little things like, just like you said, the size of JV out there on the court patrolling the paint.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, setting screens, it's something you got to deal with if you're the other team.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. But another thing that I noticed, JV will shoot the basketball. JV will shoot the basketball. He get that ball. Number one, he get in two different spots. He get the ball about 10, 12 feet away, and there's nobody there. He gonna shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna shoot his little jump shot.
Mm-hmm.
He hit it twice last night. I don't know if that was only 2 times he shot it, but one he shot, and it was like he was Steph Curry. He was 12 feet away, shot that thing, and start going down the court before the ball even was in the cylinder. And he'll shoot the ball. Then other times you see him get the ball in the post, and poor little Kai Jones.
Oh,
poor little Kai Jones was trying to deal with JV.
Yeah.
And JV will not let you off the hook.
Not good. Yeah.
He gonna shoot it. And one of the things,
shout out Kai Jones though. He had a nice.
He
did.
Yesterday. Welcome back to the NBA, man.
Very nice game yesterday.
Welcome back to the
Probably
NBA.
didn't imagine he was going to have to play that much
No,
yesterday,
right?
but sure did.
Yeah. But that's one of the frustrations I have. I think you have as well. I know you have as well with Domantas Sabonis. Is like he gets these looks where he could shoot that little jump shot that he's shown that he can make, and he just won't. Like he'll probe and look. And I really believe if he's shooting that shot and he's at the point now where he can hit it on a consistent basis, that changes everything for the offense. They got to respect that. Or if they don't, it's just an automatic 2 points. You get somebody on your back, 2 feet away from the basket, punish them, shoot the ball. We said it a number of different times. He had games where he had 3 shot attempts, 6 shot attempts. That shouldn't happen for Domantas Sabonis. Shoot the ball. And then it's not because you're not touching the basketball, because they run things through you. You touch the basketball a lot.
You make the decision most of the time.
Yeah, shoot the ball. And that's one thing that I've noticed with JV is like, if he has a look, he's going to take it. That doesn't mean he always has a look or he has to shoot the ball 20 times, but he's not going to bail the defense out for not guarding him. And I think Domas does that a little too much, and I want to see that change.
So Valanciunas has been really good. A couple of other guys that have been really good. One that you brought up there a few minutes ago, or really it was more than a few minutes ago, was to start this show, dummy. Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray was terrific last night. He's been terrific during this stretch. We'll talk more about Keegan as the show progresses. But your boys, the Chicago connection, Zach LaVine, just continuing that stretch of great ball that earned him, surprisingly, his first ever Player of the Week yesterday. And DeMar DeRozan. Both guys have been really good. It felt like in the absence of, or I should say the exit of De'Aaron Fox, DeMar was going to kind of be the one who was going to have to steady the ship a little bit. As great as we think Malik Monk is, as great as we know Malik Monk is, as great as Domantas Sabonis is, it felt like DeMar was going to kind of be the central piece to just like, all right, we don't have to change the way that we play. Malik can play a lot like De'Aaron. So Domas, you're still Domas. Everything is going to go through you, and I'm going to do what y'all brought me here to do. Keep everything cool, keep everything calm. We got to integrate my man Zach LaVine, and I think once we'll do that, we'll be good. It feels like that's what they're doing. They have got, for lack of a better term, comfortable with each other. They have gotten familiar with each other, and we speculated, through the All-Star break, coming out of the All-Star break, did you just need time on the floor? Did you just need time together? Like, what exactly did you need? And it turns out they needed time on the floor together, but they probably needed a little conversation about expectations. I don't know what that meeting was about the night of the Golden State Warriors game, but I know that those guys look different on the floor together than they did that night at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, I agree 100%, man. And, those guys have found a way to work through things on the fly and establish roles on the fly. And that's a testament to those players. It's a testament to Doug, like we talked about as well, but those players being able to navigate those waters and actually execute some of the things that we've been able to see. And I agree with you. When things went down with De'Aaron, it felt like DeMar was the don't trip, I'm here, guys. I'm here. I got this. And one of the reasons I guess I defend him to a certain degree is because he's doing what his job is. His job is to score and to get buckets. It's not to be a facilitator. It's not to be, this guy that takes a back seat. Like,
never been that.
No, your job is to score. And if that means you've got to be aggressive and take some shots sometimes, then that's what I don't know. That's what, if I'm Monty McNair or something, that's what I brought you here to do. I'm not going to get mad at you for doing what I brought you here to do. I'm going to see if these other guys can figure everything else out. But you do what I brought you in here to do. He did that when De'Aaron was traded. And now that people have started to find their groove a little bit, it seems like he's recognizing that as well and giving Zach the space to shoot a little bit, giving Malik the space to figure out his role. And to be honest with you, from everything that I've heard of him, I understand, like, actually seeing it. And there's times when I look out there, I'm like, oh, yeah, DeMar putting this one up. Like, he maybe ain't shot in a while. He about to get to one of his 4 spots, and this one's going up. I understand that happens. But I also see and hear from him encouraging guys to shoot the basketball. Zach LaVine, when he had his 42-point game, DeRozan was like the first guy off the bench, and then the first guy in the post game, talking to Deuce and Mo, like, hey, I've been telling you to shoot the ball. Like, shoot it. He's not saying y'all don't shoot so I can shoot. He's encouraging. I'm sure he's telling Malik the same thing. I'm sure he's telling Keegan the same thing. Shoot the rock. You know what I mean? And he's playing his role to perfection. And like you kind of mentioned Zach LaVine too. Zach is going crazy right now. Zach,
what's it? He's shooting like 60. The numbers in here somewhere, 68% from 3 or some absurd number.
So I got from the last 5 games, right?
Okay.
And if it's the player of the week thing, it probably is about 68.
Player of the week was 66%.
Was 66. He just went 4 or 5 last night.
Right.
So it's probably up to 68 or so in the last 4 games. I got 5 games, which includes the Golden State game. And he's 23.8, 59.7% from the field, 58.8% from beyond the arc. This is crazy. And he's got to pick it up at the free throw line. He's 77%. I mean, I'm not putting him on the list of kings and on all this other stuff. We talked about it a little bit when he was traded here and before he played a game. And I said, this has the potential to be one of the most dynamic scorers this franchise has seen here. And with his ability to score in the mid-range, to score from beyond the arc, to play above the rim, do it off the catch and off the bounce. I mean, he's got all the goods. Now, he's got to be able to put it together on a nightly basis. He's got to be able to do it for some people in the clutch and do those things in tight games against big-time competition. So there's more hurdles to climb. But skill-wise. Like, he had that shot last night in the first quarter, I think, where they kicked it to him in the corner, and Kessler went out and closed out on him. And he pump faked, and it seemed like he just pump fake, kind of walked to about 17 feet in, quick little step back, pulled nothing but the bottom of the. It's like, oh my, the offensive bag is crazy. It is crazy, and right now it's on full display.
Stat padding a little bit, cutting that Warriors game out. The last 4 games, he's shooting 66.7%. Now, remember, he was shooting like 26% from 3 or something like that to start his Kings career. 11 games as a Sacramento King. He's shooting 40%.
Wow.
From 3.
Wow. Well, that's what's going to happen when
and 50%. And okay, as a Sacramento King, get this right. As a Sacramento King, he's 50, 40, 90. 50% from the field, 40% from 3, 90% from the free throw line.
This dude
22.5 points per game, 4 assists. This is just as a Sacramento King.
This dude is a bucket. He is a bucket. And, you know, when you look at last night, and I think the Houston game was the same way. Not really shooting the ball that much. Last night he was, 8 of 12? 12 shots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, quick. Obviously,
he played 3 quarters.
Yeah, he didn't play the fourth quarter. But even if he did play, like it'd be hard pressed to think that he would got to 20 shots, 20 shot attempts. They probably would have been something like 18 FGAs, and that's where one of the things I noticed when he got here is he takes difficult shots because he's a difficult shot maker, but he doesn't take bad shots. If that makes any sense, like it's not like, oh, there's 3 guys on you and you're still falling away shooting that shot, or you know you passed up passing it to the open guy and took on 2 defenders. Like, he don't really do that. Like, if he's shooting it, he is pretty comfortable that he's open, you know, or has a good look. And I actually like that about his game.
Kings in those 11 games with Zach LaVine as a member of the Sacramento Kings, 7-4.
Stuff.
Their record right there, 7-4. Also, one quick note on DeMar DeRozan. You talk about being brought here to do something. DeMar DeRozan on his career being brought here to score. DeMar DeRozan on his career, 21.3 points per game. DeMar DeRozan this season with the Sacramento Kings, 21.9 points per game. Dude has not fallen off a bit in his 16th season in the league. However, when you look at the field goal percentages, on his career, 47%. This year with the Sacramento Kings, 49%. From 3, DeMar DeRozan on his career, 30% from 3. DeMar DeRozan as a Sacramento King, 35% from 3. From the free throw line, DeMar DeRozan, 84% on his career. As a Sacramento King, 87.5%.
Wow. Stepped his game up. Wow.
We'll come back. Trysta Krick at the top of the hour. Lots to talk to her about. Also, quick question. We're always quick to admit, hey, we were wrong. I have a question, if anyone is willing to admit that they were wrong about a particular coaching hire. Anxious to hear people's responses. Dealing with Casey returning on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll grab my juice and TK coming in. Or Devontae Adams. Oh. Can't keep a job without Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
Damn, shout out Scooter. His job got him. He's got to go do work.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, Scooter, we'll miss you. Yeah, focus on the work too, brother. Focus on that.
That's crazy. KC about to be freezing in like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I already felt it drop. I walked in. I was like,
I should have brought the I should have brought the Montclair joint with me because temperature's gonna drop.
That is wild. Like, bro really came in. He was like, "Hey guys, can't hang out really much. Got to go to work." Like,
Wait,
people
who
really
did that?
Scooter. Like, Scooter's like, "Yeah, probably gonna be in the chat house less. Like, I'm swamped at work." People really just come to hang out. Like, shout out to you guys.
Shout out, Scooter. Drew Down don't even tell us when he's not going to be around. Drew Down just disappear for a week. Like, hey, man, what happened to Drew Down?
Yeah, I was get a kick out of it. Oh, yeah, I'm back after my 2:00 meeting. Messages in the chat.
He sends me videos of him bowling. Like, oh, Drew Down good. That man really sitting at 49,999 points. That's hilarious. Damn. Whoa. I was cracking up. I was searching for just a friend for tomorrow because the log was already in. So I was like, I'll just get everything ready today. Fucking isn't in there. Like, killer part, Bismarcky was. All right. Bro. These bitches that was out here before, man, I swear. You idiots. Had the text complex. You're not going to believe this, but I'm going to need you to throw Mario into the system.
Man, he was just doing anything, bro.
For real. Dummy.
24 hours of Post Malone. Legit used to ask one of the DJs, "Why do you guys play this so much?"
Kenny DiBiase. Everybody's got a price. Trysta Krick coming up. Top of the hour.
Hey.
Oh, I thought you was trying to get
Hey.
my attention. You was just
No.
You was just vibing.
Just
It was nice to see Jake LaRavia hit a couple last night.
Yeah, he needed that.
Yeah.
Jake LaRavia,
I
got
needed that.
I
was about to say something. So I'm like, I'm glad a couple of those fell.
Well, I had a little big league moment last night with my boy Jake LaRavia, Jake the Snake.
Mm-hmm.
Made 2 straight free throws. I put it in my notes. I said he made them both.
Yeah.
There you go, Jake.
You see that? Yeah, they're 2 free throws, kid.
Jesse, have you ever seen Little Big League?
Yeah, multiple times.
It's a good movie.
See, there you go. Treat me like a youngster.
Well, it was.
We're from the same generation.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I know what you don't do that. Don't do that. I know what
See,
you're doing.
I wasn't even going to,
Don't
but
do
I got
that.
him.
No,
I wasn't even
don't
going
do
to.
that.
I swear, I wasn't
Don't
even
do
going
that.
to.
Don't do
I
that.
wasn't even going to. I swear. I'm gonna stop, bro. I'm sorry.
Me and Dr. King.
See, look, you're like
No, me-
Michael in the
no,
office.
no,
That one
me-
episode.
Too far. When he falls into the koi pond. Remember, KC, when Michael fell into the koi pond?
No, yeah, because he was looking at Pam and then he tripped into the koi pond. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. Michael Scott, he a fool, man. He a fool.
Oh, we're on old school 90s sports film. Shout out Little Giants. It's underrated.
Oh no, Little Giants is a good movie. Sidney Dean, your movie was great too.
What, White Man Can't Jump?
Yeah.
Okay. Sydney.
Great movie. Once again, I don't care. I'm a one-man Wolfpack is whatever.
That's right, Zabo. I was there in Hershey, Pennsylvania that night. I saw it. Me and JFK. We saw it. I just called him Fitz, though. It was just me and Fitz.
The remake wasn't that bad. The remake was okay.
I'm not going to watch that.
It was okay.
Jack Harlow. Who played Sidney Dean in that movie?
It was an actor. It was just an actor.
It was just a guy.
Yeah. It's like I said, people like yourself are turned away because of the name.
Mm-hmm.
If they named it Ball is Life, like you'd watch it and be like, oh, it's a cool movie. It's decent. It's a decent movie.
I don't know that I trust your opinion on movies, if I'm being honest. I'm not
Decent
sure.
movie. was fine.
So it's
What was the new movie alert that he gave us?
Oh, which one? Oh, now I'm gonna be mad if I forget it.
What did you came here a new movie alert, and it was like something that aired on
Something that
TNT.
came out like
Well,
2009.
it was a new movie that I had
It was
watched.
a new movie to you. Oh, that was funny. I can't remember what that was. But was it Crazy Rich Asians? Is that
I
what
think
it was?
that's probably what it was.
Oh,
That's-
shout out Soren. That's solid memory right
That's
there.
good knowledge.
Soren drew down. That's good stuff right
Crazy
there.
Rich, that was a good movie too.
It was a very good movie.
Hey, shout out to our guy JA. I gotta tweet him back, man. He hit me up after I hit him up. But he reports the Nuggets are listing Jokic, Aaron Gordon. I don't know who this guy is. Zeke Naji. And
Do you know how
Watson.
obscure you have to be for Kenny Caraway to go? I don't know who this guy is.
Vlatko Konkar.
Don't look at me for help.
Playing a joke on us.
You looking at me like you know, right? Like no.
Vlatko Konkar.
He sounds like he manages Gunther.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Zeke Naji and Peyton Watson are all listed as questionable for tomorrow.
All right. Well, call me when they're listed as out.
Jokic, I'm gonna predict right now. Jokic and Gordon don't play. Like they don't play together. One of them's gonna be out.
Okay, I got you.
Probably Aaron Gordon.
I got you. I don't. We could save this for later. There's some stuff happening around the NFL. We're talking about, but Trysta is going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question. Are we ready as a collective to say that hiring JJ Redick was a smart move by the Los Angeles Lakers?
Yeah, we should be able to.
Yeah, the jokes were great, but they were right.
He's done a
He
really
looks
good job.
to be a really good coach.
They were playing well before Luka got there too.
Yep.
Like it wasn't
Right.
just Luka got here. It's like, oh, Lakers turned around. Like, nah, he had them playing good ball.
He's done a really good job. He's had some up and down moments.
They're the 2 seed right now. It's a 38-21 basketball team.
They're contenders to get out the West.
I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe they're contenders to get out of the West.
He's done a really good job, man. And
Sorry. The thought of the Lakers versus the Cavs just hit me.
ooh.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
why
my
would you say that?
God. Oh, sorry. I know you don't care
You just
about
indirectly
that.
pissed me off. Right now.
I'm sorry. I know the money is Lakers Celtics,
Yeah,
but Lakers Cavs just hit me.
How could you do that on the premier day of Celtic City?
Sorry about that, Jesse. Have you watched Celtic City yet?
I watched 10 minutes of it. Thank you very much. I don't know why you guys are making your jokes. All
No,
right,
I'm-
all right,
I'm-
you could probably learn a little something from that.
No,
dog.
no.
You
Okay,
probably
wait a
learn
minute.
little something from that.
No,
dog.
wait a second.
I don't know, you guys are turning me into a heel. I don't know why.
No, turning you into a heel. No, like, okay, why did you only watch 10 minutes of it?
Because I got to take care of the dog and get ready for work and stuff. Because we were watching the last episode of Paradise this morning too.
All right. Celtics fan turned it off.
Must not have been that good.
I watched the entire
No,
season.
Down in the Valley was on. I would have.
I watched the entire documentary last year when they won the championship. It's good.
Well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be turning off Small City, Big Heart.
Did you?
How many times have you watched Small City, Big Heart? Small Market, Big
I
Heart.
watch it every morning.
I don't
be
need to
honest with
watch
you.
it. I hear James explain it regularly.
I'll go around the room. How many times have we all
I don't-
watched Small Market, Big Heart?
I watch it every morning. Yeah, just every morning I watch
My rule of thumb is if Carmichael Dave is in the documentary, I'm not watching it.
it. Oh, come on. Come on.
Dave's
What
my
did Dave
man.
do?
No, Dave is my man. That's not true.
Ibrahim in the chat.
I
says
actually
he-
think I watched the small market one before I knew James made it. I think I watched that one.
I did. I watched it
He's
on.
he's about to go Travis Scott on us.
Travis over here. Just trying to mind my business.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna turn it on right now.
Look,
You
you
okay?
just
Hey,
lied.
hey,
You
how about you
just-
work on
you
breathing
just-
right now, pal?
Yeah, calm down.
Turn it on right now.
Somebody post the picture of Casey and Dave again.
So I think Dr. David did the other day.
He did. I
For
don't
no
know why.
reason.
Yeah, just for no reason.
Casey had pictures with two of the station's biggest ops.
Well, that other guy, he wouldn't.
No,
Who was
joke.
the other
no, I do.
One is a joke, but one
Wait,
is
who was
real.
the other one?
Well, the other
Name
guy, what was his
Stitches.
name in that picture? I can't remember. I think it was Sean. But you're talking about, yeah, well,
Oh, you do-
somewhere. I
you-
might have
you-
got
you-
rid of that somewhere. I don't think it even exists. Nobody even got that.
Think you know somebody?
I worked with Dave for years. I don't have no pictures of me and Dave. Not one. There's Kenny. Just once a year. There's
That was a random ass day. That one came out too.
Picture pops up. Little young Reese too. Now
Yeah,
Reese,
little baby
Reese showed that picture off proud. Look, it's me and Carmichael Dave. You know what's crazy? I don't have no picture with Reese. I ain't got no picture. I got one with Ryan, where Ryan looks like she wants to kick my ass.
Well, she's rough.
But I ain't got no picture with Reese.
When was the last time you seen Reese?
Probably when he came to the
through.
studio.
Yeah, he came through. Look bored as hell.
Why you dressed like that, D-Lo? I don't even remember what I had on.
No, he just was bored as hell.
I think I discussed Reese, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think he left going, he's no Carmichael Dave.
Look, I
go show all my friends all my baby pictures with Carmichael Dave.
He's off track right now. So this morning he's like, hey, what are you guys going to talk about on the show? I was like, well, Kings won, so we'll probably talk about that, some other stuff. Why don't you watch the show? You're home today. He's like,
no. Because D-Lo sucks, Dad. Like, he's not very good. Go work with Dave at 11:40, and maybe I will. What's up, TK?
Wow, what did I just walk into?
Kenny's kids don't love me. That's all.
This is not true. Not
wow.
true. The little girl, she just a little rough. That's all.
This is now the third week I've walked into something domestic.
I mean, if we're being honest, like 90% of this show is something involving our lives outside of this.
Yeah.
The rest is Kings. The rest is Kings and
Kings talk.
I can't tell whose outfit I like more.
Okay.
I'm looking.
I like
describe Kenny's.
I like Dame's. I like the sweater with the button up look. That's a good look. That's a good look.
Yeah, that's a looks like a man who's been domesticated. The denim and the cardigan is like I can take risks now.
Oh yeah.
And Kenny, I mean, that's the look of a man who's been with the same woman for 20 plus years. That's like we go from risk taking to F it. I'll wear whatever the F I want.
This is an F it outfit?
No, Kenny's is.
Oh, Kenny's is an F it outfit.
Like I said, you just
Kenny's.
Sometimes you do it in the name of fashion. You know what I mean? You do it in the name of fashion.
I love them both. I really do. What's the weather today?
You got the sweats on. Got the
the
jewelry to go with it.
Yeah, you look great. You look great. You look rich. You know what I mean?
He's looking the part because he is it.
You look like I would walk into you at like Sur La Table. You know what I mean? Buying, like that's the Sur La Table look.
That's a good one right there.
Where he's like buying a Le Creuset,
like $120 cutting board.
Yeah,
that reference hit a little too close to home, dog.
And he's like, excuse me, sir, I'm looking for some beeswax for my almond utensils to make sure they stay moisturized. You know what I mean? Like that's what Kenny.
Don't act like you know me, Trysta. Settle down.
He got his $13 green juice. Wants to make sure he doesn't get that on the white tea.
Well, got to keep it clean.
Gotta keep it clean. It doesn't matter if Kenny gets the green juice on his vest. We wouldn't even notice. Is that fur? What's that made out of?
Nothing.
It looks like terry cloth.
It's not even terry cloth. This is from Fashion Nova, and it was on sale for $3.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it was some sweatshop stuff.
Kenny balances his Fashion Nova stuff with the high-end designer stuff that he has to make it seem like he's regular.
I am regular. I'll shop anywhere.
Those people are annoying because like we regular people can't just get by on Fashion Nova. You have to be a certain type of person to look expensive wearing Fashion Nova or Tumi or not Tumi. What's the other one?
Temu. No, that's it.
Temu.
Well, Temu and then Shein. Don't forget Shein. Shout out Shein.
Yeah, shout out Shein. I bought like 10 bathing suits one time from Shein. None of them fit. Like, they were all
Did they even match? Like I bought something from Fashion Nova once and it didn't match. It was a matching sweatsuit that didn't match. And I was like, well, I'm not doing this again. Now, granted, it was like $12, but still.
Hey.
It needs to match.
Well, the next one will.
Oh, no, there ain't going to be no next one.
Yeah, it's a wrap. I can't do it. If I can't try something on or I don't know the store, that's why I have a very limited wardrobe. I know the brands that I like and that I can just go online and buy. Anyways, let's get into sports.
Your style is no. Let's stay with this because your style is unique. I don't know how to describe your style.
Well, someone said someone said online the other day I dressed like Queen Latifah. I didn't know how to take that.
How does Queen Latifah dress? Do they mean like Khadijah?
Yeah, they must mean like living single Queen Latifah, like multi-layers. Sometimes your stuff is like, it's a mix of like real baggy stuff, lots of accessories. You're a big accessorizer, but I wouldn't know how to describe your look to someone.
Yeah, I'll go like it'll depend on weather, right? I think that's one piece. But and sometimes it'll be, the girls will be out and depending on the situation, we'll go.
One more time?
The girls will be out sometimes depending on the
girls
situation.
will be out. Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Like we'll do some form-fitting stuff, but it's just not that practical for my life. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So what am I really gonna do?
You have
in
some
a
double-sided.
bodycon?
You have some double-sided tape outfits, right? Because I
Yeah.
think you have some of those on Instagram.
I wear nipple covers a lot.
Well,
okay.
I mean, who doesn't?
So, I haven't told this story to anyone except for my mom. So I'm in the like what would it be called, the like radio row media room or whatever, trying to find a phone charger. Sitting down.
Wow, you sound like Kenny. What event is this?
Super
This
Bowl,
is Super Bowl week. Yeah, at the
Okay.
Radio Row like media center
Boy,
area.
these phone chargers beat the crap out of you guys for
tough,
these
bro, it's
events
tough.
recently.
So I try to find one and I go upstairs to this little area, very quiet area where media are like on their laptops and stuff, uploading footage and doing their work stuff that I clearly had no business really being up there for. There's also refreshments up there, like drinks. So anyway, I'm up there and I've got like a button up on with just jewelry and nothing else underneath and the nipple covers. And so I'm like leaning forward to get something and somebody accidentally hits me. We start to talk. This guy, Nesta from the BBC. Me and Nesta start to talk from the BBC and I'm with my friend who is also in media and we're just chatting. And so I'm like, "Oh, Nesta was super cool." Like we talked for like 10 minutes. And my friend goes, "Trysta, the girls are out. One is loose." And I look out and I look out
Oh,
and it had popped out, dog. And he goes, You think Nesta just wanted to talk to you for 15 minutes as he's trying to upload his footage?"
So, okay.
And I said, "We've got to go. We can't be here anymore. We need to leave."
She
I've
left the
never
Super
been
Bowl.
so embarrassed.
She left
Can
New
you see?
Orleans.
I'm blushing now. I'm like
No.
hot, sweating now.
oh man.
So, help me. How did it exit?
So it was like a low cut button. Like I had buttoned it like to the, like where kind of like where here, like the
So the
middle of
mid,
my
and then
yeah,
so
and
the
it just,
thing
and I was
moved
like
over.
leaning forward, and it must have just kind of gotten caught and just
Got it.
stayed.
So let me tell you why, Mister. I assume this wasn't a woman.
Nesta.
Nesta. Yeah, no, I was going to say Mr. BBC.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr.
Well,
BBC. Yep.
Well, yo, hey. hey. Throw that flag, bro. Hey, yo.
Hey, that's where she said he was.
He's a guest. You play here.
Well, that's where she said he was from. Wow. Man, this league is rigged, first of all. Second of all, he's trash because he should have said, "Hey, young lady, your shirt."
He should have. I think I would have. But I mean, that's an awkward situation.
No. That's absolutely untrue. I absolutely would have.
No, Kenny wouldn't have.
Oh, Kenny would.
Why wouldn't I have said that?
Kenny would have
If
talked to
Kenny
him for
was
30
just
minutes.
meeting somebody, Kenny's not gonna have the heart.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that to him, man. I ain't gonna do that.
Should have seen the Real Housewives of Roseville on Friday night.
In hindsight, that lady actually pissed me off.
The one at the restaurant?
Yeah.
I don't know which one.
Oh no,
they love this group of older white women love. Didn't say nothing to me. Didn't say nothing to anyone else at the table. All but Kenny came over. Hey, you want to come sit over? I looked right at Katie. I was like, "This is a bucket list moment for one of them." I don't know which one.
Well, no, look, the lady
They
kind of
thought
pissed
Kenny
me
was
off.
from the BBC.
I'll see. No, look though, because in hindsight, the lady kind of pissed me off. She's lucky I'm a different person and I handled it a different way. Because we all there talking, and like I said, we're just talking because I had to sit there. They didn't save me a seat at the table, so they allowed me to use their seat.
An hour and a half late.
Well,
He was making a phone call.
well, no, I was recording the show at that point. I was recording the show, but so I get over there and we're talking. Everything's all good, and we're talking or whatever. I said, she's like, "Oh yeah, this is just the pregame for what we're doing." I was like, "Oh okay, what you guys got going on the rest of the night?" And then she goes, "Oh, we're about to go sing karaoke at some place or whatever." I was like, "Oh, karaoke or whatever, right?" And I was like, "Where are y'all singing karaoke at?" And then she goes, I don't want to say. And then the lady next to her was like, "Oh, we're at the Glass Turtle," or I think it was.
That's right.
Like
Yep.
We're at the Glass Turtle. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then the lady was like, Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I was like, "I'm going home. Like, you're good." And then she was like, "Oh, okay, whatever." And the two ladies were really nice. The lady was showing me what her son is doing and all this other stuff. Really nice. And then I was joking with him. I was like, "Yeah, man, karaoke about to get it popping." That's what I told them. I was like, "Hey, Glass Turtle." And then the one lady was like, yeah, we're going to the Glass Turtle. The other lady was like, "Stop telling them where we're going." So I almost called her out her name. Like, "Hey, I don't want to be around you. Like, you can chill. Like, you're good. You're good. I'm not going to follow you wherever you go. Calm your ass down." Like I said, I'm a different
But
person.
you realize when you seem excited about their next move, it seems like you want to be a part of it.
I told them I'm not going where they're going.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying she was right. But
Yeah.
when I was hearing the story, I was like, so Kenny went to karaoke until the rest of the story. Doesn't it sound like that, Damien? Where he's like, okay, Glass Turtle.
Well, okay, yeah, I guess so. Well, to be fair to Kenny, someone else said, I don't remember if it was Kimberly or Katie, said, "So Glass Turtle, we're going Glass Turtle," and the girls were like, "Oh no."
Yeah. So, like I said, I could have been rude. Don't flatter yourself. Like, lady, I'm not spending a Friday night with you, okay? Calm your ass down. Go sing your little Shania Twain and leave me the hell alone. Because the last place I'm doing is spending a Friday night wherever you're at. You tell me the Glass Turtle, I know that's where I'm not going that night. I could have said that, but I didn't. Like, it could have got mean. I wasn't gonna get mean on it.
And the funny thing was, he was there with us, but for some reason, he was sitting at a table with all these white women. All right.
I'm like, don't flatter yourself, lady. I don't want to hang out with you. Let's say I could have been mean, but
You could have called her the coleslaw to the dish. Like, you're the sidecar. You're the Robin.
Yeah. And the other two ladies were very nice. They were like, they got it.
Oh, you're the person they felt like they had to invite.
Right.
I got it.
The other two ladies were really they got it. They're like, "Oh no, this is what we're doing. We're having a good time. Like, he's a cool guy. Like, he's literally just sitting here because there's no more room."
You didn't have any other place to sit?
No, they boxed me out. Yeah, they boxed me out.
It was a little snug, especially once the food came. When it was just drinks, like, it was fine. And like, I don't think anyone thought you were coming, which was why it was like, "Oh, this worked out great." And then here comes Kenny at 7:30, and it's like, okay.
There was a technical issue when I was trying to record that took forever.
Yeah, and then it's like, "Hey, Casey's here," and we're kind of looking around like, "Oh." Okay. Just grab this.
Ladies, can I sit here? Can I use this chair? Oh yeah, have a good time. It was all good. All good.
It wasn't anyone's fault though, because I don't think Kenny told anyone that he was arriving, that he was actually going to make the dinner. So,
well, I told you I was going to pull up.
Well, I wasn't in charge. I was invited just like you. I wasn't in charge of anything.
I pulled up real quick, champagne and campaign.
Hey, you think are we ready to say that the Lakers made the right move hiring JJ Redick?
Yeah, I honestly can't. I think I'm pretty smart about basketball. I think, but I kind of have to lean on you guys in how masterful this coaching performance is. That JJ Redick could trade a guy who was a candidate, a serious candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, and then transform that same team that adds one of the weaker defensive players at the guard position in Luka Doncic, and they transform into the number one defense in the NBA. That's what they are right now. They're averaging 100. Their defensive rating right now is 106. It went from 113 or 112 per 100 possessions to a 106. I don't understand how you can get addition by subtraction and subtraction.
You know, I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about JJ, and JJ, he said something to the effect of, you know, one of the things with coaching, maybe the most important thing with coaching, is whether or not your guys will play hard for you every night. And sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, I know it's different. It's not as good. It's a smaller sample size, but look at the Kings in the last 4 or 5 games. They've got this, I don't know the exact numbers, but I've seen, you know, the defensive rating is this and that, and they're doing good on defense. It's because these guys are just like giving effort a lot of the times and, you know, and playing on the string. And I think with Luka getting there in LA, it really energized that entire organization. And it gave them that jolt of energy, and that kind of went over to that defensive end. And you've got the guys like Vanderbilt and Finney Smith that are always going to defend, but now you got LeBron, you know, putting in his effort, and even Austin Reeves putting in his effort. It just energized everything in that building. And I think that had a lot to do with what we're seeing on the defensive end with those guys.
And if you look at Luka was hounding, just chasing his player around. I forget who he was defending, but I was like, okay, Luka, moving your feet. And I think to your point, Kenny, I think that's such an important point to make, because I was talking to somebody about this from the standpoint of offensive lines as well, because we talk about like, oh, you know, Caleb Williams having such a bad offensive line in Chicago, or, you know, Brock Purdy having such an incredible offensive line, and how that impacts what we think about a quarterback. And my friend who, you know, and analyzes the NFL on a much deeper level than me, he was like, Trysta, have you ever thought that sometimes the offensive line doesn't want to block because the quarterback, they don't have any belief in? They just, that sometimes the quarterback is making the offensive line look good or bad, and not the other way around. And I was like, mind blown. He's like, sometimes guys don't have that effort every snap. Like, listen, you're throwing this thing 15 yards from your guy. Why am I going to put my body on the line for you? You're trash. I'm not blocking for Trey Lance. Come on. No.
Damn. Trey Lance just minding his own business.
Mind his own business.
Here comes TK.
You know, so I think that's really something that you can see with defense in the NBA as well, is that like these guys are all like the most supremely talented athletes in the world, and defense is one of those things. Of course, there's fundamentals and there's scheme behind it, but a lot of it is effort too. And sustaining effort on the defensive end is not always fun unless that's how you make your bones, especially when you're a bucket, right? It drains you on the end of the floor that you really want to perform and how you've made your money. So I'm very curious to see how long this lasts, this rejuvenation for LeBron James and Austin Reeves becoming like a plus or a medium defender. I don't know how long that excitement can last for. I think it'll last the rest of the season and probably into the postseason, but I don't know how long Luka will be that driving excitement force, because the Mavericks had him and they weren't, you know, always a great defensive team until they put those types of pieces around him.
You think
Hey,
they
real quick,
yeah.
just update. It really did get chilly in here, right? Like right now in the
I
middle.
told you. I told you halfway through the TK segment, Casey.
Like, damn, it's
so you
chilly in
asked
here.
earlier what the weather is like. It's 58 degrees outside. Casey clearly really wanted to wear this vest. He could have gone turtleneck underneath. He could have gone hoodie underneath.
I've gone cardigan like 4 days in a row, man. I had to switch it up.
He decided to go t-shirt, and I said, boy, at about 2:15, because for some reason I don't know that the temperature actually changes at 2:15, but it feels like it changes. And it's 2:15 right now on the dot. And Casey just got hit.
Yeah.
He just got hit with the frozen tundra right here inside the Odyssey Studios. You think the Lakers can come out of the West?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What was the
agreement.
hesitation? What were you thinking about?
I was just thinking about matchups, who they'll have to face, how they defended Jokic, whether that can be sustained for 7 games, whether Denver is actually playing to the level that they're capable of, like how that matchup would look because they've had their number. Who else do I think is the best matchup to beat the Lakers? And there's just not that many, right?
Are the Warriors a threat? Our Dubs, I'm sorry. Are our Dubs
Our
a threat?
Dubs. That's certainly one hell of a matchup. I'd love to see it. But they do feel a little small comparatively to the Lakers. I don't know who's checking Luka and Braun. That feels like it's going to be a tough matchup for our Dubs.
TK,
And
real quick,
OKC,
TK,
of course, I think is undersized a little bit too.
you were talking about Denver, and you're looking a little funny in the light because everybody was feeling good when they was, and I was like, damn, they won 8, 9 games in a row. And then I looked at that schedule. I said, they were playing bums. And now they play 4 straight games against real teams again. And I don't know if they played a close game yet.
They played the close game against the Celtics ultimately, right? Celtics barely covered. They beat them by 7. The line was 5.5. So they can dig themselves out of big holes. Pause. And 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 I think that's a testament to how battle tested they are. But that takes a lot of energy out of you. And if you're going to have to do that a lot throughout your run to try to get to a finals again, you're going to be running out of steam, in my opinion. So I think when you've got the level of offensive firepower in Luka and Braun obviously looks like he's just taking it to a whole new level. And those are 2 like huge wing/guard players that can bring the ball up, that can get you 40 and 10 and 15, right? Like both of those guys can go off at any time and at the same time. So yeah, I don't actually know who I would take against besides maybe Denver. I don't know, just based on history alone, who I think the Lakers would not be favored against in the Western Conference in a series. Do you guys have any ideas? Like probably OKC just based on record.
Yeah. Might be the only one.
Yeah, that might be it. Like I'm kind of all in on the way that the Lakers are playing right now. Even just before the acquisition of Luka Doncic, but it feels like Luka's kind of hitting his stride right now with the Lakers. And
I was going to say, I think it's also a combination of not that the West is weak. I don't want to say that, but championship teams. I don't know if they have any.
Yeah.
OKC, they're hands down going to be that 1 seed, but I got questions about them in the postseason. Lakers might be the one team that you don't have that many questions about. And when you talk about the Western Conference, you compare that to the Eastern Conference, they got 3 or 4 teams that you think are legit championship contenders. The West, as good as the teams are, that top end talent, I don't know if they have it this year. And that bodes well for the Lakers.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially the way that Memphis has fallen off and Houston's fallen off. And Houston has issues scoring, as does OKC at times. So you're talking about a number 1 defense since they've made that trade and a team that has 2 potent firepower type stars. They're going to be tough to beat. They're going to be really tough to beat.
And it really, again, we talk about Luka Doncic finding his stride. Zach LaVine has found his stride with the Sacramento Kings.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Well, I know Zach LaVine makes you want to vomit, but he is the Western Conference Player of the Week. He's playing really well over the last 4 games. He's shooting 66% from 3. The Kings are 4-0 in those games. They're a season high 4 games over 500 right now. What do you think of this little run that the Sacramento Kings are on? And now all of a sudden the 6th seed very much in play for this crew.
I mean, the only impressive win really is the win against the Rockets. You're talking about a Mavericks team after Kyrie tore his ACL. You're talking about the Jazz, who are bottom feeders. They're trying to get Cooper flagged desperately. And the Hornets set an NBA record for most, largest losses 3 games in a row. So the Rockets, and like I said, when the Rockets go cold, they go ice cold. I'm going to need to see it against some teams that can score. And then I'll give props. Like, if you can do that against the Cavs, if you do that against the Nuggets tomorrow at 6 your time. I'm on the East Coast right now. And I'll be.
I was wondering where you were.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast right now. I'm in DC visiting some family.
Okay.
And if you can do that against the Knicks at the crib on the 10th, I'll be impressed. But these are not teams that, like I said, I'm not impressed by Zach LaVine doing this in low pressure environments. The Hornets are not a high pressure, high leverage team.
If that man saved a burning
oh, don't do this. You're on my side. You're on my side. You're
Now,
on my
look,
side. I know you are.
Here's what I'll say, TK, though. And I understand, I hear you. But there's a lot of people in the league that play against the Hornets and the sorry teams, and they don't shoot 60% from the field and 50% from 3. Like, come on, the guy, he's playing good basketball right now. He's the NBA Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah.
He shot 63% from beyond the arc.
Zach LaVine is a very talented player. I've never questioned that. He's an incredibly skilled player. His game on 2K in a vacuum, I really like it. I need to see whether that translates to winning basketball. Like winning in a real way, not beating the Hornets and the Jazz and the Mavs without their number 1 offensive threat. I need to see it. That's it. I just need to see it.
If he started
I hope
pulling
I'm wrong,
puppies out of the Potomac, saving their
Here we
lives
go.
one
Out
by
of the
one,
Potomac.
would you even bat an eye? Like,
if he
it's
stopped
fine.
if
The
he stopped
Potomac
a
was
burning
low that
building-
day, so it's the Potomac. The water was low that day in the Potomac. It wasn't really challenging for Zach.
What you're saying is that you feel like I'm breaking my back just trying to discredit and diminish his accomplishments. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm trying to establish the level of disgust you have for this individual. Like it's like saving puppies not enough level of disgust.
I don't like him as a player. That's it. But here's the thing that I will say. I've done, LeBron's comments really kind of hit me in the heart a little bit.
Oh,
Like it really made me evaluate my rhetoric.
Wait, what did LeBron say?
Well, though,
LeBron was talking about how we as
to
media are
Anthony Davis.
spending too much time ish talking and like not giving enough grace. And if we comment on players, we should allow them in our critique to have room to respond and to grow. And I think that that's the one thing that I've done and I have room to grow in is to evaluate someone and not make that a final opinion. This is not my final opinion on Zach. This is just what I've seen so far. This is fluid. I'm ready for him to prove me wrong. I hope that he does. As you guys know, I'm riding with y'all. I hope that this trade ends up looking fortuitous for Sacramento. But as of now, he's not a player I would want even on the Portland Trailblazers. I would not want Zach LaVine on that team.
Well, it goes to like what we had talked about even before LeBron's comments and just how you talk to regular people about a player and then basketball people about a player. Like if you were if Mama Crick was there and you're like, Mama, this dude Zach LaVine, he can fly, he can shoot, like he's really good. And then you talk to D'Lo on KC and like, this guy's a bum. This guy's and I understand it. I get it. I understand the nature of why people, have that type of thought on Zach LaVine or others like him. But like I said, I've watched him now, in depth, on my team for a little while. He's a pretty good ball player. Like maybe he's missing.
Is he lesser than you thought, though? Now that you've got a close eye, or no?
No, I think his one hiccup might be like the things that you talk about, being able to do the things that he's doing against the Hornets and stuff like that, against championship contenders in the clutch, all that. Like I could see that being an issue, but he's pretty good, especially this year. Like he's having the best year of his career. I went back and looked like at his game log. I mean, he had 33 or something in the Garden to beat Boston earlier with Chicago. Like he had big games against the Knicks and teams that are good. Like I ain't saying they're like the best there, but big moments. He's had some good games this year. I think his time off last year and some of the things he talked about going into at the media day this year and how he approached, I think that's really helped him. And he's walked that. He was talking about it on media day, and he's walked that this year with the clarity that he's had in his mind in approaching the game of basketball. And maybe you can grow a little bit 10 years into the league.
And he's on a positive note, he's shooting 50, 40, 90 right now, which is
as a king. Yep.
That's an incredible stat line for anyone. I will say that you can't have any high pressure moments as a Chicago Bull. Like you could go to Boston, none of those moments. None of those games are meaningful. That you're just out there hooping because this team's not really trying to accomplish anything. But what I will say is that I think the thing that makes probably people upset about my mentality, and probably a little bit like how James Ham thinks about basketball too, is really when I'm evaluating someone to other basketball players, it's from a lens of like as a fake GM, as like a low budget GM, like, do I want this player on my team? Do I think that they contribute to winning? Are they worth the money that I pay them? Are they worth the draft picks that I've collected to get them? Are they worth the player that I traded for them? It's not in a vacuum, and maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should just evaluate Zach as the player individually without all those factors. But when you're building a team and you're trying to win a championship, all of those things are factors that come into play that I can't help but to get out of my mind.
Before we let you go, is the refrigerator door open?
No, it's the dishwasher door. I kind of feel like it's the the boop, like
the fire detector.
I kept hoping no one would hear it, but this mic.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, you really?
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I've heard it the whole conversation. I just knew. I was like, well, she's no selling it, so I'm just gonna wait till the end to bring it up.
Yeah, I shut the thing. I don't know why it's doing that. Sometimes you shut the dishwasher door, and if it doesn't start, it's telling you like, "Hey, push my button again" or something. But I don't know how to work this dishwasher. So yeah, I thought it was a little like the fire alarm or the like the smoke detector battery going, going.
Yeah. All right. Well, how long you
gonna talk Kyrie's injury?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, you don't have to yell at me. Like we can keep going if you want to.
Okay,
we ain't got to go nowhere.
Yelling, wow. Sorry.
We never have to end this segment. Especially the way you and I were talking privately. I'm devastated over Kyrie's injury.
Man, I saw that today. And I don't usually get emotional about like people I don't know and people who have millions of dollars and they're going to be fine. But his legacy was changed this year. His reputation was changed this year to handle everything that he's done with grace and class and as the most consummate pro and being a brother to Luka and yet still not being sour on the organization that clearly effed up, and then going through the injuries that he's been dealing with his, the issue in his lumbar spine, and he takes the burden for more minutes, 40 minutes a night now, as somebody who's in his 30s, and is sort of now put the whole franchise on his shoulders, like he did back in the day with Cleveland before Braun came back. Right, that's the last time that Kyrie has been in this situation without a true other Batman with them. So he does everything that he's asked of doing, and he performs at a level higher than we expected or have seen in many years, giving us highlight after highlight, playing through pain. I wouldn't have been surprised if he would have just shut it down or load managed after the Luka trade. And then in a contract year, I mean, he has a player option, but they were essentially going to commit to him and giving him the bag. To tear your ACL, and like, I don't know what the Mavs really are about. I don't think they have a lot of loyalty. They don't have a lot of chess moves, but I certainly don't think they're a loyal franchise in terms of, say, a team like the Warriors are when Klay Thompson tore his ACL and they gave him a max deal in the wake of that. So it just sucks. And it sucks as basketball fans. Like, that's the only reason we were tuning in to the Mavs at all. And then now probably Anthony Davis is going to shut it all the way down, because why would you want to play without him? And so, like, that's all happening in my mind. At the same time, I'm like, man, the Mavs really are a trash organization. To go from a team that was in the finals and dominant to get to the finals to a lottery team without two of your franchise players now and another one we don't know when he's going to be back. Man, that's just like, if fumbling the bag was a team, that's this team.
Man,
That's tough.
man,
That's tough. That was heartbreaking to see. And like you said, I'm kind of like you, Trista, with these players and these celebrities. I feel for the moment, you know what I mean, but I kind of keep them where they're at. I don't know these people, you know what I mean. They don't know me, so I don't get that invested emotionally in them. But that was heartbreaking to see Kyrie go down, and I think maybe what added to it was him shooting the free throws,
Yes.
him thanking God and all this other stuff. Even in that moment, thank you, God, and I didn't even recognize the tear till I saw it on your stories. That was heartbreaking to see, because he has kind of changed his legacy a little bit. He has, I believe, he has grown from some of the things that he went through, and the type of man that he wants to be, and the type of energy that he wants to put out there into the world and be about. Much like I kind of talked about with Zach LaVine, he's walked it. He's everything that I can imagine him in one of those dark moments a couple years ago, trying to reevaluate who he wanted to be, saying, I want to be this type of person. I want to give off this type of. He's done it. Like, he has walked it. He has been a kind soul. He has been an encouraging soul on and off the court to a number of different people. And, he loves basketball. And for this to happen to him again, like I said, it was heartbreaking to see, man. And I wonder, he's going to come back. I do believe he's going to come back. He doesn't want to go out this way, but we think he's going to be out for much of next year, maybe all of next year. He comes back as a free agent at 34 years old, almost 35 years old.
Turn 33 in a couple of weeks.
I don't know what we see from Kyrie anymore at this point in his career. That was tough.
Yeah, he probably lost, I don't know, aggressively speaking, $100 million.
Man, that's tough.
And to the thing that's like, listen, Kyrie has a lot of money. He's made a lot. He's got endorsements. He's fine. But I also place blame on the Mavericks organization for putting him through those high minutes when he was already dealing with injuries, and he already has issues with his lower extremities. You trade Luka, and then you increase Kyrie's usage, increase his minutes to a level that we haven't seen recently. So, I mean, I think what Kyrie was supposed to get was 3 years, 150. If he opted out this year, it would have been, I think that the levels that Bobby Marks and stuff were saying was 3 years, 150, 3 years, 160. So if he opts into this $50 million and he never gets another huge deal again, I mean, whatever he ends up getting, maybe the veteran, I don't know. I don't know what that ends up being. But I would say if you're aggressive, that's $100 million injury potentially.
Brutal. Yeah, just absolutely brutal.
And another thing that I've kind of noticed about like the Mavs and the Mavs fans, they love Kyrie. You watch those games, like there's a different energy, a different level of cheering when he makes a basket. They love Kyrie out there. And for them to lose Luka and Kyrie in the same year and maybe forever after going to the finals, that's tough. That is tough, man.
Yeah.
You think
Pour a little out for him.
Yeah, seriously. You with that said though, looking at the conference, we think that Dallas is heading in a certain direction. It's hard to believe, like even with Hardy going down last night, like they're running out of players at this point to field. They need Scalabiciers and G League guys to come up and fill their roster spots. Talk about Kai Jones, who was fantastic.
He did play well.
But like, that's what we're talking about with Dallas. You have Phoenix, where they just might kill each other before the end of the season. Now all of a sudden, and I'm dead serious, I feel like the door is open for your Portland Trailblazers to get to the 10th spot.
Man, I'm so glad you brought him up. I'm so glad because like this is a team that really has no expectations. This is a rebuilding team. This is a team that is just trying to organically grow like the Houston Rockets were 3 years ago post James Harden. Like the Orlando Magic have been trying to do, like the Detroit Pistons are trying to do. Closer to Houston because we lose a franchise star, right? And we're trying to like pick up the pieces from that out of nowhere. But I was watching the pregame and Isaiah when Blazers played the Cavs, which was a tremendous game, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was a great game from pretty much start to finish, and had a lot of excitement even at the end. But he said, I don't think after beating the Celtics that the Cavs are really ready for this team. Like, I don't think that the athleticism and the length and the toughness and the grittiness, this is pre-game. He goes, they're not ready. I don't think they're expecting what they're going to see from Portland. And boy, oh boy, is that like a testament to what Joe Cronin and this organization are building, which are a bunch of long, athletic guys who play excellent on-ball defense, but also off-ball defense as well. You're seeing Denny get into the passing lanes and cause mischief. I think Toumani Camara, if you redrafted the 2023 draft, he's probably top 5 in that draft. And he was, 54th overall? He won Defensive Player of the Week or the month, just like yesterday. And you're seeing Shaden Sharp. I mean, I know how much you like Shaden, Kenny. He's turned into just an absolute bucket. And even guys who nobody's ever heard of will get you 3-4 good minutes, like Duop Reith. He's like multiple possessions where you're like, okay, what are you doing? And like this is a team that doesn't even have their starting center or their backup center, right? No Ayton, no Rob Williams, and they're rolling out with Donovan Clingan, a rookie, and a guy who we picked off the street in Duop Reith. So there's just a lot of athletic long dudes that want to play defense and also like to get up and down the floor. And the way that they've competed against a team that has the best record in all of the NBA, they were up 20 on them, shows me a lot of promise. I don't care whether we go to the playoffs or not. I would love us to sneak into the play-in. But I just think this is the first time maybe in my lifetime, outside of maybe the Jailblazers, where I'm like, yeah, you don't want to see these guys in an alley. Like they've got a sock full of rocks and they're ready to take you to it for 48 minutes. And that's not something that a lot of teams have. And they don't have the horses for it either.
This team you figuratively don't want to see in the alley. The Jailblazers, you really didn't want to see them.
No, you didn't want to see them in
alley strip club, Club Ricky's. You didn't want to see them anywhere.
705 J Street.
Well, they've been known to. I think that's where I met Rasheed Wallace the first time.
The Portland Trailblazers, who absolutely can chase down Dallas, leapfrog Phoenix, and chase down Dallas, according to Tankathon, the 3rd toughest schedule remaining in the NBA. So the good news for them, though, is Dallas is decimated, and Phoenix who's right in front of them, has the 1st toughest schedule remaining. So they got a possibility of being able to pull something out, man, and have a nice little finish to the season and get into that play-in. And then once you get into the play-in, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Last game of the year too, playing the Lakers at the crib. That'll be a good one. That'll be a really good one. I'm excited to see how the rest of the season plays out. How do you
Do you
guys
remember
feel
the
about?
last time? I shouldn't say the last time, but do you remember one of the famous times that matchup was the last game of the year?
I don't.
This is when Kobe hit those 2 shots. Remember that? That was the
Oh
last
yeah.
game of the year.
We just always have this like really interesting dynamic where I could see us beating the Lakers in the last game of the year. Probably won't matter to them. It certainly is going to matter to us. But those games are always hard fought, and they're always filled with vitriol and venom and all kinds of like. Remember when Ruben Patterson deemed himself the Kobe stopper?
The Kobe stopper, Ruben Patterson, Cincinnati's finest.
Yeah, I mean, and the Kings, you guys look like you might be making a push as well. We'll see how it goes.
6. We trying to get to that 6.
Yeah. In the 8 seed now, you're what? You're a half a game out of 6.
Yeah.
This is really interesting though. The tables can turn so fast right now, especially in the West. Between the fifth spot and the 10th spot is only like 5 games. So if somebody goes hot or cold, you could really rise up. I would, if you guys make a playoff spot for sure, I'll have to be there. Absolutely, you guys can set it up.
Let's
Count
pull
me,
up.
count me in.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. We'll make sure Kenny has a phone charger that day and everything.
And we'll make sure that Reese has a little fluconazole or some Ambien or some Ativan or something, so he doesn't have to go to the pharmacy and pick him up some meds. We'll do it.
Yeah, hopefully he's got it. He's been sick for the year right now. That's what I hope. He's good.
I think I make him sick is what it is. So we'll just get him to go spend some time with Uncle Dave, and then he'll feel better.
Dang.
Yeah, I don't know what I did to Reese, man. My boy don't.
It's love, man. It's love.
Well, have fun in DC. You back west next week, or are you staying out there?
Back west next week. I'll be back on the 2 p.m. hour by next Tuesday.
All right. Have fun
Love
in the
y'all.
district. We'll see you next week.
TK.
Love you back.
See ya.
Trysta Krick, live from the nation's capital. We'll come back. Jason Jones coming up about 30 minutes from right now. I want to talk a little about Keegan Murray. Cooper Flagg. We're seeing the basketball season start to come to a close here. College basketball season, I should say. The regular season starting to come to a close here. So lots of good things to talk about, man. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay. KC looked like Hollywood Rock in the vest. That's what he looked like. Hollywood Rock.
Besides Paul Heyman, who else is better than Punk on the mic?
Right now, I don't think anybody.
All time?
Oh, man.
That's what I mean all time, too. I brought up Paul. Like, Paul's definitely up there.
Yeah, Paul is up there. Austin was pretty good.
That's a good one. Yeah, you could throw him in there.
Austin was pretty good. Who else is great on the mic? Jericho's good. Jericho was good. I don't know if he's still good or not.
I don't think he's ever had anything like Punk, though. Or those
Sean was good. Sean, especially later Sean was good on the mic. That's a good call, J.O. Sean was good on the mic. Rock was all right. The Rock, sure. He's kind of cartoonish though, Hot One. A little cartoonish for me. Like some of that stuff from that time frame ages so poorly, in my opinion. Yeah, Piper was good when he wasn't racist. Yeah, definitely. When does the Heyman Punk promise come into play? Oh, good question. I don't know. Yeah, good question.
Does Roman kind of flex his muscle or whatever and be like, "No, like I'm gonna face off with Seth at WrestleMania," and that's how the favor comes into play?
Yeah, maybe.
I'd imagine
Yeah.
that's how you
Yeah.
have to play them that way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, definitely could. Ric Flair was pretty good on the mic, I guess. Y'all are romanticizing The Rock. Look, I'll get the Rock gets love for sure. The Rock gets love, Chris, but go back and watch that stuff from 98, 99, 2000. This shit is corny as hell. It ages terribly. Go back and watch it today. Again, JBL real good when he wasn't being racist. JBL was pretty good. JBL's heel character shocked the hell out of me. It was really good. That's all good, Michigan. That's all good. Yeah, you know who's really good? Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake he cut great promos. Mankind cut good promos too. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's the one right there. Jake the Snake was great. That was hilarious. That's all time. That was absolutely hilarious. Okay, Dr. David, settle down. Well, this is a good call there, Drew Down. Good call. Good call. Good call. Well, Booker T is always looking out for Hulk Hogan. That's for sure. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you.
Hey, so
Casey would say.
I got a small market, big heart on.
You're such a liar.
Right
Come on,
now.
man. This dude.
And who is this? Is supposed to be a Sacramento guy. Who is this guy? And look at this picture that he has the entire time he's getting filmed. Who is this guy?
It's a Sacramento fan or someone who worked here.
I don't know who that guy is.
The Sacramento guy telling the story of everything, and that's the picture you decide to go with as we shooting the movie. Oh, whose man's is this?
It's like being like, I love JFK, but then you got like a picture from the Zapruder film up there.
Oh man. Mike, I don't think I thought it was as corny back then.
I don't think it ages as poorly as you think, by the way.
Man, yes, it does.
No, because I'll go back. I like The Rock. The Rock was one of my favorites. Like, that stuff is funny.
That's your boy.
My bad. I wasn't even plugged in. We could have been on the air and everything. I was waiting to hear something. I wasn't even plugged in. My bad.
Like, how much of the Attitude Era stuff is just corny, though, back then?
Oh, a lot of it. But the Rock stuff was corny back then. I mean, it's corny. I don't know. Maybe
you're not a fan of the meh.
No, that was so that's funny. Like that, but it's also like it's like he just Rudy Poo can't like the whole thing. It's like, all right, man, like we get it. Kenny over here watching Small Market Big Heart.
Yeah, man. There's some guy on here who's supposed to be. Is that his name? Is this? No, I don't know. But yeah, some guy's supposed to be on our side. Got a framed picture.
How do we know he's on our side?
He ain't an LA guy. They're all talking about Sacramento.
How do we know?
They talking about Sacramento. And if
you're not listening to it,
if he is an LA guy, and James let him have that as a background, I'm gonna talk to James about it.
There's no way he's a Sacramento. There's no way a Kings fan's like, yeah, I got the big shot Bob shot framed in my house.
Maybe fake James Ham set it up then. Fake James Ham from
Did
the
we
mix.
ever find fake James Ham? I'm about to text James right now and ask him who the hell is this?
I wonder if like one of his, it would be so dope is like if one of his friends like listened to the show and was like, I wonder if they're talking about my guy Chad.
Well, I was gonna say, what if fake James Ham was a fan of the show? It's like, hey, I kind of look like him. What if they're talking about
and
me?
I was at the mix on
Exactly.
Saturday night. I wonder if he's talking about me.
If you were this person, call him.
If you are fake James Ham, please reach out to D'Lo and Casey. we need to get to the bottom of this.
Get on the stream.
Get on the yeah.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah.
Get on the stream Wednesday at 3:00. We'll have a blast. Fake James Ham was having the time of his life with what we believe were Cosmos. We're not really sure. We're not sure.
Man, I need to know that guy. I want to know who he is.
The fake life we created for him was so much fun.
The fake life.
Just we don't know why he was there, but we just the fake life we created for him was fantastic. This man Kenny really did send a group text. Hey James, who the hell is this guy, and why did you let him have that picture in the background? By the way, for those who are listening and not watching, the picture in the background is Ori with the ball in the air over an outstretched Chris Webber arm.
Yeah.
On
On the small market big heart.
Yeah, we'll see what James Ham has to say about this gentleman in that picture.
It's a big ass wall too, with just a small frame of that.
No, that was intentional.
Yeah.
That was
like,
intentional.
Who is this jackass?
And James might deserve his ass kicked for allowing that to be in the background.
like it's literally just a big ass wall and a tiny like 4x4 picture, whatever.
Because he really should have looked at him like, hey, you're not integral to this.
I'll tell you this: that
like,
picture was not on that wall 5 minutes before they filmed that interview.
No chance. Absolutely no
All right,
chance.
pal. Oh, now look who's on the screen. Boy, oh boy, I got questions.
Okay, now who's on the screen? Now we got. Okay, this guy. Why do all of these rooms look fake?
And why does everyone have a photo over their left or right shoulder?
Why is like get James Ham in here?
The hell's going on out there?
Oh, you guys calling the fake James Ham James Scam is funny. James Scam is hilarious.
We gotta find James Scam.
I'm super mad we didn't think of that. James Scam.
You like the fake diesel.
Oh, we've got an answer. Tony from the B. That was the only spot we could find in the building. Yeah, right, James.
Take the picture down. No.
Right.
Hell no.
Yeah,
Take
right,
the picture
James.
down.
Whose side is James on?
Filming this heartwarming documentary about my team. Meanwhile, here's the worst moment in my franchise's history.
Just what? What is the only look? And why is that picture hanging around the B? What is this?
James, let me talk to you about producing next time you're in.
Oh man!
Hey, yeah, can you set it by the Ori shot, by the Ori picture, please?
Oh man, Kyle Matson called it the Kenny Caraway of newspapers.
Oh come on!
Oh man,
come on!
I've never heard of Tony Bajak before.
Yeah, I think I have one time, except because I remember that name, but yeah. I've seen this before too, and I don't remember this.
Now, look, we're trying to trade James Ham to San Antonio after this. Jesus, man.
James said, if you don't keep the picture up, I want out.
This is
if you
crazy.
take it down, I'm out.
Yeah, if you take it down, I'm down.
This is crazy.
I don't give a damn about our record. If that picture's gone, we're done.
Oh, now look at this. Look at this mess.
Oh, we got more.
Look at this.
Oh, there's Grant Anchor.
Look at another picture of the right shoulder. Another forbidden picture over the right shoulder, left shoulder. What do you want to call it?
Nah, here's something. Hold on. Let me open. No, this is sorry. I'm very sorry to the streaming audience. I don't know how this popped up. Let me let's see. If you don't like that, here it is. I hold on. Maybe if I hit this button, it'll work. I don't know how I did this earlier. Look at okay. So just tell me, you get to this page and you're watching these videos. Like that's the like listen, Jesse, help this man out. That's
you can help that out.
This is the home of the shorts.
You can start by letting that breath out first.
Like, man, what is happening here?
Brother, breathe.
Oh man, come on, bro.
Why he look angry in every video?
Maybe he is.
Maybe Thailand is not treating him well. Okay. I don't know what this video is, but the title is Zach LaVine probably hates DeMar DeRozan. I don't know what this is. That's the name of the video. Zach LaVine probably hates DeMar DeRozan. If I knew whether this person cussed or not, we'd watch this video live on the air.
Oh, it's not oh boy. It's a different video.
No, it's on a site called I Like Basketball. That's what it's called.
Good for you, buddy.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Goodness gracious.
Oh,
I
brother.
don't know.
What you gonna do, man? What you gonna do?
I don't know. Give the
just
ball
out
to
here
Keegan Murray. That's what you got to do, because that's we're never going to get to this football stuff. We'll just do it tomorrow. It's franchise day. It looks like Sam Darnold really going to be out there.
Russell Wilson is going to the Broncos. Wasn't that the last story?
Yeah. No, it wasn't Russell Wilson going to the Broncos. It was
them cutting him.
The Broncos cutting Russell Wilson. That just you'll never know my take on it.
They ate up $75 million in cap space. Can you believe it?
You'll never know my take on it. That got bumped for weeks. Like, you know what? Just forget it. Forget it. He's a Steeler now, man. Forget it.
But now Keegan been hooping, man. Keegan, I like this Keegan, and he's not even doing anything like super extra. If you ask me,
Yeah.
I think he's just knocking down his open shots.
4-game win streak here: 52, 43, and 85. 16 points per game, 5 rebounds for Keegan Murray in this stretch.
I love it, man. He's playing great.
I guess we have a new season post Aaron, and now post talk. Maybe post Warriors game.
Yeah.
Because something is different. Whatever those guys said to each other, whatever Doug Christie said to those guys, whatever conversation was had that fateful night when the Warriors walked in and punked Sacramento with the Golden One Center, the team has responded. Yeah, they have responded, and whether it's a combination of that talk, that conversation, that night, and just time on the floor, it's been tremendous. And the fact that they've had to make another adjustment the last couple of games with Domantas Sabonis out, because essentially he missed the entire Rockets game. He went out 76 seconds into it. He missed virtually that entire game. And, the fact that you've played the last two with Valanciunas in that position, knowing, Valanciunas can do a lot of good things for you, but you are going to operate differently. It's what we talked about yesterday. The hub is going to be different. So the fact that we're seeing Keegan Murray put up these type of numbers in the last 4 games, seeing him being able to continue that the last 2 without one of his main assist guys, so to speak, there in Domantas Sabonis, man, that's a credit to the way that he's playing.
Absolutely, man. And sometimes I think we tend to lose sight maybe of when things aren't going right, or they get a little frustrated, like how frustrating it is to those players. And I remember I was looking for it. I thought it was on Matt's Twitter, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But in the Warriors game, you know how they always keep the camera running, him and Sean and all this
Yeah.
other stuff. And they were losing. It was probably a 20-point game at that point, third quarter, very frustrated. And they were in the timeout. And DeMar is just sitting there and he's mad. And he just takes the Gatorade bottle and just slams it on the ground in the middle of the huddle. He's pissed off. You know, we look at these guys, oh man, they're playing with no heart. And I understand that's what fans do sometimes, but they were so disgusted with how they were playing against that Warriors team that night. We lose sight that, yeah, they were mad too.
Yeah.
Like they were upset with their performance. They were upset that things weren't going the way that they thought they should or they hoped they should. And I bring that moment up because that was before the talk. And they had that talk, and whatever happened, they all seemed to kind of lock in to whatever it is they talked about. And, you know, that specific starting 5 unit, you know, and the responsibility that they had for leading the way for this team and this franchise for the rest of the season, they've locked into, man. And yeah, just as much as the fans were frustrated that night, they were frustrated with themselves and maybe the way things were going. And that you saw that in Doug having the meeting and DeMar's demeanor, you know, in that game. And even Zach, I think there was some moments in that game where he was like just kind of frustrated coming to the bench with what happened. And the way they've responded to that moment has been one of the stories of the season. And Keegan Murray is a big part of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it's not like these guys don't want to play well. You know what I mean? Like as frustrated as we might get, as much as we will, you know, deep dive into, you know, the smallest detail, it's not like these guys aren't trying to figure it out. It's not like they weren't trying to figure it out. I mean, it wasn't the Pacers game.
Right.
I'll say that. Like for those that witnessed the Pacers game and those who witnessed the Warriors game, those were 2 ass whoopings, but they were not the same. That Pacers game was they could lose the game tomorrow by 40, but if they're fighting, it's still not as bad as that Pacers game was. That Pacers game was embarrassing. The Warriors game was frustrating. And there's a big difference between the two. And I know what Michael's trying to say here, and this is going to sound like it's coming across a certain way. Michael's asking, when is the last time we saw a Fox slam a Gatorade bottle? I know what Michael's pointing out right there. Sometimes having, not taking a shot at De'Aaron here, but sometimes having that visual reaction to something is good for teams. It's good, you know. So DeMar's reaction is good for Levine. Levine's reaction is good for DeMar. Doug's reaction is good for everybody. And it's like you can have it in that moment, but at some point you've got to address it. And sometimes, you know, those types of things like, hey man, we can't do this. We made a mistake on KSFM. I turned around and punched the wall. Like that was real smart. That felt fantastic, but we knew we can't do that again. We got to be sharper with what we do. And that's just like, I think, you know, you don't have to break stuff. You don't have to, you know, throw stuff. You don't have to punch stuff, but your team's got to know hey, we can't do this. And the fact that those guys got together after that game and said, we think we can't do this. And responded in kind, they haven't lost since. And, you know, we can pick apart the teams to death. Fact is, they won. You pointed out Denver earlier, who the Kings play tomorrow. People were ready to vault Denver back into the title conversation after beating the Pelicans 2 or 3 times, a Magic team that was struggling, a Blazers team that hadn't gotten hot yet, a Phoenix Suns team had imploded weeks ago. They were ready to crown. So, like, don't punish us when you're ready to crown someone else. And that's where the Kings are at right now. They're at 4 straight. We asked on Sunday night, if you've got an opportunity to take advantage of a team that's not playing well, do it.
Yes.
And they did that last night. And the last little bit of hope that Dallas had tore his ACL in the first half of that game. And, you know, Clay and that group, they kept throwing some haymakers, trying to make that game as close as possible. Kings got it to 10 at the half. And that 10-point lead, that's a nice lead to take into the half. But my God, what they did in that third quarter, they ended the game. It was over.
And sometimes we see this a little bit with Charlotte, the Charlotte game, excuse me, a little bit maybe with the Utah game and last night, where I could be reading too much into it, but it feels like they sense what they can do if they step on the gas a little bit. Like there's moments where, you're up 10 at the half. Hey, you're up 10. They lost Kyrie. His team they're ready to go. Like knock them out.
Yep.
Knock them out. They're ready to go. Saw it against, Charlotte. All right, we finished the third quarter the right way. We're now up 12, going into the fourth. Hey, it's first 3 minutes here. Knock them out. They're ready to go. And it feels like they sense that. At least recently, they've been able to sense that, where maybe they weren't able to do that earlier, like in the Pelicans game here and the 2 in New Orleans. They weren't able to sense the knockout blow or execute on the knockout blow. Now they've had a little bit more time together, and they've got a little bit more feel for the game, maybe for Doug Christie, maybe for each other. And when they have those moments, they don't let them pass. And I don't care if they do that against the Mavericks all the time. Do it, though. Because like Jesse pointed out earlier, how many times last year do we have a team that they feel was ready to they were ready to stomp out, and they were letting them hang around or even lose the game too.
Right.
So I'm not going to take that for granted at all.
Yeah, 0 minutes for DeMar DeRozan, 0 minutes for Keegan Murray, 0 minutes for Jonas Valanciunas, 0 minutes for Zach LaVine, and 3 minutes and 25 seconds for Malik Monk in the fourth quarter. That's the position that the Sacramento Kings were in heading into the final 12 minutes of that one, up 94-66. And that gave, guys that gave everyone, except for Jay Crowder, an opportunity to get out there. And
I wonder if Jay's I wonder if he's like, nah, I'm cool. It's good. Like, I understand.
There's got to be something to it, right? Like, Jay's clearly not going to play.
Right.
Because you would have wanted him to run last night.
Because I think Trey Lyles finished the game.
Maybe he's
right?
just there for vibes.
Maybe.
Trey Lyles played 7 minutes and 53 seconds in that quarter.
Hey, Scal went in. That's
Scal played. Yeah. Scal played 4 minutes.
Jay Crowder,
they were telling the whole story about how he got his jersey made that morning.
Jay Crowder just might not have it anymore.
He might.
Yeah, you were up 30.
I know, but like to that point though,
what did he have to have?
Like if Jay had some
legs,
I don't know.
Like what are we talking about?
You make a good point. I don't know. I was trying to argue the other side, but
it wasn't like, hey, Jay, go win us the game. Jay Crowder got off a plane,
maybe he
showed up at shoot around and started the game that
maybe
night.
he just is chief vibe officer. Like that's
Hey, maybe that was the last dance for Jay.
Maybe he's
right there.
Maybe he's auditioning for Alvin's job. I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like there's got to be a reason Jay doesn't play.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
I mean, because we even speculate like they went and signed Scal to BCR when we were like, hey, you need a little depth. You need a big body down there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jay isn't going to do it, so let's go get Scal.
Jay's already told us he don't want to play,
and maybe that's it.
Weezy's got it right here. Jay started a game, got a shouting match with Julius Randle, never played again.
That was his last dance.
By the way, the Kings won that game.
They won, and he was out there talking crazy to Minnesota.
Yeah, someone's finally showing some fire, this and that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's great. He's great. This is going to be great.
Yo, we were talking about Jay Crowder after that game. Like, Jay, that's what we need. We ain't seen that man yet.
Man. I've called for Jay and hadn't picked up.
Cass Digital Media says he's our Udonis Haslam.
Well,
hey, I mean, okay. I get you need those.
Yeah. Okay. No, you know what Jay does now? And I ain't trying to disrespect him, but I like that he does this, so I'm not meaning to disrespect. He takes the young guys to meet the refs. That's what he does.
Okay.
Showing them the rope.
Yeah. He takes Devin, he introduces them to the ref, makes them introduce themselves to the ref before the game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's the vet. He's the big dog.
It's like a dad. Hey, go say hi.
Well, that's fine.
I mean, like to see him shoot a jump shot, but if that's what he's providing, that's what he's providing.
I guess my question is, why is that all he's providing?
I don't know. Okay. It's my boy Jay Crowder, man. Like
if I
Jay
could
here.
ever get to a game early enough, maybe I just pull DC aside. Hey, what? He just don't want to play? You don't want to play him?
I don't know what it is.
Does he not have legs anymore? Is Jesse's?
Well, yeah, like, are we just begging, like, for Jay to get some garbage time minutes?
Yes!
Here?
Yes!
Yeah, they up 30. Can I see
Yes!
Jay Crowder?
Yes!
Why? What's the big
Why
deal?
can't I
Like,
see
why?
Jay? Why can't I see Jay Crowder?
Because
I'm sitting here trying to think this through. Like, why are they asking for
What
Jay
about
Crowder?
little Jimmy, who bought a ticket with his Jay Crowder jersey and was like, "Hey, this might be the night, son." And
That's
no,
a bad dad right there. I'll
sorry.
tell you that. That's a
Hey,
bad dad.
we're up.
That's a bad father
Hey,
right there.
Hey, buddy, we're up 30 going into the fourth quarter. It's gonna be Jay's night.
My dad is calling me Jay Crowder. Then something clearly.
Oh
went
no,
wrong.
here comes Scal Labissiere and Doug McDermott. Isaac Jones got 8 minutes in the quarter.
I want to see my boy Jay Crowder, man. I guess that's just my boy. I like Jay.
We'll just send, like Boombox Benny says, we'll send James out to the next press conference. Hey, Doug, what the hell? What's the issue?
Well, who knows what James will ask after what we just discovered in the Small Heart Big Mark. What is it? Small Market Big Heart documentary.
What have we learned?
Doug,
that James has
can
been
you
undercover?
rehash Game 7, 2002 again for us?
Yeah,
please?
Doug, tell me about Vlade tapping the ball back to Bob.
Hold on, let me hang this frame above you real quick.
No, yeah. No, here. Do it between these framed Laker jerseys. James talking about that's the only place in the building we could
Take
film.
the picture down.
God damn it, James. You got to be kidding me.
If you don't go to the parking lot and call it a day, why do we have to do it in front of that picture?
Just take the picture down. What was it? What was it? Covering up a safe?
Just nailed to the wall like that clown picture in the office.
It's integral to the structure of the house. Man.
Hey, what's his name again? What's the guy's name?
The reporter? Tony checked. I don't know how there's no vowel between the B and it's BJACT. I don't know how to say that.
My guess is it's backed.
Jacked? What?
I would say it's either jacked or backed. One of the two aren't sounded out. That'll be my guess.
Backed or jacked?
Yeah.
Tony backed. Tony jacked. It's got to be backed.
Yeah, I think it's backed.
Like, why is the J there then?
I don't know, man. the way you said it before, but
I don't understand. All right.
He said Tony
but jacked would have been if there was apostrophe there and it was capitalized.
Oh man, yeah, they gotta get dude, man. He need to make himself known.
Tony Bajette on Friday.
Yeah, he need to make himself
get
known.
He
got to answer to
We
this.
need to find where this man is and book him for this.
So first of all, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yeah.
Second of all, what the hell was the deal with this picture?
No, first of all, how dare you?
First of all,
that's my fault.
that was episode. I mean, season 5.
Tony,
because Mindy was.
Look,
there.
I googled his name and it's like no response. It literally says these are the results for Tony Jacket.
What if James
you think James left out a letter?
I think he did because I think there's a Z in his name.
A Z?
Yeah, I feel like
let me
I see
type
there's a Z.
Sacramento. You know who? Jason might know.
What if James just pulled some rando off the street? Hey, you want to talk Kings?
Okay. He left out a letter. God damn it. His name it's BIZJAK.
He left out 2.
It's an automatic fail in journalism.
He left out I and Z.
He did. Oh, James sucks, man. I swear.
Well, now we're at this part of the doc. we're at this part.
How old is Dave in this documentary?
Yeah, that's baby Dave.
That's it, man.
That's baby Dave.
A little chunky Dave right there. We'll come back. We'll talk. So, BizJack?
That sounds about right.
What Jason will know.
Yeah,
we'll ask him when he gets it. I bet that was Jason Jones's office.
Oh man, come on, man. Sacramento B.
That was Jason Jones. We're going to talk to Jason Jones next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh no, what Jason say?
What picture? What? What? Yeah, that was Baby Dave, man. They got a lot of people in this doc that were young. They have my girl Angelique Ashby. She was in this, and she looked like a teenager. I've never met Angelique Ashby, so but I see the things that she does in the city, and so salute.
Can't wait till D'Lo and Casey the documentary comes out.
What about the movie? What about actors playing a biopic?
Who's playing Dame?
That guy who was on college basketball last night. I forgot his name. And Idris Elba will play your boy.
Yeah, all right. I guess I'll take Michael Pena.
Yeah, Idris will play your boy. You know what I mean? Now who would play me though? Who would play me?
Yeah, we'll get Ricky Saints to be in this movie.
Yeah, Ricky
It'll
Saints.
part
This
of
will be his
his
acting
WWE deal.
debut,
Yeah.
You know they like to put
This is like Marine Part 1 for him.
Yeah, exactly. They like to do that. Yeah. Ricky Saints will definitely be there. Freddie Gibbs, that is a good one. That's a good one. Joe, if Joe wants to get into his acting bag, that could happen. Who is Shane Gill?
Stupid little.
So now we've done something new here. We're talking about D'Lo and Casey, the movie, the biopic, and we're finding people who are going to play us in the movie.
Okay.
Ricky Saints is the clear leader for you. Freddie Gibbs is. Wait, come on. What? Jack Davis says Cuba Gooding Jr. Samuel L. Jackson for KC.
It's me, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, well, Morris, he
No.
might get the call.
Sam was
Like
with
the call.
Kendrick Lamar, so you know Casey ain't gonna let him play him. He going, nah,
I
we're
got
gonna
love for
veto.
Sam. Somebody said, who is this guy? They said for Dave. Where is he at?
Oh, they said Shane Gillis.
Yeah, who's Shane Gillis?
He's a comedian.
Shane Gillis is gonna play who?
Dave.
Carmichael Dave?
Let me see Shane Gillis.
You said Shane?
Yeah, Shane Gillis.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Come on, don't do that. Common as
No, you know who's
Casey.
gonna play. You know who's gonna play Dave is Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni could play Carmichael Dave.
He could.
Hey, who plays Peaches in the scene where him and Damian cross paths after the first playoff?
Hey, yeah, who's Peaches? You know who Peaches is from Entourage.
Ooh.
The lawyer, the smart one.
Oh, Jeffrey
who was on Unhappily Ever After too.
No, I'm thinking of someone else. He's the lawyer on a different show.
The chat will know his name.
Unhappily Ever After.
And he was on Entourage.
He was the lawyer. He was a lawyer.
Well, he was the one. He was like the one
Not
trying to keep
Ari.
everything together. No, you're right. Ari was the agent. He was the one, the responsible one on Entourage. Not Turtle, not Johnny.
Oh, in the crew.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? E?
Might have been. That's Napier.
Oh, he's too small. I mean, Napier's 6.
Well, the camera will do whatever the camera needs to do.
That's kind of a comedy scene, by the way. We're not really going for actual live casting there.
We're doing it like clipped.
Yeah, we're gonna lie on that one.
Oh, okay. All right.
You might shoulder bump him in this scene. Or John Poles might go in there. This is a movie. Like, we gotta do it up.
The great part is it's gonna be John Poles as John Poles. Walking into that, was it like a Thai restaurant or a Chinese food restaurant?
I don't know what that was.
Like he was about to beat somebody's ass.
Malik Yoba, that's good. I see you. I see you.
Grant Napier should be played by Blake Griffin. That's funny. It should be played by the guy who played Blake Griffin on Clipped.
Oh, here's Dante Green in the doc. Young Dante Green. Baltimore stand up. Eric, that was it. You're right. E. Yeah, yep. Eric. Yeah.
We get like Harrison Ford to play PDX.
Harrison Ford really could be the tribal chief.
Yeah, he could.
Tribal chief.
What's up, Jay? We're still on commercial. We're coming back in like a minute or so. Less than that. What's up, man?
Did Jason Jones make a cameo? He's got to.
Absolutely.
J Street vibes, everything.
Absolutely.
So we gotta. You want to play yourself or you want to actor?
What?
We're scripting the movie, the D-Lo and KC movie. We got to figure out who's playing Jason Jones.
Do you want to play yourself or do you want to actor?
Like, give me an actor.
So hey, someone's got to go. Then we get Conan to play Peaches.
Oh, there you go.
Conan O'Brien is Grant Napier.
Wow.
We're coming back. I don't know how we started.
Sword at it.
Wow.
Emmett Smith.
Emmett Smith is Jason Jones.
Emmett Smith.
Yeah. Well, we could always get the Undertaker guy.
Oh yeah, get him. Yeah, he's got to be a SAG actor at this point.
We could get the Undertaker guy.
Let Emmett. I don't care. I've been getting Emmett Smith ever since I did this.
Yeah, Jason got good Emmett Smith vibes.
Yeah. I was in Vegas at a store, and she was like, "Excuse me." I'm like, "Yeah." Has anyone ever told you look like Emmett Smith? And I'm like, "Yes." And having a girlfriend who's a Cowboys fan, she's like, "Ha ha ha!" I'm like, "Okay."
Y'all are saying Ari Spears is Jason Jones. There's no way I would do that. Jason Jones.
Wow.
Ari
I'm gonna go ahead and go say goodbye to everybody. It's been real.
Ari Spears like he's one coke line away from dying.
I'm like, come on, Ari Spears.
No.
I mean, he wow. See, the actor I get is one of the dudes from Black Panther. There's a dude in Black Panther I get. I forgot which one.
Oh, yeah. The guy who was with the other tribe.
Yeah, I was one of the other tribe people. I wasn't down with Wakanda, I guess.
He was in Us.
Well, that's indicative of your Lakers Kings coverage. Is you're with the other tribe. You're not with Wakanda.
Hey man. Shout out to my Slovenian savior Luka Doncic.
Well,
okay. Well,
look real quick. Who would Stephen Brown be?
Stephen Brown, Gary Coleman.
This is y'all wild, man. I'm still mad that I got straight Forrest Whitaker. My eyes don't look. I'm not high right now.
They hit me with the Freddie Gibbs, man.
That's an obvious one though. I can see Gibbs on stage with that vest on. But you can't be Gibbs because Gibbs ain't happy with Aubrey right now.
You see that?
So I saw that one today. He ain't got a hat on though. If he had a hat on, that'd be he's a married man, so he can't get up over that train no more. He's a married man. I ain't gonna.
I'm a married man.
Yeah,
but you can.
He can't say that line.
I'm gonna beat your ass.
And I don't know, the station's policy on testing, so he can't maybe get into the Godfather's current business. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I imagine that a radio station would be a little lenient in that area.
The Godfather work at a dispensary, or does he still do the strip club thing in Vegas?
I don't think he has the strip club anymore, but I think he still does the cannabis.
Okay.
Now, did his character lead him down that road? Like, did he like the guy in Boys in the Hood who was the shooter? How he embraced that in real life? Is that what?
Well, that is
I'm pretty sure. I mean, knowing how athletes, wrestlers, sports writers allegedly travel in their spare time, I'm pretty sure strip clubs were like a normal thing for him.
Yeah.
You know, I forgot what podcast I listened to. I guess in pro wrestling, at least in WWE, they no longer test for cannabis. So, I mean, I think they all owe Rob Van Dam an apology times 20.
And we got to thank LeBron, too. LeBron pushed that in the NBA.
Well,
Good job, LeBron.
Probably got to thank.
Are we giving LeBron credit for stuff today? I know he was player of the month and all, but what else are we giving LeBron credit for? You know what?
Well, I guess him and COVID ended the drug policy because he said if we're going to a bubble, y'all better allow these brothers to smoke weed.
I would love to see what the cleaning bill for some of those rooms were after they left.
This is a true story. I got a call from someone who was there talking about, hey, what's that fan we used to have that purified the air?
Oh man.
I was like, oh, it's one of the Dyson air purifiers. Yeah, we're about to order 20 of them.
Oh.
Just throw the whole mattress away and send them out over a bill.
You gotta throw the whole floor away. Just the floor of whatever hotel y'all in. Just throw it all away.
Whole room smelled like a Cheech and Chong van. Just
man.
And I've been around players just in public, and I'd be like, bro, could you at least not have blazed right now? But yeah, you know, I've been on the road running some NFL dudes. I'm like, man, my man, eyes bloodshot red, eating a bag of Doritos. I'm like, yeah. He like, what's up? I'm like, Corey, I ain't tripping, man. Ain't my problem.
I don't blame them brothers in the NFL for doing it. I heard that stuff better than like. I'd rather like if you do that instead of pain meds. Do that in a heartbeat.
Considering I remember one time Warren Sapp told us his regimen of how to get out of bed after a game, how the alarm goes off. He just lay in bed. And then eventually, after about 10, 15 minutes, he would put one leg on the floor. And then another 15, and he would put the other leg and then slowly push himself up. And like he gave us this long, detailed process of just getting out the bed. He's like, and guess what? 2 days later, we're practicing.
Mm.
And I was crazy. Like, I'm like, and me seeing how some of those guys are post NFL, the last thing I'm gonna get mad about is he wants some weed. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you know, I can't, I'm not mad at all. Yeah. I think all these leagues need to get rid of that rule, but hey, I might be venturing off into a different topic.
We need to get all these states to get rid of that rule is really where we're at.
Yeah, you know. But isn't the guy in office all about states' rights?
Okay. Wow. In any event,
less government, let the states do what they want, unless it involves locking people up. I mean, okay, I digress. How about John Cena?
That's what I was going to ask you about. That's what I was going to ask you about. Would you think of the turn?
Man, see, I thought it was going to happen at the Rumble. I thought as Jay's on the apron celebrating, he was going to snap. And when it didn't happen, now I'm going to go on the record. I'm like a mark for CM Punk. He's like one of my top 5 all time. I wanted him in the main event.
That promo last night was fantastic.
Yeah, you two bald frauds. And I love the investors on the internet who started digging up promos from like 15 years ago. They're like, Bray Wyatt told us this about John Cena in 2020.
Mm-hmm. The JBL one?
He said it's about him in 2011. Yeah, so actually, I was hanging out at the crab feed on Saturday. I had maybe 1 or 2 beverages already. And the homie's like, man, you got to check this out. And I'm like, oh, man, Cena won? I don't see this. And then I'm watching, and I'm like, what's going on? And then when I see, like, the camera work was beautiful. When they zoom in to John, I'm like, oh my God, John's about to turn. And we're old enough to remember heel John Cena. Heel John Cena was hilarious.
Yep.
And I didn't think we'd ever see it again. And then when he kicked him, I was like, oh my God, I mean, this is gonna be crazy to rock with the, all that, and letting Travis Scott jump in and knock the hell out of Cody.
Travis cracked me up.
God. I was like, whoa. Before that happened, I wanted no part of John Cena in the main event. I'm like, he's retiring. We don't need this. But now John Cena sells his soul to break Ric Flair's record.
I like it.
I like it. It even got Ric Flair on the internet. God help us working out, talking. I'm like, Rick, no. Please, Rick, no. Please, Rick, no. They cannot trap Ric Flair out there in Vegas. They cannot do it.
He's going to go win the Ric Flair title and say, no, I'm an 18-time champion now. Forgetting all these numbers are fake. Like none of them are
like to some small people like the GCW and let them put their belt on him for like 1 second or something. I mean, I mean, to me, their storylines going into Mania are all over the place in a good way. Like, we don't know if Bianca's a face. We don't know what Bianca is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's either an evil mastermind or an innocent. I mean, we don't know what Jade. I mean, they've got stories on top of stories right now. So I haven't been this excited going into a Mania in a while.
Yeah, they did a great job. They did a great job, setting this whole thing up, because we talked about it on the show. We were kind of disengaged with wrestling. There was really nothing that was making any of us tune in on a Monday night or anything like that. And that changed like that. I mean, everything they did at Elimination Chamber hit. You know what I mean? And
they're still talking about on like mainstream news. It's like MLB teams are posting about John Y. I mean, I think the funniest one I saw was on Instagram, because Cena has the whole McDonald's deal. Someone said, "How dare you be up here smiling trying to sell me food after what you did?" I mean, this is like, if they can bring back some of those old school heel Cena shirts, I'll grab a couple of those. Somebody they trademarked Break-A-Wish.
Oh, that's tremendous. That is terrific.
I mean, then we can do the whole redemption arc of, I said, this is going to be a hell of a way for him to go out. I mean, because I think for at least 5+ a long time, people have been saying they should turn John Cena heel. But like, well, who's going to do all the Make-A-Wish, I guess that means Cody can still do those. Cody can do that. And I thought I was wondering about Bianca. I'm like, Bianca's like one of those, girl power ones. Like, how do you turn her? And like, you can't really can you send Rhea to do Make-A-Wish for the kids? I mean, I know the dads would be stoked.
Yeah. Very.
Well, they'd be stoked for Bianca too, though. So
the funny thing is, I bet John still does them.
That'll be the thing. Yeah, he'll be like, hey,
They just can't film it, and John will be like, no, it's just for TV. Like everything's fine. It's just for TV.
They'll show them all when he's like done post WrestleMania 42. Like, just so you know, he still has the most wishes granted ever, because even though he was busy, cheap shotting, Cody or whatever, he still made time for the kids.
How do you like this this kind of new era of breaking the fourth wall? And I think that's how Dwayne, not The Rock, Dwayne referred to it in the press conference, that this is a thing where he very obviously does press conferences and I guess select TV appearances as Dwayne Johnson, the TKO board member. But most of the time he's on television. He's the Rock. That's not something we're really used to, even in the kind of smart era of being a wrestling fan.
I think it's probably not a bad idea, just because, like you said, in this era, words like heel, face, mark, turn, and all that, those weren't like, you had to be like a wrestling nerd to understand all that stuff. And I think a lot of people watching the show, even some of the younger people, understand it's a show. And I think when you can blur the lines, I think, to me, some of the best stuff in pro wrestling is when the lines were blurred. If you go back to even the NWO days, that was kind of a weird blur. We didn't have the internet, the social media. So folks were really confused about, okay, why are these guys really on TV? And they started doing things like, they're doing things like that. They'll mention AEW on WWE and vice versa. they realized, especially with, with the way the internet is, we can get video of, like, say, Charlotte working out with 2 AEW talents and someone from TNA, and we know they all know each other, and so I think it's working well. I think the way they've done it works well, because we all know that The Rock's on the board. The fact that he mentions it, basically, I'm on the board, Cody. I can make your life great. You can stay home and, like, get a Roman schedule. You can wrestle 4 times a year if you want. I think it's cool.
But CJ, I think they go too far with it. I don't think they blur the lines at all. I think this is literally like, hey, I'm Dwayne here at this press conference talking as if I'm the CEO.
Oh yeah, and I have no problem with that, actually, because
the blurry part was the Netflix appearance.
Well, yeah, that's when he did blur.
Like, how am I supposed to know that that's not The Rock, that's Dwayne?
Yeah. And it's kind of like, it's almost like he's letting the situation dictate which one he's going to be. But for me, I don't mind the press conferences being beyond the wall, because to me, when I've been in those pressers, my attitude is this: I'm not a paid part of the show, so I have no obligation to ask questions to play into your character. Like, I need a real answer to my question. I don't need to hear what's next, for your next match. Whoever Triple H tells you is your next opponent, who is going to be, so we'll worry about that. Like, I'm more into the real, their real thoughts behind the story and what's going on. So in the actual presser, I thought the way he handled the presser was great. Then you had John, who completely stayed in character for the presser.
Yeah.
Which is, and John is normally Mr. I have a feeling that John is loving this. He could just be a jerk now.
Yeah, I just can't wait to see. I'm hoping he comes out Monday. They're at the Garden. You've got this Punk Rollins thing that's going to happen. I think that's going to set up the match with Roman at Mania. I think you have a lot of pieces that can come together at this. Cody's going to be on SmackDown on Friday. I think there's a lot that can come together on Monday at the Garden. But I'm fascinated to see his approach. Like, and I love what they did. Like, he didn't show up last night. That's exactly what Hogan did. They did not have Hogan out the next night on Nitro. They waited. It was like a week or two before he came out.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to come out with a black beard. So, like, is he going to come out with the jorts and the bright shirt? Is he going to come out with a suit? Is he going to come out, as stupid as The Rock looked the other night? Is he going to come out dressed like the final boss? Like, what?
Yeah, and that was the first. It's like, when he transitioned from, like, Doctor of Thugonomics to, the hero, he never changed how he dressed.
Right.
And to me, I go back to even looking at the that thing he did with Bray in 2020, where they showed all these different versions of who he could be.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you go back to that. And like I said, they've got so many different, like, layers to this. You've got Alexa Black, you've got the whole Wyatt. There's all type of things you can blend in. Like, remember Bray said in 2020, this is who you really were, that you were. I think they're going to really lean into you were a phony.
Mm-hmm.
You were a phony all those years, and now you can be who you really are. I mean, I think you almost have to change the way he looks a little, but I think it'd be even funnier if they didn't. If he just came out dressed the same way. But now his shirts aren't bright. They're, like, all, like, dark colors with, like, evil messages, and he won't
UPS brown t-shirts.
Give up.
Yeah. It's like, instead of, like, hustle, loyalty, respect, it's like, I sold my soul. I mean, they've got a lot of different ways they can go with this now. So I know a lot of people who aren't into wrestling who are all of a sudden very intrigued about what's going to happen, heading up to 420.
Yeah, I think John, while I felt it was a little later than I would have liked. I don't want to say it was too late. I would have liked it more when he was active, when he was really in the game like that, as opposed to this. I still think they did a great job with it, and I think it still hit well enough for us to like be interested and be excited for what the next step is and what it's going to look like, because we have waited for so long for him to turn back heel.
Yeah. It's
But
like, yeah,
I wish it was like during his, like when he was like active, like maybe 10 years ago when he was active and turned in.
To me, what makes it cool though that 10 plus years ago, John's whole thing was The Rock is a part timer showing up to get the belt, and that was Punk's issue. You're a part timer, you're knocking people out the main event. To watch the evolution of John becoming what he hated. He showed up as a part timer. He didn't have to qualify for the chamber. He just put himself in there, and now he's in the main. It's like you live long enough to become what you hate.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, that's kind of the crazy cool story arc of this, is that he's literally what he claimed he hated 10 plus years ago.
Mm-hmm.
A part-timer taking opportunities from a young guy, who's been working hard all year. I show up for 2 matches and I'm in the main event.
That's some good stuff. That's why I'm Vince Russo.
Yeah, you
You really want to be Vince? No.
No, he was the worst booker in the group text this past weekend. Just the worst. I think your boy still headlines WrestleMania, though. He just headlines night 1 with Rollins and no title on the line, but I think Rollins, Roman, and Punk close night 1.
And I think there's still some favor. He still hasn't called in his favor to Paul. So, like I said, they got all types of layers of intrigue to this. So I'm looking forward to see what happens.
Jason Anderson tweets just a moment ago, Sacramento Kings guard Malik Monk is questionable for Wednesday's game against the Denver Nuggets due to a right toe sprain.
Oh,
damn.
Sound like turf toe.
A right toe sprain for Malik Monk. We'll see what happens with Malik headed into tomorrow night's game versus Denver. 4 straight for Sacramento, Jason. Zach LaVine playing well, Keegan Murray playing well. You got any thoughts on the Beam team and how they're working under Doug Christie here after that debacle against the Warriors a week or so ago?
If I'm being completely honest, I haven't really watched things a whole lot. So I have kept tabs on them. I mean, I think if they can get to 7, get to that 7-6 range, they'll be okay. I think Zach LaVine's a good player. I think the Valanciunas pickup was big, especially what's going on with Domas right now. I mean, I think they still. I mean, I think Dallas is done. I don't think Phoenix wants to play basketball. I think they wish the season was over tomorrow so they could all go on vacation. I mean, I guess they can't fire this coach for this too. So I think the Kings are in a good spot. That 6 to 10 range is still bottled up.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers tried to help y'all out, beating the Clippers a couple of times. So
the Lakers are just handling business for us all last week.
Yeah, they just knocking around everybody in that range.
Right,
Kenny
we didn't need the sound effects.
Kenny was texting me about, look at us right now in second place. I was like, yeah, man, wow.
Did he text you? They not like us?
He sure did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop it.
But,
Will you stop?
Purple and gold.
Yeah, but I think the Kings can really, it's gonna. I always say get out of that play-in range.
Yeah.
And I think whatever reason the Warriors are now, Jimmy Butler has done more for them than I would have guessed. I don't know what Minnesota team is going to show up depending on health and if Ant wants to get ejected from more games. Like I said, I think Phoenix is done. Even if somehow they finish in the top 10, I could see Dallas struggling. They could fall out the top 10. Even with that, Phoenix would be that team to get into the play-in and be like, can we just go ahead and lose and go home? So I think the Kings are going to be in a good spot, even if by some chance, say they finish 7th or 8th and lose the first play-in game. I think they'll have a good chance to get whoever they would play in the 8th spot. But then you get OKC in round 1. But considering where they were around Christmas, can't complain too much. It's just kind of the ebbs and flows. And then they've won 4 in a row. Before that, everyone was losing their mind about them.
Yeah.
How come they're not practicing? All this stuff. But I think all in all, yeah.
I don't think everybody. I don't think everybody understood what the All-Star break meant.
How come they're not practicing? They've got a whole week off and they're not practicing. I'm like, that's when I said, okay, yeah, the fan base is engaged again. They're mad that they didn't spend their vacation in Sacramento practicing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I think the CBA kind of does not allow them to have a practice. I mean, guys are allowed to work out, of course, but yeah, the whole part of the CBA and expanding the break was so guys could have a real vacation. So yeah, guys, the Kings weren't being lazy and refusing to work. They kind of were told, don't come around here until the break is over.
You were told you're not allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, people were like, you mean to tell me they're professionals and they're not working, they're not practicing? What are they doing with their break? Taking a break. Yeah, so I think, it's good for them they have Valanciunas right now. You do have a solid big, I like, I've always liked Zach LaVine as a player, and so they're getting the best version of Bulls West right now with Zach and DeMar as opposed to whatever was going on in Chicago a couple of years ago.
Jay, do you think at 19-10 right now with 22 games to go, you think Doug Christie's done enough to get that interim tag taken off and be a permanent head coach going into next year?
There's two ways to look at it. There's the outside of Sacramento view that would say, you know what, he's done okay. We still want to do a search and maybe go through our options. And then there's like the Sacramento view that says, we love Doug, we're keeping Doug. And I tend to lean toward they're going to keep Doug, barring there's like some crazy collapse, and they lose, they just go on a bender in the wrong direction. And I just kind of tend to think that, Doug has done enough to at least earn, a shot at it next year, so that would just kind of be my hunch. I haven't talked to anybody. I was going to go to the game this week, but then now I'm not going to go. So
is there a bender in the right direction?
I mean, it depends. I mean, if you're trying to have a really good time, sometimes it leads to a great story. Sometimes it leads to incarceration. So, I mean, hey.
And that's, sometimes life is all about the story.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about telling a good story, like my boy Pat Bev in that tweet I sent y'all.
Oh man!
Yeah, once again, Darvin just minding his business in Milwaukee, trying to make it.
Why did Pat Bev have to say that? Wild idea, but probably true.
It was a Twitter account that says Darvin Ham would have saw Luka struggling the first few games and benched him for Pat Bev. Pat Bev responded, "Wild take, but so accurate."
Oh man, Darvin just up in Milwaukee.
Nothing.
And then like Pat Bev off the top rope, like, yeah, you would have benched Luka for me.
Nothing makes Jason Jones happier than professional wrestling and Darvin Ham slander.
I mean that was a great tweet from Pat Bev.
The only thing that would make it better is if he's with his frat brothers watching wrestling and someone starts to slander Darvin Ham. That's the only thing that would make it better.
That's facts.
I'm sure Darvin is a great guy, but that last year was that was funny. I mean, Pat Bev, wild take, but that would have been hilarious.
Trying to get the 3 seed in the East.
Yeah.
Working with Kyle Kuzma on the inbounds plays, and he's got to pull up his phone and see that.
Yeah, he's like, Pat, why you got to do me like this, man? I'm over here just me and Doc just trying to get the job done. He's like,
I hope Darvin Ham has never vanity searched himself on Twitter.
Definitely not Laker Twitter. I mean, the shout out to JJ Redick for calling plays and stuff like that.
Went from Darvin Ham sabotaging my squad every year to securing the 2 seed with JJ Redick. I wish the Lakers. This person says this was 20 hours ago. I wish the Lakers could fire Darvin Ham again.
Oh
God!
Damn!
Once wasn't enough.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong.
Oh, come on!
It's time to end free speech. anyone still defending Darvin Ham should be put in jail. That was that was yesterday.
See, I'm not doing all that. But God, they said put him in jail. There's nothing to defend at this point.
Here's a good one. Okay, this was. I really hope Darvin has never done this. Nico Harrison is the Darvin Ham of NBA GMs.
Oh, that's wrong. Come on now. Come on now. Nico having it rough, man. He's having it. It hasn't been a good couple of months for him. They traded Luka, slandered the man's name on the way out. Luka got to LA, started eating in and out, lost weight, started balling, and then everything is falling apart in Dallas.
They are in a bad spot.
I felt so bad for Kyrie.
Me too.
Yeah, man. Kings out there going, you know.
Oh man, these Laker accounts are funny. Someone took the Bleacher Report thing where Darvin said against the Nuggets, it's like, shoot, I don't know what to do. And then the next one where Mike Malone says, yeah, we were out coached tonight, talking about coaching against JJ Redick. And the title says Michael Malone really misses Darvin Ham.
Well, my guy at The Athletic, when Tony Jones said something about that during the playoffs last year, and he says, trust me, Michael Malone hopes they extend Darvin Ham for another 20 years. I was like, Tony, that's wrong. Stop it, Tony. He's like, no. He said, trust me, Malone loves this matchup.
And we think we're mean to Luke Walton out here.
Leave my homie Luke alone, man. Luke. Why Luke catching a stray, man? He's helping the Pistons become a playoff team.
I like Luke, man.
Okay.
I like my boy Luke Walton.
He's on the Pistons staff.
He's helping.
Do we know that?
We do.
Is Darvin Ham helping the Bucks?
I don't know.
Okay.
That looks really bad. I'm like, leave Luke alone. Darvin? Me and Luke were in college at the same time. Hey,
you want to change the All-Star game? Have Darvin Ham's coach one team and Luke Walton coach the other.
Hey.
We're locked in.
Sure, don't let Dr. Umar see that clip of me just now. He's gonna get me for that.
He gonna get you.
He gonna be like, "Oh, so you're gonna defend?" Okay, I'm like,
it's good stuff as always, Jay. This is fun. I like when Jay's in one of these moods, man. It's fun.
I've seen it turning heel. It'll do it to you.
And whenever there's an exciting wrestling storyline to talk about.
Good storyline. The Lakers aren't the joke of the league right at the moment.
Lakers are title contenders, man. We just talked about enough of them with Trysta. I didn't want to bring it back up, but that team could win.
Sorry, but hey, when me and Kenny are wearing our Luka jerseys in a couple of months during the playoffs. Yeah. That's where I'll get out there for a show, and we'll both have our Luka jerseys on.
Okay.
No, and stop encouraging him.
Yeah.
This is
what
not.
Size again? What size again?
I tell you, people believe you guys when you guys say.
What size again?
Stop encouraging him, and you stop putting this out here.
What size again? You said I forgot.
I don't need to tell you because I don't need none of this.
You want the purple one? You want the gold? That yellow one? It's not gold. That yellow one? You want the white one? Which one you want? I got you.
I think he said the white one.
Okay, I got you.
I just asked you to stop encouraging him.
Yeah. I got you, man. We got a picture in front of a Lakers store, a picture in front of Draymond. I mean, man, hey. It was so ridiculous that we would run into each other in San Francisco in front of a picture of Draymond.
Amazing.
That was ridiculous.
What a coincidence.
That was ridiculous. Of all the dead end hallways to walk into.
Draymond.
Jay, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my brother.
All right, y'all. Take care now.
Jason Jones of The Athletic, New York Times. Kenny's brother in Los Angeles.
No, it's
sports.
Not at all. Not at all. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'll have to look up what size that Trey Lance jersey was. This is the last stupid ass jersey I'll ever buy anyone.
That might be the worst gift you've ever given.
Ever.
Like really.
Ever.
I should wear it tomorrow.
Trey Lance jersey. Oh, my stupid ass was thinking. That's why no one's gotten gifts since then. Trey Lance is a bust. No one gets Christmas presents
Trey
anymore.
Lance messed it up for everybody. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out. My CK McClatchy Lady Lions. They got a game tonight, man. So handle business, ladies. Wow.
I don't know why you had to make it weird there at the end, but good stuff. James Ham will be with us tomorrow. We'll try to get to the bottom of this stupid controversy with this picture in his documentary.
Was Small Market Big Heart actually an anti-Kings film? We'll ask.
We'll find out.
Was it a holiday movie?
It's small market, big heart, a Christmas movie. There it is. All right. Appreciate you guys so much for being with us. Remember, you can catch up on everything involving this show on podcast form through the Odyssey app. You can catch up through everything on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, there's a strong vote to go against the growl, by the way. Just stop. Like, it's terrible. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons. Do all of that good stuff. And we'll be back here tomorrow to get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Denver Nuggets. Game 4 of a 4-game road trip. Can the Sacramento Kings make it 4-0? Will Malik Monk play? Will Nikola Jokic play? We'll get to the bottom of all of this before tip-off tomorrow. We appreciate you for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. For those that want to hear some music on their drive home, make sure you're tapped in tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, McClatchy.
That's tremendous. Oh, man. What we got over here? Jello. All right, man. We're going to head over and do our stuff over there. Appreciate you guys as always. We will see you tomorrow. Well, yeah, we did talk about nipple covers today. It was a weird day, man.